black scales and indescribable blue runes entwined around skyscrapers, while the cold, indifferent gaze of a golden serpent swept over the scene. The fearsome head emitted a terrifying hiss, its colossal wings casting a shadow that enveloped much of New York. The dragon unleashed flames, igniting numerous torches. Godzilla roared, its mountain-like form causing the ground to tremble with every move. Countless buildings crumbled, and alien warships disintegrated beneath its atomic breath. The colossal beast stepped over the bewildered figure of an old man, the purple sweet potato, striding arrogantly among the scattered heroes and villains, letting out a dreadful roar. Get out of my way! Chapter 1. Angel Orphanage. Los Angeles, 1989. This year, the city was unusually sweltering, influenced by the monsoon. The azure sky bore not a single cloud, only the oppressive heat of the sea breeze. The cracked asphalt road reverberated with the roar of engines as a black Dodge Challenger came to a halt. Beside it stood a grayish-white wall, adorned with vibrant green vines, where a dark brown wooden board was nailed, barely revealing the words Angel Orphanage through the leaves. This orphanage, on the brink of closure, was overseen by a 75-year-old woman named Samantha. She favored a long green dress paired with a faded white blouse. Her daily indulgence lay in pouring herself a glass of 4.8 red wine, swaying to the rhythm of classic tunes from the 60s, while waiting for cookies to bake in the oven. Whenever the music played, a smile would inevitably grace Mrs. Samantha's face. When children inquired about her laughter, she would not divulge the reason, instead kissing their cheeks and promising to share the secret once they grew up. Thus, the children of Angel Orphanage longed to mature swiftly. Regrettably, those were memories from years past. 3 years ago, the orphanage was home to dozens of children. With societal donations and her savings, life was challenging. Yet Mrs. Samantha embodied an indomitable spirit, a warrior who never seemed defeated. She was resilient, diligent, and each day brimmed with passion and warmth, nurturing the children with an abundance of love. Suffering could not conquer her. She was a remarkable woman who, despite her frailty, battled fate like a giant. She demonstrated through her actions that no one could vanquish her. Yet, tragically, illness could. In the advanced stages of liver cancer, while not deemed incurable in modern society, during the era of 1986 in Los Angeles, such a diagnosis was akin to a death sentence for an elderly director managing a private orphanage. The Angel Orphanage was not failing due to poor management or an inability to continue operations. For merely a few decades of operation, Mrs. Samantha and the orphanage have become inseparable. The Angel Orphanage, without Mrs. Samantha, feels akin to a soulless shell. Does this world harbor individuals like her, who are willing to share the kindness within their hearts? Indeed, such people exist. Yet Mrs. Samantha remains uncertain whether she can discover one amidst the tumultuous nature of society, within the limited time she has left. Thus, 3 years ago, the children of the orphanage began to be adopted one by one. Now, apart from Mrs. Samantha, only a child named Nate Tang remains in the Angel Orphanage. He is a 6-year-old Asian boy, intelligent, handsome, and remarkably considerate. What flaws could one attribute to this child? Perhaps his ethnicity, as discrimination against people of color has never ceased in Los Angeles. If one were to nitpick further for another flaw in this child, it would be his slight stature compared to his peers. He appears less robust and healthy. In truth, the last child at the Angel Orphanage should not have been Nate Tang, but rather a little Asian girl named Daisy. She too was a beautiful child, yet Daisy was evidently not as clever or mature as Nate Tang. However, due to Nate Tang's illness yesterday, Mrs. Samantha reluctantly had to send Daisy away. Although that couple seemed to favor the exceptional Nate Tang, the charming Daisy appeared to be a decent choice as well, given that the intelligence of Asians is globally recognized as commendable. That Mrs. Samantha was aware of Nate Tang's little ruse. Nonsense. While Nate Tang may not be robust, his health is not as dire as one might presume. Had it not been for Nate Tang's sickness, Daisy would likely have remained in the orphanage. After all, she was neither clever nor particularly strong, and apart from her fair looks, she was nearly devoid of merit. This situation brought Mrs. Samantha a sense of solace, yet simultaneously stirred a pang of sympathy within her. In the cramped kitchen, Mrs. Samantha wiped the sweat from her brow. The sweltering heat of Los Angeles and the spinning oven left the 75-year-old feeling weary, though the classic vinyl records from the 60s provided some comfort. She poured herself a glass of red wine, knowing well that a liver cancer patient should abstain from alcohol. Yet, she was unconcerned. In truth, since her diagnosis of liver cancer 3 years ago, Mrs. Samantha had not set foot in a hospital even once. She understood that her journey was nearing its end, yet she faced this reality with calm and acceptance, treating each day as if it were the last of her life. Though her attire was modest and the beauty of her youth now adorned with wrinkles, she carried herself with grace. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Angel Orphanage, Nate Tang, who had been lying on the cot for an entire day and night, finally opened his eyes. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The three ultimate philosophical questions of idealism left Nate Tang in a state of contemplation. Within his mind resided two memories, one an Asian boy at the tender age of 6 and the other of an Eastern man at 31. The young boy had been orphaned from a young age, and in his recollections, there was a matron named Mrs. Samantha who took him in and nurtured him as he grew. He held a deep respect and affection for her in the boy's eyes. Mrs. Samantha was his sole family. The 30-year-old Eastern man was a figure of success, seemingly blessed by fortune from the moment of his birth. Throughout his life, he was not particularly exceptional, yet he always managed to surpass the average individual by a slight margin. This was evident in his academic performance, social skills, choice of university, and career progression. Even his parents enjoyed better health than those of others, and his children outshone their peers in intelligence. Each aspect of his life was just a little better than that of others. But when these small advantages coalesced, they painted a picture of a man who, though not wealthy or powerful, was genuinely happy, a state that evoked envy in countless others. The two memories intertwined seamlessly, rendering it impossible to discern which had supplanted the other or which had consumed the other. After a long span of a day and night, the body known as Nate Tang absorbed these dual memories, ultimately merging them into a singular existence that a series of knocks interrupted the silence. Mrs. Samantha entered, carrying an iron tray that held Nate Tang's favorite finger biscuits. These biscuits were a common Western treat, typically made by homemakers of the time, though few could master the art of their preparation. Mrs. Samantha, a woman of mixed American and Italian descent, hailed from the very region that birthed the finger biscuit. Her baked treats were perfectly crisp and soft, reminiscent of dry sponge cake, and exuded an irresistible sweetness. For all the children at the Angel Orphanage, they were a cherished delight. As Nate Tang's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the biscuits, Mrs. Samantha's gaze softened with affection. With her age-spotted and wrinkled fingers, she gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, saying, "There's no need to rush, they are all yours. Have a sip of milk." A small glass cup held approximately 150 cubic centimeters of milk. After taking a sip, the delightful combination of the sweet finger biscuit and milk created an exquisite flavor that, for Nate Tang, epitomized the taste of earthly delights. Setting the milk cup down, an image of a delicate face, 1 year his junior, surfaced in his mind. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes as he asked, "Mrs. Samantha, where is Daisy?" Daisy and Nate Tang were the only two Asians at the Angel Orphanage, and they shared a close bondone that was particularly cherished by Nate Tang. Although they both belonged to the Asian community, unlike Daisy's reclusive and rebellious nature, the petite Nate Tang possesses an enviable charm that enables him to converse easily with everyone at the orphanage. Madame Samantha's eyes briefly flickered with a hint of guilt as she gazed upon Nate Tang's youthful visage. Chapter 2. The New York Destruction Plan. His clear eyes and warm, sunny smile, complemented by a faint ring of milk mustache at the corner of his mouth, rendered him somewhat comical, yet overwhelmingly endearing, prompting her to sigh. "Yesterday, I left with the Johnsons. I have known them for 9 years, and they will take good care of Daisy. I only regret the inconvenience it causes you." Observing the look of remorse on Madame Samantha's face, Nate Tang shook his head and reassured her, "It's quite all right, Madame Samantha, after all. I was unwell yesterday."
The Johnsons may not be affluent, but they are well-compensated professionals, owning at least 3 properties across America. Perhaps due to their inability to conceive, this couple frequently volunteers at the Angel Orphanage.
Upon learning that Madame Samantha intended to close the orphanage, the Johnsons expressed their willingness to adopt 2 to 3 children. They possess connections, capabilities, and are highly educated with such qualifications. Many orphanages would gladly entrust their children to them. Madame Samantha was well aware of this, which is why she had kept the couple around, hoping to provide Nate Tang with a brighter future. Regrettably, due to Nate Tang's illness yesterday, the couple could only take Daisy with them. Madame Samantha understood that Nate Tang was not truly unwell. His actions stemmed from a desire not to leave Daisy alone, especially as many had expressed a wish to adopt him when Madame Samantha decided to close the Angel Orphanage. He was remarkably intelligent and delightful, always considerate and obedient, Yet his profound understanding sometimes caused Madame Samantha to feel a pang of sorrow. One should not assume that life in an orphanage is harsh. A child's character is often shaped by their environment. Individuals like Madame Samantha possess the ability to nurture even the most troubled children into exemplary beings. As she looked at Nate Tang's youthful expression of comfort, Madame Samantha couldn't help but smile. She gently ruffled his hair, her eyes glimmering with affection. I understand you are a good child." Nate Tang opened his mouth, sensing that Madame Samantha might have misconstrued something. However, seeing the smile on her lips, he simply shook his head. Perhaps it is best to regard this as a beautiful misunderstanding. After finishing her meal, Madame Samantha departed. On the table remained half a glass of milk and a plate of finger biscuits, reserved for Nate Tang as a snack. Only Madame Samantha and Nate Tang were left at the Angel Orphanage. Madame Samantha was a respected elder, though she possessed neither wealth nor power. The integrity of her character commanded sincere respect from all in this restless society. She radiates like a beam of light descending from the heavens. Madame Samantha possesses a plethora of clients, yet the number of quality clients is scarce. Departing from Nate Tang's room, a glimmer of contemplation sparkles in Madame Samantha's eyes. Originally, it was anticipated that a gentleman would arrive today to escort Daisy, a single man who owns a music bar and had once indulged in a period of recklessness during his youth. However, Madame Samantha is aware that the essence of this man is not malevolent. He is a family-oriented individual. Although not married, she understands this aspect of him well. For years following his girlfriend's demise, he has remained devoted to her memory and has yet to establish a new family. Such fidelity is a rare and commendable quality in an exceptional man. Of course, this Caucasian does have his flaws, such as his penchant for the perilous thrill of street racing, perhaps as a means to temporarily escape the sorrow of his lost love. Madame Samantha's initial intention was for Daisy to build a family with this gentleman. On one hand, it would benefit Daisy, and on the other, it might offer salvation to this man, ensuring he has something to cherish, thus preventing a tragic end on the racetrack. Point 1 must recognize the boundless power of home. A simple lumberjack's life can unleash infinite potential within an individual. Regrettably, Daisy was taken away yesterday, and the Daisy who was meant for Owen, the middle-aged Caucasian, has now become Nate Tang. While Madame Samantha felt some pity for Nate Tang, she considered Owen to be a decent choice, well-educated, possessing his own business, and apart from his distasteful hobby of racing, he exhibited few significant flaws. Yet after conversation, Madame Samantha began to feel that Nate Tang deserved a far superior option. As Madame Samantha departed, the previously shared room now housed only 6-year-old Nate Tang. Gazing at the wooden slats of the bunk bed and the iron pipes painted in green, the brightness in Nate Tang's eyes dimmed with a hint of vacancy. Simultaneously, a stream of data materialized in his mind. Beep. Host awakening detected. Beep. New York destruction plan preparation initiated, auxiliary system ready to launch. Beep. Host soul conflict detected, auxiliary system launch failed, New York destruction plan launch failed. Beep. Would you like to resolve the issue forcibly? Beep. Host is undergoing self-adjustment and repair. Next launch anticipated in 36 hours. Beep. Soul conflict has been automatically resolved, New York destruction plan preparation recommenced, auxiliary system ready to launch. Beep. New York destruction plan officially initiated, auxiliary system officially activated. Beep. Host is currently in childhood, complies with the related regulations of the New York destruction plan, Article 37 of the Child Protection Protocol, sending 100 points as subsidy. Name: Nate Tang. Race: human. Status: health level, juvenile childhood, growth, mature body, complete form, growth rate, 60, current points, 100, main quest, annihilate New York, singular, quest description, annihilate New York, you can do it. Quest progress, 0.1, quest reward, return to the original world. Warning, warning, danger level detected in this world is exceedingly high. Should the restrictions on mall purchases be lifted? Yes. No. Mall? The plan for the destruction of New York? Auxiliary system? What on earth is all this? A flicker of confusion passed through Nate Tang's eyes, but after a moment's contemplation, a bitter smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He was utterly unaware of his whereabouts, the reason for his presence in this place, or why he had been chosen. Yet, through the scant information at hand, he discerned that if he wished to return to his original world, he must obliterate New York to facilitate his success in this endeavor. A specialized auxiliary system had been arranged for him. As for the exceedingly high danger level in this world, That left Nate Tang somewhat puzzled. However, lifting the restrictions on mall purchases seemed, under the current circumstances, to be advantageous for him. With a thought, Nate Tang opted to lift the restrictions. Ding! Partial lifting of mall purchase restrictions. Current status. Cards rated 3 stars or below, including 3 stars, require no preconditions and can be directly purchased with points. Item: Brown Bear Gene Card. Category: Kodiak Brown Bear. Quality: 1 star. Source: The Story of Bears. Effect: Become the strongest brown bear in the world. Price: 7 points. Source: Mall Bonus. Brown Bear Punishment Card. Item: Crocodile Gene Card. Category: Saltwater Crocodile. Quality: 1 star. Source: Million Giant Crocodile. Effect: Become a 10-meter-long giant saltwater crocodile. Price: 7 points. Source: Mall Bonus. Giant Crocodile Punishment Card. The items available in the mall were scarce, with choices limited to gene cards. Upon browsing, Nate Tang discovered that 1-star cards predominantly featured various robust animals such as lions, tigers, giant pythons, crocodiles, and brown bears, priced between 1 and 10 points. 2-star cards were more unique. Nate Tang encountered numerous extraordinary beings, including serpent monsters, elves, and oak giants, priced between 10 and 100 points. As for the 3-star cards, Nate Tang paid them no mind, for he possessed only 100 points. The minimum threshold for 3-star cards ranged from 100 to 1,000 points, although 100 points fell within the category of 3-star gene cards. Even the least expensive gene card of this tier required 180 points, and what is so-called punishment cards. Nate Tang inquired of the auxiliary system that should he employ the gene card, he would undergo a complete transformation into that creature. That, of course, his gender would remain unchanged. It was merely a genetic alteration. Chapter 3. The Serpent Monster. Nagini. Due to the unique nature of the gene card, under the supervision of the cosmic will, one's gains and expenditures must remain in proportion. Each penalty card draws an alternate existence from a parallel universe into this realm, compelling this world to consume and amalgamate with it. The worlds consumed are random. A 1-star gene card engulfs 1 world, a 2-star card 2 worlds, and so forth. That he would not opt for a 1-star card. His primary mission is to annihilate New York. A mere ordinary beast, no matter how robust, could never hope to destroy such a city. The most likely outcome would be capture, subjected to various experiments, or confined in a zoo for public display. Moreover, a 2-star card is not universally suitable. For instance, in the adaptation of the renowned British author J.K. Rowling's novel Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, many formidable creatures abound. Creatures such as the thunder-manipulating griffin or the magma-spewing rhinoceros are undeniably powerful. However, these beings are not appropriate for Nate Tang. He seeks a monster card that allows for discrete development, enabling him to navigate the early stages securely. If he truly required overwhelming destructive power, would not the 3-star, 4-star, or even 5-star cards be preferable? Thus, amid countless 2-star monster gene cards, Nate Tang discovered one named the Serpent Monster. This was not solely due to the shared name, but also because it possessed a unique feature absent in other cards: the ability to switch freely between human and serpentine forms. Having seen Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Nate Tang was well aware of the serpent monster's capacity for seamless transformation between human and serpent. With a mere thought, 100 points vanished, replaced by an antique card of brass hue adorned with black patterns. Ding. Would you like to use the Serpent Monster gene card? Affirmative? Negative? Affirmative. Ding. Current card, Serpent Monster gene card, is loading. Ding. Current card, Nate Tang's punishment, is activating. In an instant, Nate Tang felt as though a jolt of electricity coursed through his body, causing his muscles, bones, and internal organs to tremble involuntarily. Simultaneously, within Nate Tang's being, at a depth surpassing cells, the 23 pairs of chromosomes representing humanity were undergoing a monumental transformation. The genetic chains were unlocked, genes rearranging themselves, even giving rise to new chromosomes. Unlike humans, serpents possess varying chromosome pairs, ranging from 18 to 20 pairs, and, in some cases, 23 pairs. The quantity of chromosomes is neither better nor worse. It is primarily dictated by environmental factors and evolution, for within them lies the essence of a species' secrets. This moment, the genetic recombination of Nate Tang is less about merging human and serpent genes and more about drawing closer to the species of serpent monsters, even becoming one with it. The arrangement of genes is not merely a direct replication. Worlds differ. This is both a transformation and an evolution. From certain perspectives, it bears a resemblance to Magneto's theory of mutant evolution. However, unlike mutants, whose evolutionary progression is unpredictable, some reaching their zenith, such as Professor X, Magneto, and Phoenix, others may evolve only partially, becoming grotesque monsters. Though they possess some special abilities, they can be easily subdued by a mere handgun. The AS for Nate Tang's evolution. It represents a complete evolutionary chain, a singular monster card containing countless gene chains evolved to their utmost potential. It will make the most perfect and suitable choice based on Nate Tang's condition and the surrounding environment. 3 minutes later, the peculiarities of the body dissipated, and the form of Nate Tang vanished, replaced by a 1-meter-long black serpent, its entire body cloaked in darkness, featuring a pair of cold, dark golden serpent eyes. Name: Don Nagini. Species: serpent monster. Previous species: human, removed due to insufficient species position. Condition: slightly hungry. Level: juvenile. Growth: mature, complete. Growth rate: 1. Current points: 0. Main quest: destroy New York. Unique quest description: destroy New York, you can do it. Quest progress: 0.1. Quest reward: return to the original world. Side quest: the growth of serpent monster Nagini. 12. Cyclical quest: repeatable. Quest description: kill a New Yorker. Indeed, the task is that simple. Quest progress: 0. Quest reward: type 1 growth potion, can enhance growth rate. Breakthrough quest: trial of serpent monster Nagini. Unique quest description: with gain comes lost, travel to the Amazon and consume 10 blood orchids to complete the trial of the serpent monster. Quest progress: 0. Quest reward: unlock a second species, first species not revoked. Simultaneously, at the moment Nate Tang completed his evolution, an invisible force swept across the universe. In the Angel Orphanage, within Madame Samantha's mind, her original memories were altered. Caucasians transformed into African Americans, and a music bar became an auto repair company selling high-end car parts. Although both were named Owen, this Owen was notably robust and had a son and a daughter. Yet, they shared a common passion for racing, both having lost their loved ones in tragic accidents, what ultimately swayed Mrs. Samantha's decision was not the perilous thrill of racing, but rather a man named Owen, reputed to be the kingpin of a certain street. This did not sit well with Mrs. Samantha. Having consumed a substantial portion of finger biscuits and milk, though still not satiated, Nate Tang felt considerably more at ease. In the meantime, he had transformed from a 1-meter-long black serpent into a 6-year-old Asian boy. The metamorphosis was not intricate, it was almost instinctual. He could shift from a human to a snake, or vice versa, in a mere half a second or even less. The swiftness of his transformation primarily hinged on Nate Tang's reflexes. Moreover, his olfactory senses have been greatly enhanced. While a dog's sense of smell is 1,200 times that of a human, a snake's sense of smell surpasses that of a dog, estimated to be 1,500 to 2,000 times stronger than that of humans. However, unlike dogs, a snake relies on its tongue for its sense of smell. Due to this heightened olfactory sensitivity, the moment he transformed into a black serpent, Nate Tang resolved to cease breathing through his mouth from that day forth. Additionally, in his human form, he experienced a significant suppression of his sense of smell. This resulted in Nate Tang possessing a sense of smell far superior to that of an average person, yet not to an exaggerated extent, generally remaining between 10 to 30 times more acute than that of a normal human. Perhaps one of the side effects of becoming a serpent creature was an inclination towards mild obsessive cleanliness. Outside the Angel Orphanage, accompanied by the distinctive roar of a Dodge Challenger, Owen, exuding a certain Godfather charisma, emerged from his vehicle clad in a racing jacket. The engine's growl captured Mrs. Samantha's attention, simultaneously alerting Nate Tang upstairs. Apart from the matron, he was the only one remaining in the orphanage, fully aware that this visitor would be a significant presence in his life for an extended period. From the window above, Nate Tang scrutinized the man below. The initial impression he received was far from favorable. Owen's demeanor was unmistakably that of a mafia don, a trait most would find off-putting, as it implied danger. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about the shape of the man's face. He was certain that this visage did not exist within the confines of his memory. His recollection was infallible, having lived 2 lives. His mental acuity was double that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, he was no longer merely human, but had become a serpent creature endowed with extraordinary abilities. Thus, he was certain he did not know this man, though an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. As time ticked by, Nate Tang lying on the iron-framed bed, pondered deeply yet remained without a satisfactory answer. Chapter 4. Owen knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of a knock at the door echoed through the air. From the rhythm of the knocking and the scent wafting in the atmosphere, Nate Tang could ascertain that it was none other than Mrs. Samantha at the door. However, there lingered another unfamiliar aroma, a distinctly masculine scent. From this olfactory cue, Nate Tang deduced that the visitor was not only healthy but robust, accompanied by a strong whiff of gasoline. This ability to analyze scents had manifested after his transformation into a serpent-like creature, although significantly diminished upon reverting to human form. It remained an undeniably formidable skill. With merely a single inhalation, he could discern the identity and even the physical condition of an individual. Yet, the odor emanating from Mrs. Samantha hinted at decay, aging, and fatigue. Nevertheless, considering Mrs. Samantha's age of 75 in a nation where the average lifespan barely exceeds 70, she was faring remarkably well compared to many. As expected, when Nate Tang opened the door, he was greeted by the benevolent visage of Mrs. Samantha, accompanied by a tall, muscular African-American man. Nagini, this is Owen. Owen, meet Nate Tang. Do not be misled by his intimidating appearance. He possesses a kind heart. Hello, I am Nate Tang. 6 years of age, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Owen Toledo, the man responded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, and under Mrs. Samantha's guidance, both parties shared insights about themselves. From Nate Tang, Owen learned of the boy's remarkable intelligence, despite his tender years. He exhibited an extraordinary level of maturity, perhaps a result of his orphaned upbringing, which had not defeated him but rather nourished his growth. Owen found himself quite pleased with Nate Tang. He had long contemplated adopting a child. Since the passing of his wife, he had been raising a son and a daughter alone. Unlike many weary single fathers, Owen relished the opportunity to care for children and cherished the warmth of family life. However, as his eldest son, Dominic Toledo, entered the rebellious phase of adolescence, the home had gradually lost its former sense of unity. Initially, Owen had simply intended to adopt a child who appealed to him, but Mrs. Samantha had unexpectedly presented him with a delightful surprise. Through Owen's narration, Nate Tang gained a clearer understanding of the man before him, which astonished Owen. After all, he was merely conversing with a 6-year-old child. Reflecting on his own childhood at that age, he recalled chasing after a big yellow dog and playing games. Yet, here stood Nate Tang, already capable of deep thought at such a young age. Setting aside the nature of his thoughts, the mere ability to contemplate surpassed Owen's own capabilities by leaps and bounds. During their conversation, Mrs. Samantha stepped out 3 times. The first instance was merely pouring water, while the subsequent 2 were deliberate acts. Nate Tang was acutely aware that Mrs. Samantha had not departed. She remained concealed, observing the interaction between the 2 men to discern their level of contentment and whether Owen had any shortcomings. Throughout her observations, Mrs. Samantha identified several points of dissatisfaction regarding Owen, specifically 8 or so flaws. These were, of course, trivial grievances such as Owen's fierce appearance, his dark background, and the absence of a father-son resemblance. In essence, Mrs. Samantha opined that Nate Tang deserved a more suitable choice. Nate Tang, too, was engaged in observation. Yet he was more preoccupied with contemplation. His memory served him well, and he pondered why this man before him felt familiar. Upon Mrs. Samantha's 4th return, she remained skeptical of Owen, but noted that Nate Tang and Owen appeared to engage quite well during their conversation. This left her in a state of indecision. While she harbored doubts about Owen, Nate Tang's feelings were equally significant. Gazing at the 2 seated at the edge of the bed, a flicker of inquiry crossed Mrs. Samantha's eyes. Owen, what are your thoughts on Nagini? Owen responded with a hearty smile, his rough hands ruffling his short, sturdy hair. Nagini is a prodigy, truly exceptional. I assure you, I will treat him as if he were my own child, enveloping him in the warmth of a home, family. A sudden spark ignited in Nagini Tang's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Owen's commendation brought a glimmer of pride to Mrs. Samantha's gaze. She recognized Nagini Tang's brilliance. In truth, had their rapport not been amicable, she would have swiftly ousted Owen. She harbored no desire for a man with a dark past to take her Nagini away. Just as Mrs. Samantha prepared to inquire about Nagini Tang's perspective on Owen, he lifted his somewhat youthful face and declared, Mrs. Samantha, I feel that Uncle Owen is quite wonderful. Mrs. Samantha paused, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Nagini, are you certain? Nagini Tang nodded affirmatively. Of course. In that very moment, when Owen uttered the word home, Nagini Tang finally realized why this man felt so familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a beloved celebrity, one with whom he shared over 70% likeness, Vin Diesel, the star of the Fast Furious franchise. If memory served him correctly, Diesel portrayed the street king Dominic Toretto, although Toretto's deceased father had never appeared in the series, nor was his name mentioned. Nagini Tang knew that Diesel's adoptive father was, in fact, named Owen. Furthermore, the iconic Dodge Challenger parked outside the Angel orphanage served as a significant piece of corroborating evidence. Although Owen Toledo may not be particularly remarkable, the character and demeanor of the Toledo family provide a comforting sense of security compared to forming a household with unfamiliar strangers. Thus, with a hint of regret, yet a sense of relief on Madame Samantha's face, Owen took the small hand of Nagini Tang and departed. Inside the Dodge Challenger, Owen presented a gift he had prepared for Nagini Tang earlier that day. It was a meticulously crafted toy in the classic likeness of Captain America, a toy that was undoubtedly the pinnacle of popularity in 1989. Upon receiving the Captain America toy, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Nagini Tang's eyes. Captain America? Owen, oblivious to the surprise reflected in Nagini Tang's gaze, wore a smug smile and exclaimed, "Of course. He is the hero of America. I must tell you, as a child, I idolized Captain America. He is a hero of World War II, a true leader." Owen continued to prattle on about Captain America, his excitement palpable, even expressing his willingness to show Nagini Tang his cherished collection of Captain America cards. However, he failed to notice the swift paleness that washed over Nagini Tang's face. Goodness gracious! Now I understand what this perilous universe entails. Nagini Tang's expression darkened, but Owen remained oblivious, mistakenly attributing Nagini Tang's somber mood to the parting from Madame Samantha. He was a man brimming with confidence, convinced of his own charm, and believed that Nagini Tang would soon acclimate to this family, unaware that her thoughts were far removed from such concerns. Upon realizing that Captain America exists in this world, Nagini Tang comprehended the nature of this universe. It was Marvel, a superhero cosmos composed of numerous films, dominating an entire era and amassing over $10 billion at the global box office. Frankly, the Marvel films are quite adept, laden with commercial elements. Although some criticize their lack of depth, the arrival of Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War silenced all detractors. Yet, the crux of the matter is that while the films may be exhilarating, what if one were to truly find themselves in this world? In the Marvel Universe? This would be an utterly catastrophic scenario. Destroying New York? Surely, one cannot treat New York so lightly. It is not a place to be casually obliterated. Setting aside the advanced technology of this world, the existence of superheroes is entirely unfathomable. Although we are currently in a vacuum of superheroes, one must not forget that New York has always been protected by the Ancient One. Even if the Ancient One were to perish and Doctor Strange ascends as the new Sorcerer Supreme, during that interim, the Avengers have been assembled. Iron Man, the Hulk, Captain America, these superheroes would never allow the destruction of New York. In addition to the myriad of superheroes, New York is also home to countless supervillains, even in later stages. When the director of the Family Planning Office descended upon Earth, leading an army in a climactic battle against the Avengers, New York suffered only 90 destruction. And it is quite likely that the figure was even less. It is said that the Infinity Stones are exceedingly difficult to gather. Even the All-Father Odin has never succeeded in this endeavor. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Thanos managed to assemble the Infinity Stones, achieving at least that monumental feat. But what about New York? Has it ever truly faced annihilation? To be candid, upon realizing that he resided in the Marvel Universe, Nagini Tang felt not only despair, but also a profound sense of malice from fate itself. Chapter 5. The Toretto family beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds. A cracked asphalt road stretched out, where a classic Dodge Challenger halted in front of a quintessential American single-family home. The cost of living in Los Angeles is considerable, given its proximity to Hollywood, yet the prices here are relatively modest, as this is Los Angeles, not Hollywood. Nagini Tang's spirits were somewhat low, in stark contrast to Owen, who brimmed with enthusiasm. He firmly believed that through his efforts, Nagini Tang would eventually embrace and integrate into their family. By the time they returned from the Angel orphanage, it was already afternoon. Owen chose not to visit the auto repair shop today, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Bringing Nagini Tang home was paramount, just as it was crucial for the family to accept him. Their youngest daughter, Mia, was a well-behaved and obedient child, which eased Owen's worries. He was confident that within a month, Mia and Nagini Tang would become a loving family. However, his eldest son, Dominic Toretto, truth be told, since entering his rebellious phase, Dominic had become increasingly troublesome. He rarely focused on his studies, often found fighting or associating with unsavory characters. Fortunately, with Vincent living on the same street. Even if Dominic got into trouble, it was unlikely to escalate too far. Opening the refrigerator, Owen casually grabbed a bottle of beer and twisted off the cap. The icy beverage instantly dispelled the sweltering heat of Los Angeles, revealing a sparse selection of items within the fridge, primarily milk, vegetables, and a few varieties of fruit. Among these was the beef he had pickled the previous day. In Owen's view, the best way to adapt to a new environment was through food. He firmly believed that no problem could not be solved by a hearty meal. If one meal was insufficient, then 2 barbecues would surely do the trick. Holding a platter of marinated beef, laden with thick steaks seasoned with celery, onions, tomatoes, and black pepper, he glanced at Nate Tang, who sat vacantly on the sofa. With a warm smile, he invited, "Nagini, would you like to lend a hand?" Nate Tang looked up at Owen, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. "Is that all right, Uncle Owen?" Owen beamed with a hearty and joyful grin, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. "Of course. Before I encountered my first car, my dream was to become a barbecue chef." "Then why didn't you become a barbecue chef, Uncle Owen?" "It's quite simple. The sound of an engine is simply too enchanting. Nonetheless, my culinary skills are truly exceptional." The relationships between individuals are invariably forged through a cycle of mutual giving and receiving. Both Irvin and Nate Tang excel in this regard. Conversations among the astute are invariably delightful. Nate Tang was astonished. He had not anticipated that Irvin, who appeared to be a fierce and daunting figure, possessed considerable insight and knowledge. His eloquence, perspective, and unique blend of humor and optimism, characteristic of his heritage, naturally endeared him to others. In stark contrast to Nate Tang's surprise, Irvin's current state of mind could even be described as shock. "Is this truly a 6-year-old child? You mean to tell me that this young lad, discussing current national affairs, economic trends, the evolution of musical styles, and the burgeoning future of the internet, is merely a 6-year-old boy?" For a typical child at that age, merely being able to communicate effectively and possess a basic understanding of the world suffices. After all, most children at this stage are preoccupied with television and toys. Had it not been for the knowledge that Nate Tang was indeed only 6 years old, and his own first-hand experience of their conversation, along with the impractical and somewhat fantastical statements made, Irvin would have believed he was conversing with an adult. However, despite the fantastical nature of some of Nate Tang's remarks, the child's mental acuity surpassed even that of Irvin's rebellious teenage son. Is this what constitutes genius? For the first time, Irvin felt the vast chasm that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Yet, all things in this world possess duality. Nate Tang is a prodigy. His mature intellect should not be viewed through the lens of a typical 6-year-old. This signifies that Nate Tang does not require the same level of care, which also implies that he possesses a strong sense of autonomy. Through their culinary exchanges, Irvin sensed that Nate Tang was not in the best state, rendering the conventional approaches used with typical children nearly ineffective in this context. Gazing at Nate Tang, Irvin gently patted his shoulder. His hand was quite large. Or perhaps Nate was simply too small, as Irvin's palm not only enveloped half of the child's shoulder, but also left a portion of his hand remaining. "Nate," he said, "I understand that leaving Mrs. Samantha may feel rather disconcerting, but trust me, there is no need for anxiety. You can consider this place your home." Nate Tang opened his mouth, eager to explain that his discomfort did not stem from Mrs. Samantha, but after some contemplation, he ultimately let out a sigh. Meanwhile, from the street of the backyard, approached a quirky little girl of around 7 or 8 years old. She had long, dark brown hair, and her eyes sparkled with a beauty reminiscent of the pristine waters of Lake Baikal. Her features were not fully developed, but from her contours, it was evident that she would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Their gazes locked. Nate Tang observed the little girl before him, yet she paid him no heed, instead turning her head haughtily to look at Owen in the distance. "Dad, I'm back," she declared. A smile graced Owen's face as he patted Nate Tang on the shoulder. "Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister, Mia, and this is your brother, Nagini." The little girl paused, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes. "Brother? I thought you said sister?" However, she quickly shook her head, adopting a slightly spoiled tone as she looked at Owen. "Never mind, I don't care about that. Dad, I can't believe we have barbecue today. You're being a bit biased, aren't you? Do you not love me anymore?" Owen busied himself with the steak, a smile still lingering on his face. "That depends on whether you behave." Yet, the little girl gazed at him with disdain. "I'm not a child anymore." Owen, undeterred, casually inquired, "Where's your brother?" Mia shook her head, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. "I don't know, but he should be back soon, I guess." Owen raised an eyebrow, a hint of irritation surfacing. "Soon. Don't think I'm unaware. He didn't go to school today." Nick has been increasingly disobedient lately. I clearly told him to come back early today. Though unaware of the specific circumstances, Nate Tang was astute. He was hardly a mere 6-year-old. One could ascertain that Owen was in favor of adopting him, while the future ruler of the underground racing scene in Los Angeles, the burly Toledo, seemed somewhat indifferent towards him. As for the little girl, Mia, her attitude appeared to be ambivalent. A faint smile crossed Nate Tang's lips as he mused to himself, finding the situation somewhat intriguing. He turned to his foster father, Owen, and reassured him, "Uncle Owen, it's fine." Mia was taken aback, but quickly defended her brother. "Dad, see? Nagini says it's fine." Owen sighed, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. "You all are quite the handful." As time passed, Nagini Tang's charm proved to be quite potent. Perhaps due to his good looks, he quickly grew familiar with Mia, which left Owen feeling somewhat disheartened. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bond between Nagini Tang and Mia was stronger than that between him and Nagini. Was it due to his age, perhaps? Or a decline in his own appeal? That shouldn't be the case. Just days prior, the neighbor, Kelly, had requested he treat her to dessert, an American indication of interest, which he had declined, citing his children as an excuse. Dinner consisted of barbecue and a vegetable salad lovingly prepared by Mia. Although it was merely a mix, it gave her a deep sense of accomplishment. As for Toledo, regrettably, he did not make an appearance during dinner. Nagini Tang ate voraciously, astonishing Owen with his appetite. The 6-year-old's consumption was nearly 3 times that of the 8-year-old Mia, surpassing even Owen's own intake. Had it not been for Nagini Tang's normal demeanor and lack of distress, Owen might have rushed him to the hospital. Indeed, Nagini Tang found himself in an unfortunate predicament. Despite his reluctance, he had recently transformed into a serpent-like creature, his body severely depleted. Whether as a human or in his current serpentine form, he was undergoing a rapid growth phase, necessitating a substantial intake of sustenance. As dusk approached, around 7 or 8 in the evening, Owen was comfortably nestled with Nagini Tang and Mia, engrossed in a game reminiscent of cat and mouse, when the door to their abode was suddenly pushed open. In strode Toledo, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Dominic Toledo etched in Nagini Tang's memory. With over 90% similarity, the Westerners tended to mature rapidly, although his visage appeared somewhat youthful and his build less imposing. Nagini Tang was certain that this was indeed the street racing king of Los Angeles, a decade and a half hence. However, in stark contrast to the wise and formidable figure from his recollections, the present Toledo seemed rather inexperienced. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Nagini Tang seated upon the sofa, his brow furrowing momentarily before he departed in silence, leaving Owen to awkwardly chuckle, attempting to ease the palpable tension in the air. Chapter 6. The stalwart man time, relentless and swift, had passed, and it had been over 2 months in the blink of an eye. Los Angeles remained sweltering, the colossal orb in the sky akin to a lustful beast, unabashedly expending its energy. The Angel Orphanage, too, had undergone significant changes over these 2 months. The verdant vines still thrived, yet under the oppressive sun, the leaves began to show signs of wilting and yellowing. The transformation of the orphanage was stark. The once melodious laughter that resonated like wind chimes had faded, replaced by iron locks sealing rooms imbued with countless memories. Yet, Madame Samantha had not departed. Though now a flickering candle in the wind, she continued to illuminate the shadows. Perhaps she wished to shield the orphanage's children from the disheartening sight of a transformed sanctuary upon their return. A bottle of red wine priced at $48 stood alongside a vinyl record with compromised sound quality. Madame Samantha remained diligently engaged, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Each Friday brought her immense joy, for it was then that Nagini Tang would visit her, spending the night in her company. The vast hall lay empty, with Madame Samantha's modest room adjacent. Its furnishings were simple: a bed, a television, a 2-seater sofa, and a coffee table that had borne witness to decades of use. Ding! The oven chimed, rousing Madame Samantha from her drowsy state. Glancing at the clock, a smile graced her face. Freshly baked finger biscuits were not at their most delectable right out of the oven. They required a cooling period to allow moisture to dissipate. While the specific science eluded her, she possessed an innate understanding of how to create the most delightful finger biscuits. This 75-year-old matron wielded a pair of keen eyes, capable of discerning the precise temperature and timing in the oven, as if endowed with a unique gift. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Samantha extracted the cookies from the oven. Gently, she broke a finger cookie in half, its pale yellow form scattering crumbs at the moment of fracture, the crisp sound echoing, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Mrs. Samantha utilized the residual warmth of the oven to heat the milk, a frugality honed over decades as the head of an orphanage. Everything unfolded with an air of calm and meticulousness. She was always prepared by the time the 304 bus arrived at the gates of Angel Orphanage. 5 minutes later, an unattractive yellow-green bus halted before the orphanage, its lower half clad in brown trousers and its upper half in a blue checkered shirt. 6-year-old Nate Tang, with a cherubic smile adorning his youthful face, disembarked. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice that although the boy smiled, his lips were tightly sealed, and his nose twitched slightly. Time is a formidable entity. 2 months may not alter much, yet it can also herald profound transformation. Compared to 2 months prior, Nate Tang appeared largely unchanged, save for a slight lightening of his complexion. However, in these 2 months, his mind had amassed a plethora of scents, thousands of them. Even without uttering a word, he could discern the identities and current conditions of those within a 100-meter radius, along with deeper, more intricate details. This sensation was wondrous, akin to possessing an extra set of eyes, enabling him to perceive everything within that vicinity. Should he employ his tongue, this range would expand even further. Moreover, Nate Tang's strength, speed, and flexibility had all seen a notable enhancement. Though originally frail, his transformation into a serpent should have fortified his physique. Paradoxically, it rendered him weaker. After all, he was no longer human, but a juvenile black snake measuring only 1 meter in length. Fortunately, his adoptive father, Owen, was in a stable financial position, ensuring Nate Tang could eat to his heart's content, which brought him much satisfaction. Yet, Owen found himself somewhat exasperated. As an adult, his appetite was considerable, and with Toledo entering a growth spurt, the quantity of food consumed was nothing short of alarming. Now, with the addition of the gluttonous Nate Tang, the household's daily consumption of bread, milk, chicken breast, steak, and vegetables had escalated dramatically. However, Owen was untroubled. Meat prices in America were reasonable, and a man capable of affording a Dodge Challenger was not likely to fret over such expenses. In summary, over the course of 2 months, amid a diet of substantial intake, the serpent genes within Nate Tang began to manifest their effects. The most prominent change was in his physique. 2 months ago, he had merely been a 1-meter-long black snake. In just 2 months, Nate Tang has undergone remarkable growth, evolving into a formidable 2-meter-long serpent. With its obsidian scales, triangular head, 2 sharp fangs, and a pair of disdainful golden eyes, Nate Tang's monstrous form appears both menacing and terrifying. It has tested its strength, easily crushing iron pipes, though it finds breaking wooden planks to be a mere formality. However, sheer strength is not Nate Tang's most formidable attribute. It is the venom contained within its fangs that truly renders it fearsome. Nate Tang has experimented, discovering that a mere 0.01 milligram of its venom can bring the neighbor's German Shepherd to its knees in a mere 3 seconds. One might wonder why it is the neighbor's dog. It is simply because the child from that household enjoys frightening Nate Tang with the canine. For a newly hatched serpent, growing to 2 meters in just 2 months is an astonishing feat. Even the offspring of the Amazonian anaconda could not achieve such growth. Moreover, one must remember that Nate Tang is a venomous snake, and at 2 meters in length, it has reached adulthood, a length that most mature venomous snakes seldom attain. In addition to its growth in serpent form, Nate Tang is also experiencing changes in its human form. Initially, upon transforming into a serpent, Nate Tang's physical condition was quite poor, comparable only to that of its female peers. After becoming a juvenile serpent, it found itself weaker than many girls. Fortunately, after 2 months, Nate Tang's strength has returned to that of a typical girl, and it is confident that its physical prowess will soon match that of its contemporaries. Yet, compared to the exhilarating strength of its serpentine form, its human state feels rather feeble. "Madam Samantha, I have arrived," a somewhat youthful voice announced in front of the Angel Orphanage. A warm smile of delight spread across Madam Samantha's face as she produced freshly baked cookies and Nate Tang's favorite milk. The sugar in the cookies and the essential nutrients in the milk elicited joyous responses from every muscle in Nate Tang's body, unlike the genteel savoring typical of high society. Perhaps due to its serpent influence, Nate Tang has gradually come to relish the sensation of swallowing. This has its pros and cons. The advantage being that Madam Samantha is quite pleased. Despite her constant reminders to eat slowly, her smile never wanes. The downside may be a lack of elegance while eating, but Nate Tang remains unconcerned by this. In Madam Samantha's room, the two settled on the sofa to watch a film. The summer of 1989 offered little of notable interest, presenting only endless reruns of Tom and Jerry. Yet, one must admit, it is a classic cartoon that never fails to elicit a chuckle. It seems that no matter how troubling one's concerns may be, A few episodes of Tom and Jerry can effortlessly dissolve all worries. Outside the Angel Orphanage, the 304 bus came to a halt once more. Although Nate Tang did not hear any sounds, he caught a whiff of the bus's distinct scent. He even detected the presence of a stranger who alighted from the vehicle. However, the scent emanating from this man was peculiar. For some reason, Nate Tang sensed a primal, almost beastly aura about him. Powerful, fierce, and imbued with a strong metallic tang of blood. This was Nate Tang's initial impression of the man. Through his keen sense of smell, he immediately discerned that this individual was formidable. During the 2 months that Nate Tang had ventured into this world, he had encountered many people. Among them, the most physically imposing was a rugby coach at their school, standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 220 pounds, rumored to be of mixed American and Russian descent, adorned with a thick mane of body hair that made him resemble a rampaging bear. Yet, in comparison to the man outside, Nate Tang honestly believed that this stranger could easily dispatch the rugby coach with a single blow. Chapter 7. Wilson Fisk knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, rousing the somewhat drowsy Mrs. Samantha from her slumber. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Just a moment, she uttered, preparing to rise and answer the door. However, at that very moment, Nate Tang grasped her arm, shaking his head with a resolute expression on his youthful face. No, Mrs. Samantha paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she brushed it aside, gently ruffling Nate Tang's hair. Dear, I'm merely going to answer the door. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Nate Tang's eyes as he contemplated his response. I don't care. You must take me with you. Mrs. Samantha was an incredibly significant figure in his life. Since his earliest memories, she had always been a cherished family member. The man outside exuded danger, and he could not allow Mrs. Samantha to confront him alone. What if the stranger were a thug? What if he posed a threat to her life? Nate Tang allowed Mrs. Samantha to hold his small hand, his eyes glinting with a serpentine coldness, as his instincts began to churn with a lethal intensity. He vowed that should the stranger harbor any malicious intent, he would ensure that the man paid the price, even at the risk of exposing himself. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a man who resembled a veritable wall. Though he appeared relatively young, his physique was extraordinarily robust, giving off the impression of a sumo wrestler. Yet, unlike a sumo, whose bulk consists of fat, this man was composed entirely of muscle. A hint of puzzlement crossed Mrs. Samantha's features as she gazed up at the towering figure before her. Who are you? A man bore a slightly bashful smile upon his face, scratching his head in embarrassment. Madam Samantha, it is I, Wilson Fisk. Do you recall the boy whom you always served rice in large bowls? Madam Samantha appeared momentarily lost in thought, as if she were reminiscing about something. Yet, after a brief pause, a radiant smile graced her features. I've remembered. You are Wilson indeed. Coming quickly. I cannot believe how much you've grown, but you still seem as strong as you were in your youth. I recall that Marlene and Bill took you away. How are they faring now? Wilson's expression darkened in an instant, and he shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of indifference. Madam Samantha, they are no longer with us. They perished in a car accident. Taken aback, Madam Samantha gently patted Wilson's robust shoulder, offering her condolences. I am truly sorry, dear child. I was unaware of these events. If you don't mind, I have half a bottle of somewhat inexpensive red wine here. By the way, this is Nate Tang. He can be considered your younger brother. Wilson was momentarily taken aback, looking down at Nate Tang with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Brother? Madam Samantha, undeterred by the oddity in Wilson's gaze, warmly ushered him inside her modest yet cozy abode. She poured him a glass of the inexpensive wine, caressing Nate Tang's silky hair, pride illuminating her eyes. Indeed, 5 years after your departure, I encountered the young Nagini, who is as intelligent and considerate as you, though regrettably not as strong. This is the 5th year after I left? Young Nagini, as clever as you? The robust man, reminiscent of a bear after hibernation, now wore an exuberant smile, exclaiming, Rest assured, Madam Samantha, your cookies will always be my favorite treat. You still possess your charming way with words, she replied, her face beaming. She then patted Nate Tang's hand gently. Do not be afraid, dear. Wilson may appear formidable, but he is a good lad. With that, Madam Samantha offered a plate of cookies alongside the humble red wine. Would you care to watch television? I recall that during your time, you did not have one and would incessantly plead to watch at the neighbors, causing me to search for you daily. Wilson faltered, a blush creeping across his sturdy visage. Madam Samantha, please stop. It feels terribly embarrassing. Madam Samantha laughed heartily, a twinkle of pride in her eyes. Very well, I shall refrain. It is quite late. Would you like to stay here for the night? Today, she felt an overwhelming joy. Having run the Angel Orphanage for several decades, many had come to visit her. But Wilson and Nagini Tang were undoubtedly among the most memorable children she had nurtured over the years. The weekly arrival of Nagini Tang on Friday evenings has bestowed upon Mrs. Samantha a renewed zest for life. Conversely, Wilson's presence serves as a most precious gift at the twilight of her existence. This evening, she is filled with elation. However, when faced with Mrs. Samantha's invitation, a flicker of hesitation crossed Wilson's eyes. Is it permissible? Samantha, oblivious to Wilson's thoughts, is certain of one thing. Of course, this is your home. Nevertheless, you must make your own bed. There are bunk beds upstairs that you can assemble yourself. A brief exchange of pleasantries envelopes the Angel Orphanage in a warm and harmonious atmosphere once more. The only aspect that leaves Mrs. Samantha feeling somewhat dissatisfied is Nagini Tang's excessive shyness today. Wilson remains unfazed by this. He is acutely aware of the imposing nature of his physique in contrast to ordinary children. As for Nagini Tang, he is currently overwhelmed by discomfort, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Wilson. This apprehension arises from the serpent's keen instincts. He perceives the terrifying presence of Wilson as akin to a lamb standing beside a fierce tiger. Although the tiger harbors no interest in the lamb, the mere aura it exudes instills a sense of trepidation within the innocent creature. Nagini is perplexed, for Wilson is evidently no ordinary individual. Given time to mature, he would not fear Wilson. Alas, he is but a juvenile serpent. Despite never having attempted it, Nagini harbors a strong conviction that even if he were to inject all his venom into Wilson, it would not suffice to bring about his demise. His venom may work against ordinary beings, but against a creature of Wilson's caliber, his juvenile self remains woefully inadequate. Fortunately, as the situation stands, there exists no conflict of interest between them. Otherwise, faced with such a formidable entity, he would be at a loss for what to do. In the deep of night, around 9 o'clock, noticing Nagini Tang's drowsiness, Wilson gently tapped Mrs. Samantha on the shoulder, his gaze turning earnest. Mrs. Samantha, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Stirring from her half-sleep, Mrs. Samantha looked at Wilson with a hint of confusion. Speak, dear child, what is it that you wish to convey? Provided it is within my capacity to assist. She felt fatigued. A 75-year-old woman staying up late to watch television is hardly a commendable habit, particularly after indulging in a substantial glass of red wine. As he gazed at Mrs. Samantha, a wave of reminiscence washed over Wilson. He recalled that over a decade ago, Mrs. Samantha, though already graced with strands of silver, radiated beauty and kindness, exuding the refined elegance of a noble woman. Now, more than 10 years later, Mrs. Samantha has lost her dark hair, her visage marked by the passage of time, and her health has waned. He understands the reasons behind this. Aging is part of it. Yet a more pressing concern looms. His journey to Los Angeles is predicated upon the desire to address this very issue. Mrs. Samantha, when my parents departed, they bequeathed to me a considerable inheritance. I have come primarily because I have heard of your illness. Madam Samantha was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as a flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes. I am not ill, she asserted. Wilson shook his head gently, offering his counsel. Madam Samantha, I know an excellent physician who claims he can provide treatment. You need not worry about the finances. I shall manage that. A flash of ire glinted in Madam Samantha's eyes as she turned to regard the imposing figure before her, her expression stern as she declared, Wilson, I shall reiterate, I am not unwell. I am perfectly fine. Wilson opened his mouth, his eyes betraying a hint of struggle. Madam Samantha, please listen to me. Yet, Madam Samantha offered him no chance to elaborate, cutting him off. Enough. Do not speak further, Wilson. If you are merely here to visit, you are most welcome. This place will always be your home. However, if your intentions lie elsewhere, you are not welcome here. So, will you choose to spend a pleasant evening with this old lady, or will you depart now? The choice is yours. Wilson opened his mouth again, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately he let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 8. Trouble. Did Madam Samantha remain oblivious to her own condition? No. She had been aware of her illness for quite some time. However, she chose to disregard it. At 75, she believed she had lived long enough, and she was acutely aware of the severity of her ailment. Previously, her reluctance to seek treatment stemmed from a fear that, at her advanced age, she might end up on an operating table and never rise again. Presently, her refusal of treatment was rooted in her desire not to burden Wilson with the expense of rescuing an elderly woman of little societal contribution. To her, his mere visit was a kindness sufficient unto itself. As for Nagini Tang, while he appeared to be asleep, in truth, he was far from it. Coexisting under the same roof as Wilson, a beast cloaked in human guise, was profoundly unsettling. It was not that Wilson posed a direct threat. Indeed, this wall-like man treated him well, employing seemingly childish antics to amuse him. Yet, the issue lay in Nate Tang's heightened sixth sense. To Wilson, it was akin to playing with a 6-year-old brother, but to Nate Tang, it felt as if a fierce tiger was eyeing him intently, an unnerving sensation. Thus, it was no wonder that Nate Tang chose to retire early for the night. After overhearing the exchange between Madame Samantha and Wilson, Nate Tang could not help but ponder another matter, Madame Samantha's physical condition. As a 75-year-old woman, her health was indeed poor, yet, in comparison to her peers, she was not the most afflicted. Initially, Nagini did not consider the aspect of illness, for he did not perceive Madame Samantha's state as particularly dire. In his view, many individuals aged 75 or even younger exhibited far worse health than she did. However, following Wilson's reminder, Nate Tang discovered a matter he had long overlooked, the peculiar scent emanating from Madame Samantha. Each individual's aroma is inherently unique, yet most scents bear a semblance to one another, with only slight variations. Madame Samantha, however, stood apart. Her scent bore no resemblance to the thousands of odors Nate Tang had catalogued over the past 2 months. There were two possibilities. Either this was a scent exclusive to Madame Samantha, or it signified an ailment, one exceedingly rare and unlikely to manifest in the general populace. Nate Tang found himself leaning towards the latter. He began to harbor doubts regarding Madame Samantha's true motives for closing the Angel Orphanage, suspecting that her stated reasons of aging and fatigue were mere facades. It was highly probable that the genuine cause for her decision stemmed from a terminal illness. Yet, what could he do with this knowledge? Initially overwhelmed by countless thoughts, the harsh reality soon doused his hopes like a bucket of cold water, leaving him in despair. He was merely a 6-year-old child. What could he possibly accomplish? Nothing, for he was just a child. As 2 days swiftly passed, Wilson remained undeterred, frequently engaging in conversation with Madame Samantha when Nate Tang was not present. He was determined to persuade her. Money posed no obstacle. He would find the best doctors. Should Madame Samantha consent, he was confident he could heal her liver cancer with a greater than 70% chance of success. Regrettably, each time, Madame Samantha declined. Her reasoning was simple. While treatment could potentially save her, there existed the risk of perishing on the operating table. Even if cured, at 75 years of age, her remaining years were limited. Moreover, if she were to die during surgery, what would become of the orphaned children like Nate Tang and Wilson, who would return to find her absence? She could not bear the thought of her children discovering her in a cemetery. Thus, she was unwilling to take that risk. One morning, Wilson and Nate Tang boarded the 304 bus to depart. Wilson left daily, yet returned each evening. Today, however, he was accompanied by Nate Tang. Their interactions were sparse, as Wilson had been troubled lately, and Nate Tang, with his heightened intuition, felt compelled to maintain a state of composure in Wilson's presence, which rendered him uncomfortable. Oak Acorn Elementary, one of the finest schools in Los Angeles, had been attended by Toledo, Mia, and Nate Tang. After school, Nate Tang encountered Mia. Their relationship was amicable, and in just 2 months, Nate Tang's innate charm had endeared him to Mia, who had wholly embraced him as her brother. However, Toledo's demeanor towards Nate Tang remained rather indifferent. They could share meals, take baths together, and Toledo did not shy away from Nate Tang's proximity, yet he never exchanged more than a few words with him. Their relationship resembled that of familiar strangers. Nate Tang sensed that his adoptive father Owen's counsel might have had an adverse effect. With a rebellious child, the more one advises, the more he tends to rebel. It was indeed a source of frustration. Nevertheless, life continued day by day. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, and it was once again Friday. With his serpentine form reaching a length of 22 meters, his strength had become comparable to that of his peers. Now, as his length approached 23 meters, he could be considered exceptionally strong among children of his age. This growth in size had also led to an increasingly voracious appetite for Nate Tang. At the age of 6, his food intake had already surpassed that of the adult Owen, matching that of the growing Toledo. It was worth noting that Toledo could consume over 3 pounds of beef in a single meal, accompanied by copious amounts of beer, bread, and vegetables. This resulted in Toledo's physique becoming robust at an observable rate, yet the food that entered Nate Tang's body did not manifest significantly in his human form. On this day, as usual, after parting ways with Mia at school, Nate Tang boarded bus number 304 to the Angel Orphanage. However, upon alighting, he instinctively furrowed his brow. The scent was not constant. It faded with the passage of time. After nearly 3 months, following the last orphan's placement in a new home, only 3 scents lingered at the Angel Orphanage. That of the headmistress, Mrs. Samantha, a former orphan herself now grown, Wilson, and Nate Tang, who visited every Friday night for 2 days. Yet today, there was an unfamiliar aroma in the air. Additionally, the fragrant scent of finger biscuits was absent from the orphanage. Mrs. Samantha would not overlook this. She knew her preferences, and for the past 3 months, she had baked a tray of finger biscuits for herself every Friday. This had almost become a tradition at the Angel Orphanage. What troubled and even angered Nate Tang was the unmistakable scent of fear emanating from Mrs. Samantha. She was afraid. Although he could not discern the cause, he was certain that something unfortunate had transpired at the orphanage. In the backyard of the Angel Orphanage, Nate Tang entered a storage room, and moments later, beneath the crimson hues of the afternoon sky, a 23-meter-long, jet-black serpent slowly slithered forth. Its dark golden eyes glinted with indifference. Chapter 9. The first kill on the streets of Los Angeles, beneath the blood-red sun. Dark green vines reflected a hue indistinguishable between black and crimson. The North American cardinal emitted a frantic call, seemingly sensing an impending threat. The stillness in the air rendered this little bird exceedingly uneasy. In the shadows cast by the setting sun, a large, obsidian serpent slithered with deliberate grace. Its glossy black scales were exquisitely arranged across its sinuous body, which was as thick as a man's arm, tracing a disquieting symbol upon the earth. A pair of indifferent, dark golden eyes scrutinized the surroundings. The serpent's red and black tongue, split into two, resembled a sinister tether from the underworld. The entire creature exuded an aura of coldness and foreboding, tinged with an otherworldly eeriness. Within the confines of the Angel Orphanage, Mrs. Samantha was bound to a chair. Beside her sat a flamboyantly dressed Caucasian man named Barnett, a member of the Hell's Kitchen gang from New York, epitomizing the quintessential New York rogue. He held a disdain for Los Angeles, finding it excessively hot. Despite both cities being coastal, the disparity between them was stark. However, one aspect where Los Angeles excelled beyond New York was the caliber of its women. Thanks to Hollywood, the city was teeming with breathtaking beauties, and Barnett reveled in the perks of a star-studded dream. Yet deep down, he remained partial to New York. His purpose for venturing to Los Angeles was straightforward. As the only modern supercity in the world, the other being London, New York's unique circumstances demanded that local gangs explore new resources due to the intense and frequent market dynamics. The Wildman Club, to which Barnett belonged, was among the earliest factions to embark on this pursuit. In New York, they were considered a solid second-tier organization, approaching the elite level. Yet everyone understood the significant gaps that existed. However, when one accounted for resources from around the globe, the Wildman Club undoubtedly ranked among the premier organizations in the New York underground. The Wildman Club had already established its foothold in Los Angeles, generating an annual revenue of $30 to $50 million for the organization. Yet, this figure represented only a fraction of the Los Angeles market. The true lucrative opportunities were dominated by the neon gangs and local street organizations. In summary, the underground industry of Los Angeles could be divided into 3 segments. The most formidable were the local gangs, who operated under their own set of rules, primarily revolving around celebrities, thereby developing a range of ancillary products to maximize profits, including protection fees and illegal drug trafficking. From the highest echelons of society to the common foot soldiers, the influence of Los Angeles gangs spanned various industries. Next were the neon gangs, who typically conducted business at the ports, engaging in smuggling and the trafficking of illicit narcotics. The neon people constituted a particularly unique ethnicity, displaying an odd duality of timidity and ferocity. Most crucially, they were remarkably united, having emerged from the gangs of Neon Nation, representing a formidable force. Initially, the Los Angeles gangs held a disdain for this group, but after prolonged conflicts, they begrudgingly acknowledged that the neon people were indeed a formidable race. Inevitably, Los Angeles is Los Angeles, and the neon gang possesses the backing of a nation, being the sole country in the world to have legalized organized crime. As for the latter faction, they are akin to indigenous American gangs such as the Wildman Club. Although they, like the neon people, are considered outsiders in Los Angeles, they are, after all, Americans. Furthermore, these gangs, who traverse from other states to seek fortune in Los Angeles, harbor a critical vulnerability: unity. Hollywood is a realm where wealth is squandered liberally. While its economy may not rival that of New York, its consumer spending is the highest in America. Stars, directors, affluent individuals, and the despondent all yearn for excitement, seeking thrills to escape their melancholia. The 3 major forces are all embroiled in the illicit drug trade. Yet the fiercest internal strife is invariably among those outsiders hailing from America. Barnett, a member of the Wildman Club from New York, was dispatched to Los Angeles with the expectation that he would oversee this lucrative industry. He remained indifferent to the arrival of individuals from other states, leaving their dealings to others. However, if someone from New York sought a share of the profits here, they must first obtain Barnett's approval. Wilson Fisk, a small-time thug from Hell's Kitchen, publicly claims the name Kingpin. Through unspecified channels, he has procured a substantial supply, which he is now peddling in Los Angeles. Initially, Barnett intended to ignore him, considering that they both hailed from Hell's Kitchen. After all, with only himself to contend with, how much could one individual truly possess? Money is infinite, and since he could not profit from this venture, it seemed more prudent to extend a favor to a fellow Hell's Kitchen compatriot. However, Barnett was taken aback to discover that Wilson was not merely in possession of a few pounds. Since the day he acquired knowledge of Wilson's activities, that individual had already trafficked over 30 kilograms of merchandise. Barnett's expression darkened, and he resolved to teach this reckless young man a lesson while simultaneously seizing the shipment for himself. This was why Barnett ventured alone to the Angel Orphanage, eschewing the company of his subordinates. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Traversing this perilous path requires a well-considered escape route before any missteps occur. And such plans necessitate a considerable sum of money. Life is replete with surprises, and over his 4+ years in Los Angeles, Barnett has encountered numerous unexpected turns. Drawing from his extensive experience, he speculated that Wilson might very well be his next surprise. Thus, he arrived at the Angel Orphanage, believing it to be Wilson's hideout. To his dismay, he did not find Wilson. Instead, he encountered an elderly woman. After a brief interrogation, and confirming her ignorance of the situation, Barnett bound her and discarded her in the kitchen. Seated on an old sofa, Barnett smoked a cigar, confident that Wilson would return each night. Reassured that his vigil would not be in vain, the sweltering sea breeze of Los Angeles swept through, and a resounding bang echoed from the second floor as a door slammed shut. Barnett, alert, set down his cigar and drew his pistol from his waist. He crept up the stairs, step by cautious step, acutely aware of the notorious reputation of those hailing from Hell's Kitchen. He had to tread carefully. Those emerging from such a place were formidable adversaries. On the second floor, everything appeared deceptively normal, save for the peculiar sight of 16 doors, 15 of which stood ajar. Was it merely the wind? Barnett maintained his vigilance, inching closer to the door, gun in one hand while the other slowly pushed it open. Bang! The door swung wide, revealing an empty room furnished only with 2 iron-frame beds and an open window through which the oppressive sea breeze flowed. Barnett spat in frustration. Sheesh. It really was just the wind. Yet, at that very moment, he failed to notice the cold, indifferent gaze of a dark serpent watching him from the upper bunk of one of the beds. A shadow darted past Barnett's vision, and before he could react, 2 razor-sharp fangs pierced his throat. 3 milliliters of venom surged into his system within a mere 0.01 seconds. Nagini had calculated the odds, 3 dogs for every person. The serpent's venom was potent enough to claim the life of a German shepherd with just 0.01 milliliters. And now it injected a lethal 3 milliliters, equivalent to the fatal dosage for 300 dogs or 100 men. Simultaneously, Nagini swiftly coiled around Barnett's shoulder and arm. Fully aware that the man was doomed, yet remaining wary of any desperate retaliation, particularly with a firearm in his grasp. Just as Nagini tightened his grip on Barnett's arm, a sharp crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of breaking clay with a rope. A gray energy erupted from Barnett's body and merged with Nagini's. As Nagini absorbed this energy, Barnett's form began to visibly disintegrate into ash before the naked eye. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the imposing figure of Barnett, standing over 6 feet tall and weighing no less than 80 kilograms, was reduced to a mere pile of ashes. Name: Donald Nagini. Species: Serpent Demon. Previous species: Human. Eliminated due to insufficient race. Position: Status: Normal level. Juvenile. Stages: Juvenile, Growth, Mature. Complete. Growth rate: 21 current points. 1 main quest: Destroy New York. Singular. Quest description: Destroy New York. You can do it. Quest progress: 0.1 quest reward. Return to the original world. Side quest: Growth of Serpent Demon Nagini. 12. Recurring quest: Can be accepted repeatedly. Quest description: Eliminate a New Yorker. Yes, it is that simple. Task progress: 100 task reward. Growth potion enhances growth. Ding. Side quest: The Growth of Nagini. 12. Completed. Do you wish to claim the growth potion? Yes? No? Chapter 10. The Joy of Growth. Mrs. Samantha? When Nagini Tang reappeared, he had transformed into a 6-year-old Asian boy. He skillfully pushed open the door, seemingly oblivious to the happenings within the room, until he discovered Mrs. Samantha bound to a chair in the kitchen. Upon freeing her from the tape, her first words made Nagini's pupils constrict. "Hurry, don't mind me, there is danger at home." From her frantic demeanor, Nagini discerned that she spoke the truth. Her tone was sincere, and the air was thick with fear and concern. He longed to inform her that the threat was no more, but for reasons unknown, the words remained unspoken. Fortunately, at that moment, Wilson returned. With a thunderous crash, the doors of the Angel Orphanage were flung open. At that moment, Wilson's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and his formidable physique radiated an unsettling aura. His somber expression seemed heavy enough to draw water, as the atmosphere was suffused with an anger that was oppressive, a madness that brimmed with lethal intent. The 3-centimeter thick door, which would be a formidable challenge to cleave even with an axe, appeared as fragile as a toy in Wilson's presence. His terrifying gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes gleaming with malice, yet not devoid of a spark of intellect. Wilson was no virtuous character, yet his cunning was undeniable. Earlier that afternoon, he had engaged in the illicit trade of addictive substances, but the peculiar gaze of his trading partner had raised his suspicions. After employing some forceful methods, Wilson learned that a drug lord from the New York faction was investigating him in Los Angeles. Wilson was astute, though he currently occupied the role of a mere pawn. Every formidable figure in the underworld had once started as a lowly minion. It was then that Wilson surmised Mrs. Samantha might be in peril, a realization that filled him with remorse. He recognized that his own brashness had exposed her to danger. On his return journey, he pondered many thoughts. What if Mrs. Samantha encountered misfortune? What if the situation had escalated beyond redemption? Truly, Wilson, who had never known regret throughout his life, felt it for the first time. However, upon seeing Mrs. Samantha recently unbound in the kitchen and the scissors in Nagini's grasp, he exhaled in relief. He strode forward confidently, wrapping his broad arms around both Mrs. Samantha and Nagini, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, fear not, I will protect you." The robust hands and powerful arms of Wilson brought a measure of calm to the terrified Mrs. Samantha. He then rose, closing the kitchen door. At that moment, a glint of malevolent intent flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, had Nagini Tang been present, Wilson would have appeared quite dashing. Unfortunately, Nagini Tang had resolved everything, rendering Wilson's actions somewhat ludicrous in the eyes of Nagini Tang. In the dead of night, having found no leads, Wilson decided to escort Mrs. Samantha and Nagini Tang away. Initially, his intention was to take them to a secure location, but under Mrs. Samantha's vehement insistence, Nagini Tang was returned home, cradling the shivering Mrs. Samantha in his arms. Wilson gazed at Nagini Tang's departing figure, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Something felt amiss. According to the information he had received, Barnett had already made a move against Mrs. Samantha today. From her account, Wilson deduced that this individual was indeed the drug lord based in Los Angeles. However, the issue lay in Nagini Tang's unnaturally calm demeanor, as well as the timing of his arrival. He should have arrived on an earlier bus to the Angel Orphanage. Yet according to Nagini Tang's explanation, he was delayed due to personal matters. In the course of half a month, a perceptive individual like Wilson could easily discern the essence of a person. He did not trust Nagini Tang's words. The boy had undoubtedly uncovered something, his timing too fortuitous. As if he were certain that Barnett had vanished at that very moment. No, perhaps vanished was not the right term. Met his demise would be more apparent. Although the air bore no trace of blood, his instincts sensed the scent of death, as Wilson observed the youthful 6-year-old silhouette of Nagini Tang disappearing. A flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. Lacking concrete evidence, he nevertheless felt a compelling intuition that his younger brother was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to Nagini Tang, his meticulously crafted plan had already piqued Wilson's curiosity, and he was unaware that this future emperor of the New York underworld had taken an interest in him. However, even if he were aware, Nagini Tang would likely remain indifferent, for in 1989, the name Kim was not synonymous with the king of Hell's Kitchen, but rather a mere unknown pawn. Moreover, Nagini Tang had more pressing matters to address. First, why did the white man he killed turn into a clay statue after death? Was it due to venom? If so, why had the German shepherd he previously killed not undergone the same transformation? Second, what was the gray energy that merged with him upon the white man's death? Was it beneficial or harmful to his body? Third, after slaying the white man, Nagini Tang discovered that the deceased was a New Yorker, and with his demise, he acquired a capsule known as the growth serum. Meanwhile, at the very moment he obtained the potion, a new side quest emerged in Nagini Tang's mind. Side quest: the growth of the serpent monster Nagini. 22. Recurring task. Reacceptance possible. Task description: Eliminate 3 New Yorkers. Indeed, the task is as straightforward as it appears. Task progress, 0 task reward. Growth potion, enhances growth. Growth potion? Growth potion? Does this imply the possibility of further growth potions? In the deep of night, Owen departed from Nate Tang's chamber, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Though Nagini uttered nary a word, Owen sensed that something had transpired. Moreover, his other son, Todd, had recently been burdened with his own weighty thoughts. This robust middle-aged man felt, for the first time, the creeping sensation of aging. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Nagini Tang reclined on a wooden cot, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, gazing at the red and blue liquid capsule in his hand. To consume or not to consume? Hesitation flickered in Nagini's eyes. Yet after a brief moment, he swallowed the potion. Although he had adeptly resolved the events of the evening, their repercussions loomed large over him. The sight of Wilson shattering the door with a single punch stirred a sense of envy within Nagini. He admired Wilson's strength. Were he not a venomous serpent, and were his venom not notably potent, he would feel utterly powerless. A 6-year-old boy, in the adult world, especially amidst those merciless villains, is nothing more than a burden or a hostage. Nagini Tang craved strength. Truthfully, this yearning for power marked the first time in the 3 months since his arrival in this world that he longed for it. Not for the sake of wreaking havoc upon New York, but purely for himself. He needed strength. The red and blue liquid capsule coursed down his throat, and under the corrosive effect of gastric acid, the translucent, glistening exterior dissolved, merging the vibrant fluids to ultimately yield a wondrous chemical reaction. A new element began to manifest within Nagini Tang, yet the true transformation did not commence at that moment. The newly formed element from the amalgamation of the red and blue liquids would not react with Nagini's body. Its sole purpose was to awaken another force slumbering within him. This force was the gray energy that had separated from the bodies of the New Yorkers he had slain. Nagini had speculated that when his venom reached a certain threshold, it might possess petrifying properties. However, this hypothesis was flawed. The true catalyst that reduced the ruffian from the Angel Orphanage to a mere pile of ashes was not Nagini's venom, but rather his identity as a New Yorker. That gray power embodied the entirety of Barnett, the New Yorker. In other words, Nagini Tang killed Barnett due to the latter's identity as a New Yorker, triggering a peculiar mechanism that transformed him from a carbon-based life form into a pure energy entity, subsequently stored within Nagini Tang. The red and blue liquid capsule served as a catalyst for this transformation, breaking down the pure energy life form of Barnett into nutrients that Nagini Tang could swiftly absorb, thus initiating a rapid phase of growth. His body ignited, exploding with intensity. Nagini Tang's breathing became labored, and a tearing pain caused him to furrow his brow. His heart transformed into a volcanic eruption, streams of searing magma engulfing his form. The fragile body of a 6-year-old vanished, replaced by a 23-meter-long black serpent. His form coiled tightly, the ebony scales unfurling one by one. Though snakes are cold-blooded creatures, a wave of heat emanated from the gaps in Nagini Tang's scales, revealing the pale skin beneath, now tinged with a shade of pink due to the high temperature. With a crack, his body resembled parched earth, and the abundant nutrients acted as the nourishing rain for the soil. The dry ground began to soften and swell under the rain's embrace. As moments ticked by, Nagini Tang underwent a wondrous metamorphosis. 23 meters, then 33 meters, then 42 meters. Half an hour later, Nagini Tang awakened from the small wooden bed, his cold, dark golden serpent eyes surveying the surroundings. He had now transformed into a 48-meter-long serpent, or rather, a 48-meter-long venomous python. His entire body was a deep black, and the scales, akin to the size of fingernails, were smaller than those of ordinary pythons but surpassed them in thickness and hardness. The indifferent dark golden eyes scanned the vicinity. Compared to half an hour prior, his venom, sense of smell, strength, and even speed had seen a terrifying enhancement. Truth be told, if he were to visit the Angel Orphanage this afternoon in his current state, he would require no cunning strategies for an ambush. With absolute power, Nagini Tang was confident that the moment he ensnared his opponent, he could snap their bones with ease. Chapter 11. Encounter with Wilson Captain America, Steve Rogers, born July 4, 1918. In Brooklyn, New York. Remember this date. It will be on the exam. As a side note, it is said that Captain America was quite frail in his youth. Yet through sheer determination and training, he transformed himself. Nagini Tang sat in the classroom, idly toying with the pencil in his hand, observing the middle-aged man at the podium who animatedly recounted what he believed to be entertaining stories, though they were, in reality, dull and tiresome. He gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, watching the older children playing soccer on the field, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Life at school is rather dull, particularly for a child endowed with the mindset of an adult. He finds it utterly incomprehensible why his classmates are so exuberant, as if they have been invigorated by some elixir during the monotonous lectures. Captain America? Do these individuals truly believe that with mere adherence to a healthy diet and rigorous exercise, they could ascend to the status of Captain America? How absurd! Were it not for the super soldier serum, this esteemed captain would likely have met his demise on the battlefield. In fact, given Captain America's physical condition, he would scarcely meet the minimum enlistment requirements. He would not perish in combat, but rather in the dimly lit alleys of Brooklyn. Reflecting on Captain America's remarkable transformation from a scrawny youth to a man of formidable stature, Nate Tang could not help but chuckle. However, one must ponder how Mrs. Samantha has been faring of late. She is quite the stubborn soul. Although Wilson has assured her that he would find a competent physician and cover the surgical expenses, she remains obstinately opposed. It is evident to Nate Tang that Wilson is not a benevolent character. His money is not to be squandered. He finds himself perplexed by Mrs. Samantha's reasoning. Notably, it has been 3 weeks since the last incident. Despite Wilson and Nate Tang's vehement protests, Mrs. Samantha has chosen to remain at the Angel orphanage. Both boys feel helpless in the face of the old lady's obstinacy. Fortunately, the troubles instigated by Wilson have been resolved, though one might wonder how Nate Tang came to know that it was Wilson who had caused the trouble. The orphanage houses but 3 individuals. Mrs. Samantha is an aging relic, and Nate Tang is merely a 6-year-old child. Even if they wish to stir up trouble, they lack the capacity to do so. As for robbery, that is preposterous. They reside in an orphanage, not a bank. Even a desperate thief would hardly target a place meant for children. Thus, it must have been Wilson. And Nate Tang detected a faint scent of blood on him, a lingering trace, perhaps from 2 or 3 days prior, but detectable nonetheless. Regardless, life has gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility. With the ringing of the school bell, amidst the pleas of children, the portly middle-aged teacher smiled and declined to continue recounting the tale of Captain America. Nate Tang slung his backpack over his shoulder. Today is Monday, and he is obliged to escort Mia home. Indeed, it is not Mia who takes Nate Tang home, but rather he who must take her home. Despite being the youngest in the household, his maturity has rendered him a little adult, even surpassing the understanding of Owen's rather troublesome son, Toledo. In truth, it is quite a delightful experience to walk home each day, hand in hand with the innocent and charming little Mia. Yet, one must acknowledge that she is, after all, merely a child, and moreover, she is the biological daughter of his adoptive father. In a strict sense, she is his sister. Nate Tang feels a sense of helplessness. He earnestly wishes that time would hasten, so that he might grow up more swiftly. On bus number 304, Mia incessantly chattered into Nate Tang's ear, lamenting how that woman, Alice, had overshadowed her today, how Julie possessed a stunning pink hairpin, and how Jack from the football team was undeniably handsome. These trivial conversations left Nate Tang feeling exasperated. As the warm breeze swept by, the bus passed the Angel orphanage. Nate Tang licked his lips, reassured that Mrs. Samantha was safe at that moment, before retracting his tongue. He retrieved a chocolate from his pocket, peeled away the foil, and, under the eager gaze of little Mia, popped the chocolate ball into her mouth. No one could resist the allure of chocolate, and Nate Tang knew precisely how to silence the little girl, despite her nominal status as his sister. When bus number 304 came to a halt, Mia reluctantly swallowed the last morsel of chocolate. All girls have a penchant for sweets, but Owen did not wish for his adorable little angel to transform into a delightful plump angel. Thus, candies were a privilege that belonged solely to Nate Tang. Wiping the remnants of chocolate from Mia's lips with a handkerchief, he tousled her golden hair with satisfaction, taking her hand as they made their way home. Yet, just before reaching home, a frown creased Nate Tang's brow. A familiar scent wafted through the air, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Wilson? What was he doing here? Dingling. The doorbell chimed harmoniously with the sound of wind chimes, creating a melodious welcome as Nate Tang returned with little Mia. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Wilson's shoes. Uncle Owen, I'm back. Is there a guest at home? Inside the living room, Owen's hearty laughter resonated. Nagini, you're back. Ha, my little angel. Come here and let Daddy give you a hug. Mia made a face. No, you're all warm. Nagini is better, he's cool. Perhaps due to his serpent-like nature. Nagini Tang's body temperature was notably low, remaining refreshingly cool even in the sweltering summer. Initially, his family had been concerned, but upon realizing it was not a malady, they envied Nagini for possessing such a remarkable means of respite from the heat. In response to Mia's rejection, Owen feigned exaggerated sorrow, his large hand clutching his heart. "Oh my little angel doesn't want daddy anymore. My heart aches. I'm going to die." In the midst of Nate Tang's exasperated expression, Mia planted a kiss on Owen, reviving the heartbroken father. Meanwhile, as Owen and Mia frolicked, Nate Tang turned his gaze towards the substantial figure seated on the sofa, feigning surprise. "Wilson? What brings you here?" Wilson paused, his expression mirroring surprise. "What a coincidence, Nagini. Is this your home?" Beside them, Owen looked from one to the other, astonished. "You two know each other?" At this moment, Nagini Tang came to a realization and smiled as he introduced. "Wilson is Mrs. Samantha's child." Recently, through Mrs. Samantha's introduction, Owen gradually came to understand the relationship between Nagini Tang and Wilson also recognized that Owen treated Nagini Tang well and was also kind to Mrs. Samantha. However, regarding Nagini Tang's introduction, Wilson cast a glance at him, sensing that Mrs. Samantha had intended something more with this brother she had found for him. In response to Wilson's subtly meaningful gaze, Nagini Tang feigned innocence. Although he typically did not have a fondness for children, he had to admit that his appearance was quite deceptive. Unbeknownst to Owen, in their earlier conversation, Nagini Tang had issued a warning to Wilson. He was also unaware that Mrs. Samantha had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt 3 weeks prior. All he knew was that Wilson was his son's brother. While their relationship was somewhat complex, this imposing figure before him could, albeit reluctantly, be considered family. Owen had his own unique set of rules for navigating social relationships. Although he was not a malevolent individual, he shared the old generation of gangsters' emphasis on family values. Therefore, upon confirming that Wilson could indeed be family, Owen broke into a hearty smile. He no longer appeared as stubborn as before. Instead, he warmly offered Wilson a beer, stating, "Since we are acquainted, we are family. This time, I shall assist you free of charge." Nagini Tang was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. What transaction was this? Wilson was about to speak, but Owen subtly shook his head, projecting an air of confidence. "It's nothing, just an underground race. I can drink 2 pounds of vodka and still drive them off the road with one hand." Mia, standing by, did not comprehend the conversation. The little girl only knew that her father's words were quite imposing, gazing at Owen with wide, admiring eyes. "Dad, you're amazing." In the glow of Mia's admiration, Owen felt elated. "Of course, your father must be formidable." Nagini Tang, ignoring Owen's playful demeanor, paused for a moment before turning to Wilson. "Is it dangerous?" Wilson stroked his chin, not providing a direct answer. Instead, he earnestly promised, "Rest assured, I will handle all troubles." After assuring Nagini Tang, Wilson turned his gaze toward Owen, his expression revealing a hint of conflict. "Mr. Owen, I understand you intend to open a restaurant? I happen to own one. How about I give it to you?" A flicker of interest crossed Owen's eyes, but he ultimately shook his head. "No need. I am friends with Mrs. Samantha, and you are brothers with Nagini. I cannot accept the restaurant." Wilson smiled but chose not to speak further. In his heart, he resolved that regardless of Owen's agreement, the restaurant must be accepted. This was not merely a matter of transaction, but also due to the connections between Owen, Mrs. Samantha, and Nagini Tang. Bang! The door swung open, and Toledo, bearing a striking resemblance to Irvin, stepped inside. Clad in a white sleeveless vest, his muscular biceps appeared as solid as marble. As was customary, his demeanor was aloof, tinged with the rebellious spirit of youth. However, upon spotting Wilson, he momentarily froze. "Kingpin, what are you doing here?" Chapter 12. The Assurance of Kingpin. How did Wilson and Toledo come to know each other? The tale begins 3 weeks prior, during a street brawl. At that time, Toledo was not yet the street king of Los Angeles a decade hence. His youthful arrogance and ostentatious nature had inadvertently offended many. Fortunately, his current girlfriend was the sister of a key member of the Japanese gang at the Los Angeles docks. Their love, fundamentally pure, was gradually tainted by their respective affiliations. Toledo's brother-in-law sought his assistance in penetrating the local gang market, but Toledo was reluctant to play the villain. A few refusals were acceptable, but after several, his brother-in-law resolved to teach him a harsh lesson. Just as Toledo was on the brink of being cast into the sea, he fortuitously encountered Wilson, who had come to the docks to resolve a predicament. Wilson required a cunning local, and Toledo proved to be an excellent choice. Thus, Wilson rescued Toledo, who, in turn, helped Wilson identify the gang responsible for attacking Mrs. Samantha. It was said that night, the Wild Bunch lost several members and hundreds of kilograms of goods, suffering a significant blow. However, after that day, the two did not cross paths again. Toledo remained unaware of Wilson's true name. Knowing only that he had introduced himself as Kingpin, he had assumed they would never meet again. yet fate had brought them together in his own home. Kingpin? Nagini Tang was taken aback, and in that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The true overlord who navigated both the black and white realms of New York. The ruler of Hell's Kitchen, the head of a global crime syndicate. A man who had brought Spider-Man to tears on multiple occasions without any enhancements. In his prime, Kingpin's physique was over 90% muscle, and decades of unceasing training had kept him in peak condition. What astonished Nagini Tang even more was that this future emperor of New York hailed from the Angel Orphanage, along with a sister named Daisy Johnson, who, if he guessed correctly, was none other than Quake. Suddenly, he perceived Mrs. Samantha in a new light. Could the Angel Orphanage be the Arkham Asylum of the Marvel Universe? Filled with prodigious talents? Nagini's expression grew somewhat peculiar, while Kingpin, oblivious to Nagini's thoughts, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Although the name Kingpin bore little significance, it inexplicably felt rather juvenile, especially under Nagini Tang's peculiar gaze, akin to a public execution, an utterly mortifying experience. He cast a fierce glare at Toledo, then awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, my name is not Jean Bing. My true name is Wilson. Jean Bing was merely a name I conjured up on a whim. So there's no need to take it seriously. In fact, that name is rather pleasant. Really? I'm just teasing you. Does it infuriate you? Is the name Jean Bing melodious? Do stop the jesting. That name is quite mundane. Were it not for the fact that the individual in question is Wilson, the underground emperor of New York, who would even know who Jean Bing is? Nevertheless, seeing Jean Bing's crestfallen expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Nagini Tang. For this rascal had placed him and Lady Samantha in peril. To be frank, the initial meeting between Wilson and Owen was far from smooth. Otherwise, Owen would not have been engaging with Mia during their conversation, subtly implying for him to depart. Yet, with Nagini Tang's emergence, the rapport between the two began to warm. When Toledo recounted the embarrassing events from 3 weeks prior, Owen had, deep down, come to accept Wilson, the imposing figure. In the backyard, a barbecue grill was set up for dinner that evening, featuring roasted meat. Having learned of Wilson's astonishing appetite from Nagini Tang, Owen increased the originally planned 12 pounds of beef to 18, with a total of 16 pounds of beef, along with an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and beverages. It promised to be a bountiful feast. Wilson was astonished to discover that Owen's household stocked such a plethora of ingredients. It is known that more than 70% of American families typically keep only milk and easily preserved vegetables in their refrigerators, seldom exceeding 5 pounds of meat at home. However, considering Nagini Tang's hearty appetite, Wilson's gaze softened towards Owen's family. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Wilson possessed a keen eye for people. And this family was refreshingly straightforward. Owen had a fondness for Nagini, and little Lily was charming, displaying a notable reliance on Nagini Tang. As for Toledo, he was in a rebellious phase. Despite his formidable exterior, he was sensitive and vulnerable within. His disdain for Nagini Tang ironically highlighted the value he placed on him. Though this was not an ideal beginning, it was certainly better than having no beginning at all, and Wilson believed that as Toledo matured, he would undoubtedly become a great support for Nagini. After dinner, Wilson and Nagini had consumed over 12 pounds of beef and 2/3 of the vegetables. Amidst the laughter and cheer of the gathering, Nagini accompanied Wilson as he departed. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the street was remarkably safe, with clean roads and bright streetlights, complemented by a refreshing sea breeze that invigorated the senses. Wilson regarded Nagini Tang with a brotherly affection, a smile gracing his face. The path ahead is dark. There's no need to escort me further. I can walk alone. However, just as Wilson was about to leave, Nagini grasped Wilson's robust arm, looking up with a serious expression on his youthful face. Aren't you going to say something to me? Wilson lowered his gaze to the tender visage of the 6-year-old child, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. What did you say? Nagini Tang looked deeply at Wilson, a newfound seriousness gracing his youthful features. I previously inquired whether it was dangerous, and you have yet to answer my question. Momentarily taken aback, Wilson scrutinized Nagini Tang with a piercing glance. They maintained eye contact for nearly a minute, during which Wilson's smile gradually faded. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. If I say it's not dangerous, would you believe me? His evasive response did little to satisfy Nagini Tang, who regarded the imposing figure before him. Sensing the vitality coursing through him and the raw strength capable of overwhelming him in an instant. However, unlike their initial encounter, Wilson's danger was now tempered by the enhancements of the growth serum. Nagini Tang, transformed from his former self, wore a veneer of indifference on his youthful face as he retorted, "Can I trust you?" Wilson was momentarily taken aback again, but this time, his astonishment was brief. After a moment's contemplation, He regarded Nagini Tang intently and, though posed as a question, stated with unwavering certainty, "You killed Barnett, didn't you?" A disquieting smile flickered across Nagini Tang's innocent features as he shook his head. "I do not recognize this person you speak of." Yet, Wilson too wore a smile. Recalling Mrs. Samantha's assessment of Nagini Tang, despite their physical differences, the two bore an uncanny resemblance. Initially skeptical, he found himself convinced. It was amusing to note that this 6-year-old child claimed ignorance, even as Wilson had inquired about murder. Such a response was far from typical for a child of his age. With a sense of introspection, Wilson patted Nagini's shoulder with his large hand. A hint of relief in his expression. "Indeed, it was you. Had it not been for you, I might have regretted it for a lifetime. However, Nagini, I must convey that this matter is exceedingly complex. I do not wish for you to be entangled in it. I can only assure you that my actions are not for my own sake." This declaration was an earnest sentiment from Wilson. The current Golden was not yet the cold-hearted emperor of the underworld. He had not yet discovered his one true love, nor had he experienced the loss of it. Much like the burgeoning Toledo, both were still quite naive. At this juncture, he found himself lost in the depths of despair. Ensnared in the darkness, Mrs. Samantha represented one of the few rays of light in his life. Should she perish, especially due to his actions, even with a heart that could withstand immense pain? He feared that the weight of such sorrow would be unbearable. Nagini fell silent. As a serpent, he understood that many believe human emotions are conveyed solely through expressions. Yet few realize these emotions possess distinct flavors. Nagini Tang, however, could discern such nuances. In a hyperbolic statement, as long as Nagini Tang is willing, no one can utter a falsehood in his presence. After a prolonged silence, a complex expression graced Nagini's youthful visage as he sighed. "It must be Mrs. Samantha, correct?" He was astute, having lived 2 lives. The amalgamation of his serpent-like genes and the adaptive enhancements derived from the Marvel Universe endowed Nagini with an intellect rivaling that of the most eminent scientists. Should he choose to exert some mental effort, he could easily deduce the motivations of others through the current circumstances and several conversations with Wilson. Yet, Wilson was not surprised by Nagini Tang's brilliance, for he perceived them as equals, both geniuses, and perhaps Nagini even more so. At the very least, Wilson did not believe he possessed such capabilities at the tender age of 6. He nodded, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. This marked the first occasion he smoked in front of Nagini, and the first time in his life he smoked before another's eyes. 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with mid-stage liver cancer. I recently learned of this news. I contacted an exceptionally skilled doctor who demands $1 million. Observing the robust figure before him, Nagini sighed. "So you did not inherit anything?" Wilson chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he recounted his predicament with a humorous tone. "No. I inherited a house and several $100,000 in debt, along with an inheritance tax whose arrival is uncertain." Everything fell into place. Wilson, also known as Kim Bing, had yet to amass wealth. After his parents' demise, he did not traverse the path he was destined for, emerging from Hell's Kitchen into prosperity. Instead, he found himself entangled with some unknown force in Mrs. Samantha. Thus, he arrived in Los Angeles with a singular purpose: to earn $1 million to cure Mrs. Samantha. As for how to acquire that sum, Nagini was uncertain and believed Wilson would remain silent on the matter. Should he intervene in Wilson's plans? Both Owen and Mrs. Samantha were his kin, and he suddenly felt the world's visage was indeed grotesque. It was a dilemma he wished to avoid. He did not want the benevolent Owen to fall into peril, nor did he wish to abandon Mrs. Samantha. He sighed, gazing at the imposing figure in the distance, and spoke heavily. "Wilson, I will not obstruct you, but I hope you can ensure Owen's survival and keep him out of this." Wilson paused, patting Nagini Tang's shoulder. "Rest assured, even without your request, I am aware of that. I can guarantee it." Nagini nodded, sensing the sincerity in Wilson's demeanor. On the 4th day of Wilson's stay, it coincided with Nagini's visit to Mrs. Samantha. Early in the morning, Owen was fine-tuning his Dodge Challenger, a muscle car also known by the moniker Hellcat. Much like its name, it was a fierce feline, a wildcat from the depths of hell, conquerable only by the mightiest of warriors. Yet, Irving is precisely the formidable champion of the underground racing circuit. Nagini Tang sensed that Wilson was targeting him, though such a notion may seem preposterous. Given that he was merely a 6-year-old child, he was resolutely convinced of the adversarial intent. Why, if not for the fact that it was a Friday? Could not another day suffice? That scoundrel Wilson must be acting with malice, fully aware that Mrs. Samantha could restrain his little venomous serpent, thus scheduling the date for a Friday. Indeed, that must be the case. As he savored the freshly baked finger biscuits, he downed a generous gulp of milk. Almost as if he were devouring Wilson, swallowing with fervor to vent his pent-up frustrations. However, one must ponder, what difference does his dissatisfaction make? After all, he remains but a 6-year-old child. Of course, Nate Tang was not devoid of potential solutions to his quandary. The growth potion was a remarkable elixir that could expedite his maturation. Yet, the conundrum lay in how to procure it. Should he roam the streets inquiring of strangers? Are you from New York? Ridiculous. He had no desire to appear deranged. Besides, if he were to err in his targeting, it would leave a corpse at the scene. He had experimented on 56 species of animals and 84 varieties of plants, ranging from mammals to cold-blooded creatures, including the primate most closely related to humans. Upon succumbing to his poison, they left behind corpses, not mere ashes. For weeks prior, the assassin who attacked the Angel Orphanage transformed into ash. Not due to the quantity of venom injected, but because he was a New Yorker. Nate Tang received a system prompt confirming the identity of his target, affirming that New Yorkers, upon death, would turn to ashes. Moreover, Nate Tang speculated that the true purpose of the growth potion was not merely to promote growth, but to activate a latent power within him. This power coincidentally manifested as the gray energy that integrated into his being when New Yorkers turned to ash. While he could not deduce the underlying principle, he was acutely aware that New Yorkers held a unique significance for him. Thus, what to do with the body of an erroneously slain target? Consume it? It was indeed a viable option, one that his body did not reject, yet his psyche recoiled at the thought. True, relying solely on nourishment and slumber would yield only a meager growth, but in comparison to the high-risk, high-reward nature of hunting, Nate Tang opted for the former. After all, it was merely 1989, and the chaotic era was still a distant future. Moreover, could Nate Tang truly master himself? One must acknowledge that once the desires of the heart are unleashed, restraining that monstrous entity becomes a formidable challenge. Would he truly sacrifice the bonds forged with Mrs. Samantha and the Irving family to stand against the world? No, Nate Tang would not choose that path. He was rational. He understood that such actions would lead to his own demise. The depths of this world are profound. Let us not forget the supreme sorceress of New York, who wields magic and dark powers, capable of extinguishing his existence with the ease of crushing an ant. In the stillness of the night, Lady Samantha accompanied Nate Tang in watching the timeless animated series Tom and Jerry, a classic that never seems to lose its charm. However, being in her 70s, Lady Samantha soon succumbed to slumber after a brief period of watching television. As she drifted into a profound sleep, a wicked smile crept across Nate Tang's lips. His physique began to transform. His pajamas slipped away, revealing a robust body adorned with fine, black scales and a pair of cold, golden eyes surveying this newfound world. Perhaps the potency of the last growth potion had been too intense, for in the nearly 4 weeks since, he had only elongated by 30 centimeters. Nonetheless, as a serpent measuring 51 meters in length, he was indeed an imposing creature. For context, the largest recorded king cobra reaches a mere 558 centimeters. As a serpent creature, Nate Tang's strength, speed, and venom surpassed that of any king cobra. Name: Tang Nagini species, serpent creature status, normal level, juvenile, stages, juvenile, growing, mature. Complete, growth length, 77 current points. 1 main quest, destroy New York. Unique, quest description, destroy New York, you can do it. Quest progress, 0-1 quest reward, return to the original world. Side quest, growth of the serpent creature Nagini, 22, recurring, can be accepted repeatedly. Quest description, kill 3 New Yorkers. Indeed, the task is that simple. Quest progress, 0 quest reward, growth potion, can enhance growth length, breakthrough quest. Trial of the serpent creature Nagini, unique, quest description, with gain comes loss. Journey to the Amazon and consume 10 blood orchids to complete the serpent's trial. Quest progress, 0 quest reward. Unlock a second species. First species remains intact, traversing the dilapidated streets and ascending ancient treetops. A refreshing breeze swept through as Nate Tang melded with the shadows, embodying darkness itself. 15 kilometers from the Angel Orphanage lay a street bustling with countless thrill-seeking youths. A domain of unrestrained revelry. In Los Angeles of 1989, this locale remained one of the most developed in America, where the celebrity-driven economy birthed hundreds of thousands of jobs. Yet, were they truly happy? No, they were not. They donned masks to survive each day. Humanity is a species that yearns for light. Yet this world is inevitably shrouded in darkness. To shield themselves, they choose to wear masks and bear their burdens. This is the sorrow of adulthood. They are weary, craving a drink or a night of indulgence to redeem their repressed souls. Certainly, the exhilarating underground racing scene presents itself as another enticing option. Apart from firearms, nothing ignites excitement quite like the roar of engines. Each underground race is a raucous celebration. A 10-kilometer, unrestricted race allows participants to modify their vehicles with any components, even filling their tanks with nitrous oxide, the fuel for nitrogen acceleration systems. As long as one drives fast enough, no one will bat an eye. Tonight promises yet another exhilarating race. Although only 2 contenders are present, it is indeed a clash of titans in the underground racing scene. Hans, the king from New York, is set to challenge Owen, the king of Los Angeles. This is a thrilling battle of the century. Previously, at least 4 cars were required to commence a race. But today, only 2 suffice. It is not that others are unwilling to compete. Rather, they are too afraid to enter the fray. This is a contest reserved for the kings, and their collisions could shatter the bodies and souls of any racer, reducing their vehicles to mere heaps of scrap metal. At the finish line, beyond the lift bridge, amidst the cheers of a throng of stunning women and fervent fans, stand a few individuals who seem out of place. Clad in tailored suits, they resemble senators poised for an important meeting, yet they are criminals, drug lords controlling the Los Angeles docks, and trafficking in laundry detergent. Each hand stained with blood. Every locale has its own rules. Los Angeles is a melting pot of chaos and order. While decadence may flourish, disorder is intolerable. Should chaos ensue, it must be resolved. Traditionally, this would lead to a duel reminiscent of a Western film. However, due to some unknown force, Los Angeles has opted to resolve disputes through racing. This change, while reasonable, tests one's overall influence. Those capable of instigating chaos possess considerable power before turmoil erupts. Racers and their vehicles become pawns in a struggle. Assassination, intimidation, and bribery of rival racers are all permissible. Essentially, any means are valid. As the battle can be distilled into 4 words, the victor takes all. The downside of this arrangement is that should the rule maker lose their grip, Los Angeles could descend into utter chaos. Nevertheless, the upside lies in its efficiency, significantly curtailing the occurrence of bloodshed. As it stands, the proverbial tree of Los Angeles remains quite healthy. Chapter 14, Victory. Andy, a core member of the Wild Men Club, is the true power behind its operations in Los Angeles. The previous leader was merely a pawn, unworthy of such a lucrative game. Behind Andy stands Wilson, a nefarious figure from New York. His towering stature and muscular build exude an aura of menace, even when he smiles. He is the architect of this turmoil, and the conflict between the two has reached an irreconcilable point. Previously, fear permeated the Los Angeles docks, inciting discontent among the city's rulers, which has led to this confrontation. The loser must depart, while the victor claims everything from the vanquished. In the depths of night, the vibrant hues of neon lights flickered, accompanied by the thunderous bass that threatened to rupture eardrums. The air was thick with the scent of decadence. In the shadowy corners, revelry among men and women mingled with the euphoria of addicts. Andy found himself an anomaly amidst this chaotic tableau, his gaze penetrating the atmosphere like a wolf's, surveying the scene with an air of detachment. Turning to his imposing companion, Wilson, who towered over him, a cold, predatory glint crossed Andy's lips. Wilson, there is still time for regret. I have faith in you, and would even consider you as a replacement for Barnett. Wilson stood erect, his towering physique and indifferent demeanor igniting desire in the hearts of women, yet his frigid gaze deterred any from approaching him. While all admired strength for the security it promised, Wilson's overwhelming presence left others, even a bloody drug lord like Andy, at a distance. Wilson regarded Andy as a lion would a hyena. It is a commendable choice, yet I prefer your position. Andy felt unease at Wilson's penetrating stare, which ignited an uncharacteristic ferocity within him. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits you upon failure? Do not presume the denizens of Hell's Kitchen will plead for your mercy. Wilson merely shook his head, a derisive scoff escaping his lips. I place no stock in human sentiment. I trust only in that which is tangible. A frown creased Andy's brow, discontent simmering within him at Wilson's demeanor. However, he was acutely aware that this was not his domain. The situation had escalated, and resolution was imperative. Thus, he issued a stern warning. You will regret this. The moment you falter, I shall shatter your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and cast you into the depths of Los Angeles Harbor to feed the fish. Wilson dismissed Andy's threats with indifference, gazing at him with a twinge of pity. Yet if I prevail, you shall vacate, and I will usurp your place, even surpass you. Taking a deep breath, Andy's eyes flickered with irritation. You harbor great ambition, yet do not forget that ambition can devour you, potentially leading to your demise. Unfazed, Wilson met Andy's gaze with confidence. The contest has commenced. Regardless of the outcome, our pact remains immutable. Whether it be my demise or your disgrace, let destiny decide. However, Andy, I leaned towards the latter. Their conversation concluded as the competition commenced. All was set in motion, rules were established, unalterable, and compliance was the only path forward. Unbeknownst to both, perched upon the ancient red pine beside the drawbridge, a 5-meter-long venomous python observed them with an icy stare. Nagini, having faith in Wilson, renowned as the formidable kingpin, also believed in the capriciousness of fate. He agreed with the sentiment that the nobler the individual, the more venomous their capacity for malice. He hoped, as Wilson had articulated, that this affair would resolve satisfactorily. Madam Samantha received medical attention, and Owen would also emerge unscathed. Having secured a restaurant, he relished the notion of such a perfect denouement, yet fate, that fickle mistress, persistently meddled in his affairs. Despite his trust in Wilson, he remained the final bastion of assurance in this race. Time slipped away, each second ticking by, as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch during the climactic battle. 9 minutes later, the drawbridge ascended, revealing the tumultuous sea below, while ahead lay a solid expanse of steel. The piercing roar of engines echoed in the distance, their high-speed revving sending adrenaline surging through the crowd. 10 minutes hence, a black Hellcat soared over the drawbridge. Inside the vehicle, Owen felt the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl upward, a smile born of confidence and victory. He was acutely aware that he had triumphed. In the final stretch of the race, as he accelerated and leaped over the drawbridge, he sensed the moment he surpassed his opponent, signaling their surrender. Of course, he understood that this was due to the rival's unfamiliarity with the course. Yet, what did it matter? Owen, the victor. The crowd erupted in jubilation, and Owen, now in the throes of middle age, momentarily basked in the adulation. However, Nagini Tang, perched atop the red pine, felt the tension coiling within him. He observed the grim visage of the man conversing with Wilson and detected the palpable anger emanating from him. Simultaneously, although Wilson appeared outwardly composed, there was an undeniable undercurrent of escalating tension. Unlike the revelers, Nagini Tang was acutely aware that the ensuing conversation would be the true harbinger of danger. Andy regarded Wilson with bloodshot eyes, his voice a low, ominous growl akin to a malevolent spirit, laced with resentment. "You bribed Hant." Wilson smirked, a sardonic expression playing across his face. "Andy, I fail to comprehend your accusations." Yet Andy shook his head, stubborn yet resolutely convinced. He cannot stop. He has traversed this track numerous times, and Hant will not halt before the finish line. "Damned fickle mistress, what have you done? Why is he aiding you?" At this moment, Andy was seething with rage. It was not that he could not bear the sting of defeat. Rather, he could not endure this particular failure. Walter, the driver he had recruited from New York, represented his interests the moment he arrived in Los Angeles. Everyone was aware of Walter's caliber. All understood that given his experience and skill, he would never stop short of the finish line. What did this imply? If Walter had been swayed by Wilson, it meant that come tomorrow, all of Los Angeles would know that Andy was inferior to Wilson. This was a signal, a potentially irrevocable sign of his undoing. Andy did not prohibit Walter from failing, but he could not accept such a betrayal. Yet, he grappled with one perplexing question. Why had Walter chosen to betray him? To understand, even if he were to lose everything, he would still be a criminal with bloodstained hands, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his opponent's life. He was perplexed by the nature of the leverage Wilson had offered. With a smile gracing his face, Wilson appeared to have moved beyond his previous trivialities. This was likely his inaugural endeavor. Initially anxious, his tension gradually dissipated as the plan unfolded step by step. Upon arriving at the apple tree and plucking the fruit, he suddenly perceived the entire situation as remarkably simple and serene. It was straightforward. "I promised him the business in Los Angeles after a year. I am aware you invested $100,000, yet evidently, your bargaining power is insufficient." Andy was taken aback, as if he were a wounded hunting dog, left with a bitter growl of resentment. "You are undermining the rules. You will come to regret this." But Wilson shook his head, his demeanor calm. "Perhaps. But I shall be the victor." What followed was a celebration, a revelry belonging to Los Angeles. Wilson and Owen exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Owen was eager to relish the joy of victory, while Wilson sought to reap the fruits of his own triumph. Unknown to all, not far away on an ancient red pine, a 5-meter-long venomous snake slithered away with an enigmatic smile. It was peculiar, for serpents are not known for their smiles. Yet for reasons unknown, this black viper exuded an impression of happiness. That evening, Owen returned home with the spoils of victory. only to be astonished to find his son waiting for him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Toledo? Is something the matter?" "Dad, I was present tonight. So, I want to learn how to drive. Next month, there will be a professional modified car competition. Are you interested in joining me for the modifications? Hasn't registration already closed? I have my ways. I just want to know if you're interested." Of course. Chapter 15. The professional modified car competition. In the ensuing period, though somewhat monotonous, Nate Tang found immense joy. After much persuasion from Nate and Wilson, Mrs. Samantha finally relented. The process was arduous, as chemotherapy had aged her by a decade in an instant, but ultimately, all was well. As long as Mrs. Samantha continued her treatment and met the minimum standards for surgery, the Dr. Wilson had engaged possessed the expertise to ensure her recovery. Do not question why, in 1989, not everyone could command a commission of $1 million for a single operation. Thus, Mrs. Samantha was likely to regain her health, possibly living to 80, 90, or even 100 years. Owen ultimately accepted the gift from Jinping. It was a splendid restaurant, into which he devoted nearly half of his energy. Intending to name it Mia, Owen envisioned a bright future. After his century-long journey, Toledo would inherit his auto parts factory, Mia would take over the restaurant, and Nate Tang would inherit his house and all remaining assets. Toledo had a passion for automobiles, and Owen was confident that he would cherish this vocation. Mia possesses a composed demeanor, and owning a restaurant is a commendable choice for her. Nagini is astute and brimming with ideas. Thus, he intends to bequeath his house and all remaining assets to Nagini Tang. The inheritance is meant to provide Nagini with the means to venture out into the world, while the house serves as a sanctuary should Nagini Tang encounter failure someday. One must admit that this middle-aged gentleman, despite his somewhat greasy appearance, harbors a warm-hearted side. Prior to a dinner prayer, Owen shared his thoughts with his 3 children. Mia, though unable to comprehend fully, expressed her happiness about owning a restaurant. Toledo, half bewildered yet partially enlightened, felt he grasped his father's intentions and vowed not to disappoint him. Only Nagini Tang felt an unsettling sense of danger regarding Owen's proposition, or perhaps a disinclination towards it. Yet, witnessing the joy on everyone's faces, the words that nearly escaped his lips were swallowed back. Regardless, life at present is delightful. Although not particularly affluent and beset with various challenges, the sensation of progressing toward a blissful existence is truly splendid. The somewhat greasy middle-aged teacher continues to prattle on about Captain America, and one wonders how he knows so many rumors. It is curious that 6-year-olds seem to lack memories of such tales. This teacher recounts a story that was shared in the same class just the previous Wednesday, word for word. Yet the children remain enthralled, as if hearing the story for the very first time, their eyes alight with curiosity and delight. Frankly, Nagini Tang mused that if he were to stand at the podium, even fabricating tales would surpass the teacher's storytelling prowess. But alas, he is merely a 6-year-old child. By the way, the little girl named Christine sitting behind him has recently been casting unusual glances his way, seemingly interested in him, while he holds no opposition to early romance. His thoughts regarding these little girls remain indifferent. He turned to give Christine a fierce look, causing her to resemble a startled quail, flustered as she lowered her head, only to sneak a glance at Nagini before hastily averting her gaze again, a scene reminiscent of young love. This left Nagini Tang feeling somewhat helpless. He sighed and turned his gaze toward the playground. There, adorned with a pink hairpin, stood Mia, alongside a handsome boy named Jack, the football player Mia had mentioned previously. It must be said that Mia truly embodies the qualities of a Toledo. The concerns she voiced during their last bus conversation have since been resolved. She acquired the pink hairpin, not through thievery, but by charming Owen into buying it for her. As a devoted father, Owen purchased a $100 pink hairpin for Mia, sufficient for her use from elementary school through adulthood. The dashing football player is now utterly captivated by Mia. As for the attention-seeking ally, unfortunately for her, Mia now reigns as the school's most popular little girl. Ding ding ding. This is the sound that Nagini cherishes most each day. A genius often remains misunderstood, and the school curriculum feels exceedingly tedious. Were it not for the fear of alarming others, he would have already commenced revising advanced mathematics. His intelligence is remarkable, and since he is reviewing rather than learning anew, Nagini elevates his knowledge from elementary to high school at an astonishing pace of 1 book per day. However, due to the intimidating nature of this learning speed, he publicly claims to be challenging high school coursework rather than having completed it. Upon reflection, it seems that none of the Toledo children are ordinary. Mia is beautiful, possessing an innate charm. Although Toledo may lack a bit in intellect, he is robust, clever, and exhibits exceptional leadership qualities. As for Nagini, At such a tender age, he possesses extraordinary wisdom and is renowned as a genius in school. Otherwise, why would that middle-aged, rather greasy teacher permit Nagini to indulge during class time? As the bell rings, Nagini exits the classroom, accompanying Mia to the school cafeteria. Due to the considerable distance from home, both Nagini and Mia dine at school during lunch. The school lunches are lavish, as Owen has enrolled the children in a private primary school, which boasts an excellent environment and quality education. It is said that the cafeteria chefs once worked in Michelin-starred restaurants. Whether this is true, Nagini cannot ascertain. But he is certain that the ingredients used in the cafeteria are generally quite fresh. Today's lunch consists of beef stew, ice cream, and fruit salad. The beef is tender. The potatoes are flavorful, and the strawberry-flavored ice cream comes highly recommended, as the strawberry sauce is handcrafted with no additives. The fruit salad, however, receives poor reviews, as today's oranges are not fresh and evidently left over from yesterday. Mia is astute. She recognizes that Nagini possesses a magical palate, always able to discern what is delectable and what is not. Hence, whatever Nagini chooses to eat, she mirrors. Meanwhile, trailing behind them is Jack, the dashing young lad, who has evidently miscalculated his selection. He opts for pan-seared chicken breast, vanilla ice cream, and a vitamin-rich orange salad. A classic combination, clearly a meticulously controlled diet, but regrettably, the chicken breast served as the main course is frozen. Jack harbors no fondness for Nagini, and the feelings are mutual. However, upon discovering that Nagini is Mia's younger brother, he gradually realizes that Nagini possesses numerous admirable qualities. Ironically, this shift only deepens Nagini's disdain for him. Jack has always hoped to maintain his relationship with Mia through his connection with Nagini, yet he has misjudged the situation. To Nagini, a 7- or 8-year-old child knows nothing of love. Lunch continues, with Mia halfway through her small portion of beef stew, while Nagini has already begun on his third helping. His astonishing appetite is well known both at school and at home. Yet, it is understandable. After all, Nagini is a genius. An intellectual labor is indeed quite taxing on one's physical stamina. Perhaps it is due to the inherent adorableness of all creatures during their youthful days that the astute Nate Tang consistently garners the affection of middle-aged women. The cafeteria staff, in particular, tend to favor him. Today, however, Mia appeared to be somewhat out of sorts. She consumed only 2/3 of her usual meal before setting down her spoon. Sister is full now. Dear brother Nagini, would you be so kind as to assist me? The little girl feigned a pitiful demeanor, her cherubic expression captivating Jack, who seemed transfixed, as if he would transform into a gallant knight at the slightest refusal from Nate Tang. Regrettably, as Nagini accepted the little girl's tray, he began to contemplate a deal. How about you take care of tonight's homework for me? Deal? The little girl's face fell, and she gazed at Nagini with imploring eyes. Dearest brother, can you truly bear to see your sister toiling away at homework late into the night? Moreover, if the teacher discovers that you are neglecting your studies, you shall be reprimanded. Nagini shook his head, radiating the brilliance of a top student. Do not worry. The teacher won't trouble me. After all, I am unlike you. Even if I indulge in play every day, I can still maintain excellent grades. The little girl sighed, resembling a deflated balloon. You are such a little devil. I shall inform Mrs. Samantha. Nagini paused, taken aback. Mrs. Samantha? The little girl, equally surprised, responded. You do not know? Nagini shook his head and retorted, should I know? The little girl shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing significant. Toledo and father are attending a professional modified car race, and I shall be staying at Mrs. Samantha's house tonight, where Brother Wilson will look after us. Clink. The spoon slipped from her grasp, striking the ground with a crisp sound, as Nagini's youthful visage paled visibly. A professional modified car race. Damn it. Why must it be a professional modified car race? Chapter 16. Assistant Nate Tang's countenance darkened, or rather, became exceedingly grim. If his memory served him correctly, the fateful race that led to Owen's demise was, in fact, the final round of the professional modified car race. He vividly recalled that in the last lap, Owen was overtaken by a deranged driver on the inside line and collided with a bumper at a speed of 190 kilometers per hour, resulting in instant death. If Nagini had a list of detestable terms, professional modified car race would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. His pallid complexion alarmed the little girl beside him. She had never witnessed Nate Tang appear so ghastly, his face reminiscent of a corpse. This prompted her concern, and she instinctively inquired, Nagini, what is wrong? Why do you look so dreadful? Please do not frighten me. Nagini forced a strained smile, shaking his head. Perhaps I rushed my ice cream a bit too hastily. My stomach feels a touch uncomfortable. I shall just visit the restroom. With that, Nate Tang departed, leaving Mia with a look of worry in her eyes. At this moment, His mind was in disarray. The phrase professional modified car competition filled him with an unsettling sensation. Owen would perish in a race, yet under normal circumstances, he should not meet his demise at this event. Following Owen's death, Toledo would be incarcerated due to a brawl, and though Mia was still a minor, she possessed a certain degree of independence. Therefore, it could be estimated that Mia was likely in the 8th or 9th grade at that time. In the American educational system, middle school comprises grades 7 to 9, and high school encompasses grades 10 to 12. This implies that, at the earliest, this tragedy would occur 3 to 5 years later. However, inexplicably, after receiving this news, Nagini felt an ominous foreboding swell within him. He hastily departed from school, as Toledo and Owen were attending the professional modified car competition, and he was unable to reach either of them. The year was 1989, not 2019. Landlines were a rarity, with perhaps only one per household, making telecommunication a scarce commodity. With no means to contact Owen and Toledo, Nagini's sole option was to seek out Wilson, hoping he might have a way to reach Owen. On the road to Los Angeles International Airport, the robust Wilson drove his newly acquired Ferrari along the sun-baked asphalt of Los Angeles, invigorated by the coastal breeze. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, suggesting that Wilson's spirits were quite high. Indeed, in recent times, his mood had been consistently buoyant. Having departed from New York with nothing but a car and less than 100 kilograms of laundry detergent, Wilson had ventured into this unfamiliar city alone, swiftly eliminating the core members of the Wildman Club and taking their place. In just a few short months, that once destitute Wilson had amassed wealth and status. In addition to liberating his loved ones from the clutches of illness, he was elated, and justifiably so. Now, he was on his way to meet a world-renowned physician named Edward. Although considered a clandestine doctor, Edward had practiced medicine for decades, successfully treating countless cancer patients. This time, he was visiting Los Angeles for a vacation while also performing a minor surgery for Mrs. Samantha. Naturally, Wilson was required to pay a fee of $1 million. In 1989, what did $1 million signify? While $1 billion might seem exaggerated, in the future, the purchasing power of that million would equate to tens of millions today. It was a sum that could provoke outrage from anyone, yet Edward was different. Though not widely known, his medical expertise was unparalleled, even transcending the standards of his time. For Wilson, while $1 million was a daunting figure, Mrs. Samantha's life was priceless. He believed in his own abilities, confident that he could earn countless millions, but there was only one Mrs. Samantha. Just as Wilson was nearing the airport, his phone unexpectedly rang. The unfamiliar number caused him to furrow his brow. His mobile number was known only to a select few, and among the contacts he recognized, this particular number was evidently not included. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to answer the call. "Who is this?" On the other end, Nagini, in the phone booth, exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "Wilson, thank goodness you picked up. I'm Nagini. Are you aware of the professional modified car race?" Inside the sleek black Ferrari, which exuded an air of elegance intertwined with strength, Wilson's eyes flickered with confusion. He detected the urgency in Nagini's voice and responded with a frown. "Not really. What's going on? Speak slowly, Nagini." Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising agitation born from unease, a glint of urgency crossed Nagini's eyes. "Toledo and Owen are set to participate in the race today, and I have an unsettling feeling about it." Wilson furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. "I recall that registration for the race closed last month. Didn't he? Although he had little interest in racing, he was aware of the professional modified car race. His knowledge stemmed from his subordinate, the underground racing prodigy from New York, Hant, who had mentioned some regret about missing out on the event. At the time, Wilson had casually commented, only to be met with Hant's enthusiastic diatribe filled with unfamiliar terms and jargon that left Wilson feeling overwhelmed. Thus, he possessed only a superficial understanding of the race. According to the information Wilson had received, Owen was preparing for a wager during the registration period for the professional modified car race, meaning he, like Hant, would miss the event. Yet, upon hearing Wilson's confusion, Nagini grew increasingly agitated. That is precisely the crux of the issue. How did Owen manage to enter a race that is already closed for registration? "I have a bad feeling about this, Wilson. I need your help." Wilson paused for a moment in silence before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Nagini. I'm at Los Angeles Airport picking up a doctor who will be treating Mrs. Samantha today." Nagini was taken aback, disappointment flashing in his eyes. To him, Mrs. Samantha and Owen held equal weight in his heart. However, Wilson regarded Mrs. Samantha as irreplaceable. Yet, after a brief moment, Nagini's disappointment faded, and he perked up again. "It's all right, Wilson. I understand. But could you help me find out the location of the race and the organizer's contact number? I urgently need it. This time, the robust man inside the Ferrari did not hesitate. He readily agreed to assist Nagini. Of course, I have a friend who is participating in that race. I believe he would be willing to help you. With a sigh of relief, a glimmer of gratitude shone in Nagini's eyes. Thank you. However, on the other end of the line, Wilson shook his head. It's nothing. We are friends, and I haven't truly been of much help. In response to Wilson's remarks, Nagini's lips curled into a subtle smile as he earnestly stated, For me, your assistance has been immensely beneficial. Wilson, if you ever encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Trust me, I will not disappoint a friend. Wilson, however, paid little heed to Nagini's words. In his perspective, a 6-year-old child, regardless of potential, could hardly offer any substantial help. Yet, the disparity between one's thoughts and spoken words is often profound. Such is the complexity of the adult world. Wilson nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Very well, do you have time now? I can have this friend contact the Angel Orphanage. Nagini glanced at the clock mounted on the nearby educational building and mentally calculated the time. I am available at the moment. In half an hour, no, in 21 minutes, I shall be at the Angel Orphanage. The 304 bus was just a short distance away, and Nagini felt compelled to visit the orphanage, indifferent to his classes. Chapter 17. Death Racing. When discussing America, one cannot overlook its automotive culture. As one of the world's most economically advanced and militarily powerful nations, America may lack deep cultural roots, yet it has birthed numerous new cultural phenomena not found elsewhere. Amongst these, automotive culture stands out most prominently. Following the economic booms from the world wars, America's economy flourished remarkably, and mass production drove down the costs of automobiles to a level accessible to all. Amid the currents of time, the expanse of American highways peaked during this era, subsequently giving rise to a novel cultural phenomenon, automotive culture. In America, one may be without a home or employment, but one cannot be without a car. This automotive culture has sustained the vitality of the racing industry in America, which also explains why, although cars are ubiquitous worldwide, the concept of transformers originated from American ingenuity. Professional modified car racing is thus a product of its time. Hunt, the underground racing deity from New York, currently donned a red cap, a beer in hand, basking under the scorching sun while reveling in the thrilling races unfolding before him. At this moment, he was not the legendary racer dominating the streets of New York. Rather, he immersed himself in the joy of being an audience member, just like everyone else. Ding ding. The ringtone of his phone pierced the air, and a flicker of annoyance crossed Hunt's eyes. Work is work, and rest is rest. He despised being interrupted by calls during his downtime, particularly while enjoying the exhilarating modified car races. However, upon seeing the caller ID, Hunt relented instantly. There was no escaping it. Wilson was not merely his boss, but also a ruthless individual. Offending the boss might result in being fired, but crossing Wilson could lead to far graver consequences. How many bodies lie buried in the depths of the Los Angeles harbor? Surely, one must have a sense of the stakes involved. Hey, did you need me? Hunt answered. Are you at the professional modified car races? Indeed. Do not inform me that you will also be joining. I recall your disinterest in this matter. Do you remember Irving, the one with whom you last competed? Naturally, that individual possesses considerable skill. What of it? Although the specifics remain unclear, it appears you intend to prevent him from continuing in the competition. Allow me to propose this. Neither he nor you have the time to register. Understood. I shall manage this situation. Curse that America and its insidious, underhanded tactics. I will make Irving comprehend the folly of his actions. Wilson, satisfied, ended the call. Though Hunter was somewhat loquacious, his abilities were beyond reproach. As Hunter hung up, a smile graced his lips. Even though Wilson refrained from revealing the full extent of the situation, he was indifferent to the details. He grasped two key facts. First, he and Irving had both missed the registration, yet he was barred from participation while Irving was allowed to compete, which irked him greatly. Second, despite Irving being aligned with the boss and even aiding him in securing victory, this directive had been issued directly by the boss. Thus his forthcoming actions would not incur the boss's wrath. Such is human nature. Individuals may forge friendships over shared experiences or become adversaries through the same. Had it not been for Wilson's call, Hunter would have disregarded the matter. However, with Wilson's directive in hand, he felt compelled to act. Hunter relished the thought, recognizing that this was indeed the boss's command. This is where Wilson's acumen shone. He refrained from disclosing that Hunter's next actions might be in Irving's favor, fully aware that malign intentions often spur greater motivation than benevolence. When one seeks to assist others, action is the norm. Conversely, when intent on causing harm. One tends to deliberate extensively before taking action. These represent the starkly contrasting attitudes humans adopt in the face of good and evil. As Wilson anticipated, after ending the call, Hunter eagerly approached the organizers of the professional modified car competition. The organizer's supervisor was a formidable African-American man, robust enough to incapacitate him with a single blow. Yet, Hunter was unfazed. Tossing a cigarette casually, he inquired, "My friend, may I ask why Irving Toledo is permitted to compete?" The muscular man rolled his eyes. Yet out of courtesy for the cigarette, he refrained from resorting to violence. "Your question is rather foolish. He is not a criminal, so why shouldn't he compete?" After exhaling a plume of smoke, Hunter shook his head in denial. "However, to my knowledge, Irving did not register." The man's brow furrowed, a glint of hostility flashing in his eyes. "What do you mean by that, my friend?" Disregarding the implied threat, Hunter's eyes narrowed with dissatisfaction. "I need an explanation. Why can Irving compete while I, Hunter, cannot?" The man paused, scrutinizing Hunter with newfound surprise. "Hunter? The one from New York?" Seeing the astonishment in his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Hunter's gaze. The sensation of being recognized is invariably delightful, as it greatly satisfies one's self-esteem. Thus, Hunter readily admitted, "Indeed, I am Hunter. And Hunter is me." Regrettably, the imposing figure of a black man rolled his eyes in disdain, gazing at him with contempt. "Buddy, you are a failure." However, Irving was different. Perhaps one could perceive this as a reward for the victors. Hunter's expression darkened. He had encountered numerous failures throughout his life. Yet the defeat against Irving was among the hardest to accept. To be candid, Hunter did not believe Irving surpassed him in prowess. Yet, there was no alternative. He could not triumph in that match. Losing would cost him $100,000. But it would grant him the hope of a future and the chance to continue living. Winning would yield the same monetary reward. Yet it would vanish by the very next day. In that moment, Hunter had no choice but to make such a decision, the most difficult one he would ever have to confront. Thus, as the black man finished speaking, Hunter's demeanor turned grim. He looked at his adversary with disdain, and a cold smile crept across his lips. "Buddy, I couldn't care less. I only know that if Irving can partake, then so shall I. Otherwise, let him step down, and we shall both leave. If you know me, you should be aware of who I am now." The black man's expression froze. He understood who Hunter's current boss was, which added a layer of complexity to his demeanor. "Buddy, your demands are rather excessive." Yet Hunter paid no heed, sneering, "That's your concern." With a resigned sigh, the black man shook his head. "How about this? Why don't you discuss it with our boss?" Hunter was taken aback, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Boss?" The black man shrugged. "Boss, isn't that synonymous?" Hunter pondered for a moment. Though the term felt peculiar, as it was predominantly used by gang members, he dismissed the thought, recognizing the intricate gang relations within the black community. Simultaneously, during the final round of the professional modified car racing competition, Irving's presence as a special guest elevated the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. On the racetrack, Irving observed the pale-faced young man beside him, concern flashing in his eyes. "Buddy, what is your name? You seem a bit unwell." The young man, visibly anxious, fidgeted with his hands. "Kenny, just call me Kenny." "Irving, it's probably because I'm so excited to see you. You know, this is my first race." A glimmer of surprise crossed Irving's face as he patted Kenny's shoulder, offering kind encouragement. "First time? Kenny, you are undoubtedly a genius. I recall my first modified car race. I barely made it to the third round before I was out. You are a prodigy, and I look forward to your performance." Kenny was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly nodded. "Rest assured, Irving, I won't disappoint you." A perfectly ordinary exchange. Yet what was extraordinary was the wild glint that flashed in Kenny's eyes the moment he turned away. Chapter 18. Explosion at Los Angeles Airport. Wilson, waiting to receive the doctor, grew increasingly impatient as time passed. He retrieved his phone and inquired, "Hello? Hunter, how are things on your end?" "In Palm Valley." Hunter glanced at the imposing black man beside him and shrugged. "Rest assured, boss. You may not realize the extent of your notorious reputation in Los Angeles. I am preparing to speak with their boss." After a moment of contemplation, Wilson shared the number of the Angel Orphanage with Hunter. "Remember this number. Once the matter is resolved, call them and relay the details." Hunter paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "A phone call. Boss, who is this person?" Wilson furrowed his brow. "Do not ask too many questions. Just focus on the task I have assigned you. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a blessing." The subtly chilling threat sent a shiver down Hunter's spine. He swallowed hard and nodded, acknowledging, understood. At this moment, Gene Bin was not yet the formidable emperor of New York known in the future. He was merely a figure of unrelenting cruelty, wielding fear to dominate his subordinates. Such a management style is prone to errors, yet for most, sheer terror suffices. Rome was not built in a day, and even Gene Bin required time to grow. After ending the call, Hunter's expression flickered, but ultimately, he sighed and glared at the black man beside him. "What are you staring at, you worthless fool?" The black man shrugged, a look of resignation on his face, gesturing towards a nearby RV. "My boss is inside." Hunter yanked open the door, but upon seeing the person seated within, his complexion drained of color, and panic seized him. Without a second thought, he instinctively turned to flee, only to be struck down by the black man's punch. The black man seized Hunter as if he were a mere chick, tossing him into the RV, where he faced the brooding white man seated at the center. "Boss Andy, what should we do?" Indeed, the man within the RV was none other than the notorious drug lord of Los Angeles, who had been betrayed by Wilson a month prior. As a core member of the Wildman Club, although he had lost the Los Angeles sales point, it did not shatter his foundation. After a month of recuperation, Andy had silenced dissenting voices and had the time to address Wilson and those who had betrayed him. One should not assume that having goods and territory guarantees business success. Andy's extensive network and the influence of the Wildman Club in America provided him with resources far exceeding Wilson's. Though friendships may fade, as long as Andy maintained his core identity within the Wildman Club, his standing would remain unshaken. Inside the RV, Andy puffed on a cigar, observing Hunter, who knelt on the ground like a defeated dog. "What do you think I should do with you? You know how much trust one placed in you." Trembling before Andy, Hunter's face was a mask of terror. "Boss Andy, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. I possess wealth, and I am capable of acting as an undercover agent. Wilson places his trust in me, and I am certain I can instill fear in Hunter. In this world of intrigue, one must inevitably repay their debts." Hunter is aware that Andy will undoubtedly return with vengeance, particularly since he is backed by a formidable Wildman Club. However, in Hunter's calculations, he believes that should Andy make a comeback, his primary target would be Wilson, not himself. Thus, it never crossed his mind that he would encounter Andy here. Observing the look of dread on Hunter's face, Andy shook his head, regarding the pitiful figure before him with a sense of pity. "Wilson? Should I label you foolish or merely dim-witted? Surely, you do not believe he remains safe, do you?" A flicker of regret passed through Andy's eyes as he waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant smile gracing his features. "Never mind, let us deal with this directly." Initially intending to eliminate Owen, he found an unexpected twist in his plans. Seeing Andy's icy demeanor, Hunter struggled frantically, pleading, "No, Boss Andy, spare me. You cannot kill me. I have secrets." Bang. The burly black man withdrew his gun, and Andy looked at Hunter, whose head had been nearly obliterated, with a furrowed brow. "Next time, refrain from firing in the car." A flicker of confusion crossed the black man's eyes. "A bullet hole?" Andy shook his head. "No, it's the hassle of car cleaning." The black man paused, a smile breaking across his face as he suddenly realized that this boss was rather agreeable. Meanwhile, at Los Angeles Airport, Wilson grew increasingly agitated as he awaited the doctor's arrival. He attempted to contact the physician, the call connected, yet the other party refused to answer. For reasons unknown, thoughts of Nagini crossed his mind, along with their previous conversation, filling him with an inexplicable sense of unease. He pondered briefly before dialing Hunter's number. "Hunter, how is everything progressing?" "It has been handled according to your instructions." "You are not Hunter. Who are you?" "Who am I?" "Old friend, surely you haven't forgotten me?" "Andy, damn it, what do you want?" "Nothing much, merely to inform you that I have returned and to deliver a few surprises. Hunter and Owen are quite close. I hope they can still race together in hell." "Andy, stop this." And chat. In the final second before the call ended, Wilson seemingly heard screams and the sound of an explosion, an ominous premonition flooding his mind as he recalled the doctor's continued absence. His expression shifted, and a name surfaced in his thoughts, Madam Samantha. With a flurry of panic, he bulldozed through the crowd, a dark thought taking root in his mind. Andy's revenge would not merely involve the death of Hunter. It would be much more intricate. He would not kill Wilson, as that would disrupt the order in Los Angeles. But Andy could certainly exact his vengeance. Hunter's demise was expected, for he was one of Wilson's own and had betrayed Andy. But what of Owen? Kyrie is evidently distinct from Hunter, and very few comprehend the nuances of his relationship with Kyrie. According to Nagini's intelligence, Andy clearly intends to take action against Kyrie. As indicated by the recent phone call, this implies that the adversary is aware of both his connection with Kyrie and his association with Mrs. Samantha. Thus, it follows that Mrs. Samantha is likely in peril. In Palm Valley, at the venue of the professional modified car racing competition, a red sports car collided with a black Dodge Challenger on a curve, resulting in the latter spiraling out of control and crashing off the track, engulfed in flames. Andy gazed somberly at this tragedy, observing the panicked crowd, including a child who seemed desperate to rush forward but was restrained by onlookers. He turned to a nearby, imposing African-American man, his expression serious. Find an opportunity to inform the child of the events. He has the right to know the truth. The man paused, contemplating, and a mischievous smile crossed his lips. At a Los Angeles hospital, a frantic Wilson rushed in, navigating through the vitriol of nurses and relatives. Upon entering the intensive care unit, he exhaled in relief at the sight of the elderly woman sleeping peacefully on the bed, exhausted. Thank God, you're unharmed. Unbeknownst to Wilson, at that very moment, a white man, cloaked in a hat that concealed his face and who had been waiting outside for an extended period, smiled and stood to leave. Before departing, however, he pressed the detonation button. Ding! 321 boom. A thunderous roar erupted, flames engulfed the air, and the shockwave shattered the glass. Under the terrifying force, Wilson's robust body was hurled several meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth. A wave of dizziness overcame him as he struggled to rise. His clothes tattered, hair and eyebrows singed, his body marred with cuts and burns. He dashed into the intensive care unit, only to confront the lifeless body, unleashing a furious roar. Chapter 19. Whimpering in the sweltering summer breeze of Los Angeles, at the Angel Orphanage, 6-year-old Nagini furiously tapped his fingers on the table, his expression fraught with anxiety and frustration. Having arrived at the orphanage half an hour earlier, he was on the verge of exhausting his last shred of patience. Under normal circumstances, the individual named Hunter, whom Wilson had arranged to contact him, should have reached out by now. The persistent silence of the phone only deepened Nagini's sense of foreboding. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, yet his youthful face reflected a myriad of emotions. He contemplated calling Wilson multiple times, but ultimately restrained himself. During a previous phone call, it was revealed by Wilson that the other party was en route to the airport to pick someone up. Estimating the time, if all went well, Mrs. Samantha should now be on the operating table, and Wilson's anxiety was likely akin to his own. One must not be overly demanding. Wilson's assistance was already a source of satisfaction for Nagini, who wished not to trouble him further at this moment. Suddenly, the phone rang, and almost simultaneously, Nagini answered. Hello, is this Hunter? How is Owen? Has he been suspended? A rapid-fire barrage of questions erupted from his lips like bullets from a machine gun. However, there was a moment of silence on the other end, before a familiar voice emerged. Nagini, it's Wilson. Taken aback, Nagini instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Wilson. How is Mrs. Samantha? Was the surgery successful? Once I resolve matters on my end, I will visit her and tell her not to worry. But his heart sank when Wilson remained silent for an extended period. This silence caused a change in Nagini's demeanor, as an ominous thought crept into his mind. He forced a strained smile. Wilson, please don't jest. Tell me that what you're about to say is not bad news. On the other end, Wilson gripped the steering wheel tightly, the overwhelming pressure distorting it as he bit down on his lower lip, nearly drawing blood. I'm sorry, Owen died on the final lap. Hunter didn't have time to stop him. A guy named Kenny surged from the inside on the last turn and collided with Owen's bumper. Nagini fell silent. The moment he learned of Owen's participation in the professional modified car race, a sense of foreboding had washed over him. This was the Murphy's Law at work. The more one wished for something not to happen, the more likely it was to occur. Just as he feared, fate had not relented in its pursuit of him. And this time, it succeeded in taking away someone dear to him, leaving his heart in agony, unable to breathe. Nagini closed his eyes, remaining silent for an extended period. Struggling to keep his emotions in check, I will handle this situation. What about Mrs. Samantha? Please tell me she is unharmed. Did you not hire the best doctors? She must have recovered, right? Owen's death was an immeasurable blow to Nagini. The impact had already overwhelmed his heart, and he desperately hoped Wilson would bring him good news to mend his shattered spirit. But the despair that engulfed Nagini deepened as Wilson remained silent for a long while. She has died. The doctor never arrived. She perished in an explosion while I was leaving. Clatter. The phone slipped from his grasp, and Nagini stood frozen like a statue, the brilliant sunlight bathing him. Yet he felt no warmth whatsoever. Madam Samantha has passed away, as has Owen. An unusual emotion gradually emerges from the shattered heart, as if this world no longer holds any attachment, and the thought of annihilating it, taking everyone along in death, seems rather appealing. With a sharp creak, the door swung open, revealing Wilson, a formidable figure resembling a wall. He appeared at the entrance of the Angel Orphanage, bandages wrapped around him. Devoid of the vigor he had exuded days prior, at this moment, he radiated an aura of despondency, standing there like a useless, bloated dog. He gazed at Nagini. who stood before the telephone, resembling a statue. For reasons unknown, he sensed an alarming intensity emanating from Nagini, unlike his own darkness and malevolence. It was a pure essence of destruction. In the past, Wilson would have uttered something, but now he remained silent for an extended period, words lodged in his throat. Ultimately reduced to a feeble apology. Nagini, I am truly sorry. Turning his neck stiffly, sunlight grazed Nagini's forehead, casting half in shadow and half in light. This eerie juxtaposition imparted a touch of the grotesque and distorted to Nagini's presence. After a moment of silence, he managed to force a semblance of expression, his voice emerging from his throat in a raspy tone unbefitting humanity. Surely this cannot be mere coincidence? Madam Samantha and Owen both perished today. It is far too coincidental. Nagini hoped Wilson would articulate the answer he yearned to hear, for such a declaration would allow them to place the blame on that wretched fate, rather than on their own foolishness. Despite the selfishness of this thought, Nagini felt his heart could scarcely endure the pain. However, Wilson opened his mouth, remaining silent for a long while. He hesitated to reveal the truth to Nagini, as the latter's state filled him with unease. He feared Nagini might act impulsively. Yet, witnessing the once bright eyes now dulled, he finally sighed. I lack evidence, but I am 90% certain this is not an accident. Nagini, I am deeply sorry. Nagini smiled, his pallid face devoid of color, a hint of weakness evident as he raised his youthful arm, grimly pointing towards the entrance. Leave. The calmness of his tone belied the exhaustion it demanded from him. Wilson pressed his lips together, observing Nagini's expression, his own eyes flickering with guilt and concern. I will be just outside. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Before he could finish, Nagini's small frame erupted in a frenzied roar, his voice a shrill and piercing cry, laden with madness and desperation. Get out. I said leave. His eyes, now cold and golden, constricted, while the whites were laced with blood vessels, resembling serpents entwined within his gaze. On the youthful visage, a distorted and peculiar emotion was conveyed. In that moment, Nagini was enveloped by an unsettling aura, his trembling form suggesting that something was writhing beneath his skin, poised to burst forth at any moment. Wilson took a step back, sensing danger in Nagini, a lethal threat. He was acutely aware that this menace was not an unconscious emanation from his counterpart. Rather, Nagini genuinely harbored the intent to end his life, and possessed the capacity to do so, yet he refrained from striking. The quaking body was not unleashing the disquieting power within. Instead, it was suppressing that force, preventing uncontrolled emotions from leading to his own demise. Wilson retreated, shutting the door behind him. At the instant he closed the door, Nagini unleashed himself, emitting an unprecedented shriek, a cacophony imbued with sorrow, rage, and an overwhelming sense of grief. The surrounding creatures seemed to sense something amiss. Mice frantically scurried from the dark sewers. The resplendent North American cardinal flapped its wings in desperation, and domestic cats and dogs emitted restless, mournful cries. In the sunlight, a pitch-black serpent raised its head, releasing an excruciatingly piercing cry. He yearned to weep, but serpents lacked tear ducts, rendering him incapable of shedding a single tear, even amidst his sorrow. Wilson sat at the threshold, acutely aware of the chilling presence and the shriek emanating from behind him, silently lighting a cigarette. Time passed inexorably, the daylight gradually waning, and within the orphanage, that disquieting aura slowly receded. After what felt like an eternity, the silent Nagini emerged. Gazing at the robust man at the entrance, I wish to return. Do not divulge this matter to Mia. If possible, delay Toledo's return. Wilson rose, noting the fresh stains of blood on his bandages. The earlier explosion had injured him, and he ought to have received comprehensive treatment. Yet he had merely wrapped his wounds and returned. He regarded Nagini, guilt flickering in his eyes. Nagini, I am truly sorry. Nagini shook his head, lifting his gaze, his youthful face marked by indifference. Call me Nagini Tang. We are not acquainted. Wilson offered a bitter smile, comprehending Nagini's implication that he had bungled the situation. Very well, Nagini Tang. What do you intend to do? Do not act impulsively. They are merciless executioners. Allow me to handle it, and I assure you a satisfactory resolution. Nagini halted, his pupils unexpectedly acquiring a shade of indifferent dark gold. Wilson, I have made a mistake. I shall not err a second time. Was the debacle Wilson's doing? No. Nagini was acutely aware that had he slain that man that day, none of this would have transpired. A gust of wind swept through, swaying the chandelier, casting Nagini's shadow in a grotesquely distorted manner, akin to a disquieting viper. Chapter 20. Conception. When Nagini returned home, the lights were aglow. In the solitude of her home, Mia, who was merely a year older than Nagini, found herself engulfed in a tempest of worry and fear. It felt as if, in that very moment, she was the sole inhabitant of a world that had abandoned her. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and dread enveloping her. She illuminated every light in the house, striving to banish the shadows until Nagini's return. Clutching Owen's double-barreled shotgun, the young girl gazed at Nagini before throwing aside the weapon, unlatched and untouched. Barefoot, she rushed into Nagini's embrace. Her face already streaked with tears before she could fully hold him. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Nagini, I nearly thought you all had forsaken me. The young girl, clearly frightened, though taller than Nagini, resembled an ostrich as she buried herself in his arms, smearing her tears and snot onto him. Nagini gently patted Mia's head, attempting to soothe her, yet she paid no heed, her sobs unrelenting. It was only when her stomach let out a loud growl that the exhausted Mia shyly pushed Nagini away, raising her tiny fists and putting on a fierce demeanor that she believed to be intimidating. I'm hungry, and you are not to tell Owen about tonight's events. Understood? Nagini stiffened momentarily, forcing a semblance of normalcy onto his face. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything to Owen. As for dinner, I happen to know the takeout number for a pizza place. That evening, the pizza arrived swifter than usual. Worn out from her earlier tears, Mia fell into a deep slumber after their meal. As he watched the sleeping Mia, Nagini remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately exhaling a sigh. He rubbed his aching brow, pondering how to convey the grim news to Mia. Could she truly bear the weight of Owen's death? Uncertainty gnawed at him, stirring an inexplicable irritation within. Beneath the cold moonlight, accompanied by a sigh, Nagini gradually transformed into a sleek, pitch-black serpent. He lifted his neck, his dark red tongue flickering like a harbinger of doom. The scent in the air was captured, forming a web of thoughts in his mind. Nagini was oblivious to who had slain Owen and Lady Samantha, nor did he grasp the intricacies or entanglements of the situation. All he knew was that the man who had stood beside Wilson at that moment was the architect of Owen and Samantha's demise. He required no further knowledge of those involved. He merely needed to ascertain who bore the scent of that man. He would eradicate anyone connected to him, obliterating their existence from this world entirely. Under the cold moonlight, the obsidian serpent slithered through the fence, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, in an apartment 3 streets away, Snoopy wiped the sweat from his brow, his mood restless as he leaned down to kiss his beloved lying in bed. Darling, I'm going to take a shower. This wretched summer is unbearably hot. Observing her troubled beloved, the woman sighed softly. Darling, if it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should consider a change. She was acutely aware of Snoopy's distress. Los Angeles had fallen under Wilson's dominion, and their faction, loyal to Andy, faced increasing hardship under Wilson's relentless pressure. Yet, Snoopy shook his head, a serious glint in his eyes. Rest assured, Andy will return. You have no idea of the formidable forces at his disposal. The woman opened her mouth, seemingly ready to contest his assertion, but ultimately sighed. Very well. As long as you are content. Noticing the woman's lack of confidence, Snoopy rolled his eyes and retorted, Foolish woman, you simply do not comprehend. We calculated our moves just days ago. Enough of this. I am off to bathe. The sound of dripping water echoed from the bathroom as the woman pondered whether she should part ways with Snoopy. The current climate of Los Angeles was far from tranquil. Her love for Snoopy did not equate to a willingness to face demise alongside him. As moments slipped by, she sensed an unfamiliar presence beside her on the bed. Yet she kept her eyes closed, instinctively believing it to be Snoopy. The persistent sound of water droplets continued, prompting her to murmur, Darling, the shower head is still running. What followed was not the departure of her boyfriend, but rather a chilling and slippery sensation that she had never before experienced. A sense of foreboding compelled her to open her eyes. 5 minutes later, Nagini departed. The apartment was left with only a pool of ashes being washed down the drain and the lifeless body of a woman lying on the bed. She was exposed, with evident marks of constriction upon her skin, her expression one of sheer horror, as though some terrifying entity had siphoned the last breath from her lungs. Was it a serpent? Or perhaps a novel form of stimulating device? No one could ascertain. The dark figure melted back into the night, the cold moonlight illuminating a spectral silhouette of death. Time passed unmeasured until the weary Nagini returned home. He tiptoed into Mia's bedroom, gazing at the serene face of the sleeping girl on the small wooden bed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He exhaled deeply, quietly closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, Nagini summoned his auxiliary system. Name, Donegan species, serpent monster status, normal level, juvenile, stages, juvenile, growth, mature. Complete, growth rate, 78 current points. For main quest, Destroy New York. Unique. Quest description. Annihilate New York. You can do it. Quest progress. 0-1 quest reward. Return to the original world. Side quest. Growth of the serpent monster Nagini. 12. Repeatable. Quest description. Eliminate 1 New Yorker. Indeed. The task is that simple. Task progress. 0 task reward. Growth potion. Capable of enhancing growth. Breakthrough task. Trial of the serpent Naga. Unique. Task introduction. Gain requires sacrifice. Journey to the Amazon and devour 10 blood orchids to complete the trial of the serpent. Task progress. 0 task reward. Unlocks the second race. First race remains unaffected. This evening, Naga has terminated 15 individuals associated with Andy during the acts of murder. Naga learned that the mastermind behind the deaths of Owen and Lady Samantha is named Andy. However, as this transpires in Los Angeles rather than New York, tomorrow the Los Angeles police will only discover 12 bodies. The remaining 3, after Naga absorbed 3 strands of gray energy, will have their remains reduced to gray dust. In the second phase of the side quest, Naga has succeeded. He received a capsule filled with a red and blue liquid. Had it not been inscribed with growth potion, Naga would have easily mistaken it for another variant. Returning to his bed, Naga concentrated, and the red-blue liquid capsule materialized in his mouth. As before, the capsule descended into his stomach, its surface rapidly dissolving under the corrosive effects of gastric acid. His body felt electrified, cells and marrow began to tremble. His heart raced violently. A powerful surge seemed to awaken a unique force within him. Each heartbeat echoed like a volcanic eruption. Scorching magma coursed through his veins. And he anticipated a similar experience to the last, where the heated energy would flow into his cells, heralding evolution. Yet, Naga was mistaken. This enhancement diverged from the previous one. The searing blood nourished his cells, but instead of evolving, they were entirely detonated, akin to a series of volcanic explosions. Amidst the intense eruptions, his body continued to expand. Much like inflating a balloon, Naga's physique entered a rapid growth phase. In the blink of an eye, he surged from 5 meters to 6, then with relentless momentum, reached an astonishing 7 meters. Yet, the growth did not cease. He sensed the frenzied energy within him relentlessly washing over his form. As Naga's stature attained 8 meters, a sudden tightness enveloped him, followed by an extraordinary sensation rising within his heart. Instinctively, he opened his cold, dark golden serpent eyes. Name, Naga race. Serpent status, normal level. Juvenile, growth, mature, complete. Growth length, 999 current points. For beneath the cold moonlight. The once lustrous black scales of Naga were now veiled in a layer of gray dust, seemingly weathered by time, exuding an indomitable aura, as if he had acquired an additional layer of rocky armor. As he writhed, his length expanded from 5 meters to 8. He felt an earth-shattering transformation of power within him. If the current Nagini were to undertake the tasks of yore, he would require no stealthy ambush. His sheer strength would suffice to overpower any obstacles in his path. Nagini is no ordinary serpent. He is a serpent beast, transformed through the marvels of the Marvel Universe. Moreover, even as a mere snake, an 8-meter length qualifies him as a formidable python. In addition to this, his recent enhancements have yielded unexpected rewards. During the latter stages of the potent growth serum, Nagini sensed a significant portion of energy converging deep within him, ultimately giving rise to a remarkably unique form of energy. However, this energy seems to be in a state of gestation. Otherwise, Nagini might very well transcend his juvenile phase and enter maturity. Though he remains unaware of the nature of the energy developing within, even a fleeting encounter with it has allowed Nagini to grasp its formidable essence. Chapter 21. Wilson's compromise. As dawn broke, Nagini awoke from his slumber, finding himself alone in the house with only 2 young children present, one aged 6 and the other 7. Among them was Mia, a restaurant owner who, despite her status, lacked the skills to prepare a meal. Breakfast was a simple affair of cereal and milk, and if time permitted, Nagini contemplated indulging in a glass of juice. Intriguingly, despite having retired late the previous night and obtaining merely 2 or 3 hours of sleep, Nagini felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality, devoid of any weariness. In stark contrast, Mia, who had gone to bed early, would likely have been late had Nagini not roused her from her slumber. Nevertheless, on this first day without the adults, though the atmosphere was somewhat uncomfortable, Nagini ensured that the little girl did not go hungry. Nagini grappled with his thoughts regarding Owen, uncertain how to broach the subject with Mia. During breakfast, he found himself on multiple occasions tempted to share this troubling matter with her, Yet upon observing her weary countenance, he ultimately refrained from imparting this harsh reality. At 7:30, the two embarked on the 304 bus to school together. Each morning, as the sun rises, heralding a new day, Nagini gazed at the sun and took a deep breath, hoping it would bestow upon him good fortune. Whether sunlight could indeed bring luck remained a mystery to him. However, upon spotting a man in the distance, his brow furrowed, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Despite the man's tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses, he could not conceal the aura of a brute. He resembled a lion amidst a flock of sheep, unmistakable even when camouflaged. Indeed, the imposing figure, akin to a wall, was none other than Wilson. Nagini's feelings toward Wilson were fraught with complexity. The deaths of Owen and Mrs. Samantha weighed heavily upon Wilson, for he bore undeniable responsibility. Yet, Nagini understood that this was not Wilson's intention. Like himself, Wilson had no desire to witness such an outcome. Furthermore, he comprehended that the moment Mrs. Samantha perished, the anguish Wilson endured was no less than his own. Do not forget that without Owen and Lady Samantha, Nagini still has Toledo and Mia. However, unlike Wilson, who has lost Lady Samantha, he finds himself utterly bereft. Perhaps in the future, Wilson may encounter Vanessa and Richard, but the present is far removed from that possibility. Witnessing the death of Lady Samantha before his very eyes, Wilson's anguish remains a solitary burden, unknown to others. Frankly, for Wilson to stand here after such an ordeal speaks volumes of his fortitude. It is this very strength that prevents Nagini from harboring any animosity towards him. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Wilson bears an undeniable share of responsibility for the demise of Owen and Lady Samantha. Nagini harbors no desire to see Wilson, convinced that Wilson too would prefer to avoid him. Although Nagini is oblivious to the reason for Wilson's presence, he remains resolute in his decision to ignore him. Yet, upon spotting Wilson, Mia instinctively exclaimed, "Brother Wilson, what are you doing here? Is Lady Samantha's illness resolved? I was looking forward to her delicious finger biscuits." At that moment, the expressions on Nagini and Wilson's faces shifted dramatically, their countenances freezing in unison. Fortunately, Nagini seized the moment to pat Mia on the shoulder, urging her, "Hurry to class, or you'll be late." Mia rolled her eyes, indignantly glaring at Nagini. "Aren't you supposed to be in class too?" Nagini shook his head, pointing to his own head. "Sorry, I am unlike you." Mia opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words, stamping her foot in frustration. "Fine, my little genius. I hope you can maintain your grades during finals." Observing Mia being easily swayed by his words, Nagini couldn't help but shake his head. He then turned to Wilson, his youthful face hardening with a hint of seriousness. "What brings you here?" Gazing intently at Nagini, Wilson raised his head, his bloodshot, weary eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. 12 people died in Los Angeles yesterday. 11 bodies were discovered, while 1 remains missing. Nagini furrowed his brow, regarding Wilson with a hint of skepticism. "What do you mean?" Wilson shook his head, striving to project a semblance of goodwill. "There's no need to be alarmed. I have already taken care of the bodies, ensuring that no police will discover anything. And you need not thank me." Nagini paused, then scoffed lightly, an air of insolence creeping into his youthful visage. "I had no intention of expressing gratitude. This has nothing to do with me. I am merely a 6-year-old child. Why are you seeking me?" Indeed, he was just a 6-year-old. No one would ever suspect Nagini of being a murderer, even if evidence was left behind and all clues pointed to him. For no one would believe that a 6-year-old child could take the lives of 15 individuals in a single night. No, 12. Wilson comprehended Nagini's intentions, which was one of the primary reasons he sought her out today. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at her with sincerity and proposed, "Shall we strike a deal?" A flicker of confusion crossed Nagini's eyes. What kind of deal? Wilson's expression grew somewhat intricate as he regarded her youthful visage, a serious glimmer in his eyes. "I am uncertain how you manage it, but your efficiency is evidently lacking, and such endeavors are perilous for one as young as you. If you continue recklessly, you will inevitably be discovered. I can assist you." Nagini was momentarily taken aback, instinctively furrowing her brow. Her frown was not a reaction to Wilson's words, but rather to his motives. She was indifferent to the prospect of being discovered, as no one would believe such absurdity. Yet, she pondered why Wilson would seek her out after knowing precisely what she had done. In Nagini's estimation, their feelings towards one another should be mutual. The death of Mrs. Samantha would bind them in an inextricable knot. Despite their familiarity, they might never cross paths again. Thus, she was perplexed as to why Wilson would approach her, even offering assistance. "Why?" she inquired, a note of confusion in her voice. Wilson sighed with a bittersweet smile, his expression laden with complexity. "I do not know. Perhaps it is guilt. I contemplated much last night. If Mrs. Samantha were alive, I believe she would not wish for you to engage in such actions. Yet, clearly, I cannot dissuade you. For her sake, I cannot stand idly by while you take such risks, so ultimately, I must choose to compromise. Nagini was struck into silence, gradually grasping Wilson's thoughts. It was evident he was unaware of her true capabilities. He presumed she possessed some extraordinary abilities. However, due to her deceptive appearance, he instinctively believed that someone who danced on the edge of danger, like Nagini, would eventually meet her demise there. As he noted, such matters were far too perilous for a mere 6-year-old. Neither of them desired to engage with the other. However, due to Mrs. Samantha's legacy, he could not allow Nagini to perish. Of course, Wilson's actions were also tinged with guilt towards Nagini, as he had once promised her he would not involve Owen, yet ultimately failed to uphold that promise. Upon understanding Wilson's intentions, a peculiar smirk crept onto Nagini's lips. I am curious as to how you might assist me. Will you tear living beings apart? Or is it that dilapidated network of information? It was not that Nagini looked down upon Wilson. In 20 years, or even 10, he would undoubtedly be capable of offering substantial aid. Yet, the Wilson of the present? To speak candidly, he is as much a novice as Nagini, and in fact, he is even less competent than that creature, for he lacks not only the beguiling appearance, but also the keen sense of smell that Nagini possesses. Although Nagini, at 8 meters in length, may not rival Wilson in raw power, he wields a lethal venom that Wilson does not. Wilson was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Nagini's unexpected response, prompting him to defend himself. I am not as inept as you might think, and my intelligence network is quite formidable. I am aware of the 12 individuals you dispatched last night. Nagini scoffed, retorting dismissively. Excuse me for the interruption, but it was actually 15 people. Wilson paused, then shrugged nonchalantly. Does it truly matter? Perhaps to the police, that figure bears significance. But for individuals like Nagini and Wilson, whether it is 12 or 15 holds little difference, especially given that Nagini has tacitly accepted his assistance. The number is rendered inconsequential. Nagini grasped Wilson's implication, hesitating briefly before nodding in agreement. It seems there is indeed no difference. A smile crept across Wilson's face as he patted Nagini on the shoulder, gesturing toward a sleek black Ferrari nearby. Let us proceed. I have arranged a week-end holiday for you. Chapter 22. The Cunning Fat Man in Palm Valley. At the Vienna Hotel, peering through the glass at a nearby alley, the nearly beaten Kenny caught the attention of a burly black man who turned to Andy, who was savoring a 1982 law fight. Boss, Kenny is about to be killed. Should we call the police? The 1982 law fight is a top-tier wine. Yet it must be remembered that it is currently 1989. Setting down his glass with a hint of disappointment, Andy shook his head. There is no rush. We shall call the authorities after he is dead. The black man shook his head, casting an odd glance at his boss. I doubt that fellow will actually kill Kenny. He lacks the guts. Andy shrugged, glancing at the burly man. What does that matter to us? All I know is that by the time we found Kenny, he had already been beaten to death. The man paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Understood, I will take care of it. Ignoring his subordinate's sinister thoughts, Andy swirled his glass and pondered for a moment before inquiring. How are things faring in Los Angeles? The black man scoffed dismissively. Wilson has gone mad. He killed a dozen people last night, and I hear the bee, however. This also explains why he was willing to allow the other to linger by his side. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately elucidated. If I return now, I shall be hailed as a hero. Yet, once Wilson perishes, I will merely be a scavenging hyena, feasting on the scraps. The robust African-American scratched his head, a flicker of contemplation dancing in his eyes, before he despondently shook his head. Never mind. Though I do not fully comprehend, I shall prepare the necessary personnel. Meanwhile, Wilson traversed the bustling streets of Los Angeles alongside Nagini, observing the passing edifices and the increasingly desolate landscape. Nagini, perplexed, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Manipulating the warped reverse dial, Wilson replied without glancing back, to the shooting range. Nagini was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered why such a remote location would house a shooting range. After all, this was Los Angeles in 1989, a city shrouded in secrets not dissimilar to those of later New York. What truly bewildered him was the notion that Wilson intended to teach him how to shoot. This left Nagini momentarily speechless. Are you certain? Stealing a sidelong glance at Nagini, Wilson maintained a calm demeanor, yet his tone was earnest, indeed. I am unaware of the secrets you harbor, nor do I wish to know. However, I want to impress upon you the most significant distinction between humans and animals. After a moment's reflection, Nagini tentatively responded, the use of tools? Wilson nodded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. his eyes glimmering with approval. Before he retorted, precisely. Firearms are tools. The secrets you possess are likewise tools. In your perception, I must appear as nothing more than a brutish brawler, correct? With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Nagini regarded the robust figure before him, nearly filling the confines of the Ferrari seat, and countered with a similar rhetorical question. Isn't that so? You heavy-set man. To label Wilson as merely overweight would be an understatement. He was not fat, but rather a paragon of strength. Few could boast a muscle mass exceeding 90%, and it was noteworthy that Wilson's power index in the Marvel Universe stood at 4, placing him on par with Spider-Man, who surpassed human limits with tenfold strength. One might deem him a freak or a prodigy. The impoverished rely on mutation, the affluent on technology, yet for a purely human being to possess the prowess of Wilson, or, one might say, Kingpin, is no trivial feat. Wilson paid no heed to Nagini's comment about his weight, or perhaps he did, responding with a double entendre, certainly not. I am proficient in 17 types of small to medium firearms. While I may not be the finest, I am undoubtedly above the professional standard. Nagini blinked in surprise. Regarding Wilson with a hint of skepticism, are you certain? Standing over 2 meters tall, Wilson, while not yet at his peak weight, over 450 pounds, was already nearing 400 pounds, making the comparison to a wall far from exaggerated. His palms were broad, and his fingers robust and powerful, resembling thick carrots. Nagini harbored doubts about Wilson's ability to pull the trigger. In the face of Nagini's skepticism, Wilson remained calm. Many believed themselves to be brutes unfit for firearms, and in doing so, they inadvertently stepped into the trap Wilson had set. He nodded, a smug smile gracing his lips. Of course. I have never ceased to hone my physique. Likewise, I can judiciously utilize any tool that aids me and maximize its efficacy. One could not help but concede that he was indeed a cunning rogue. Gradually, Nagini understood that, like himself, Wilson donned a fade. However, unlike his own 6-year-old disguise, Wilson's masquerade was that of a brute with a formidable physique. It was a clever ruse. Few could discern Wilson's true nature, and those who did often met with untimely demise. Yet, what use was it for him to learn about firearms? Did snakes possess hands? Would he shoot with his mouth? Nagini rolled his eyes. My time is precious, and I am uncertain of the utility of such knowledge. Wilson shook his head, looking earnestly at Nagini. Do not be so hasty. If one day your abilities falter, or if you wish to keep your secrets hidden, firearms will be your best recourse. Regrettably, Nagini declined once more. He acknowledged that Wilson had a point. Indeed, he contemplated learning to shoot for future contingencies, but that would be later. Not now. You make a valid argument, yet I still believe this is a waste of time. Wilson disagreed with Nagini's assessment. Patting him on the shoulder, you will alter your perspective, for I have only secured you a week's leave. You should grasp my intent. Nagini paused, momentarily taken aback, and then shot Wilson an irritated glare. With his intellect, he certainly understood Wilson's implication. The assistance rendered did not signify a relinquishment of vengeance. Wilson's aid stemmed from a fear of Nagini's potential demise. The only peril that could lead to Nagini's death was a gang conflict. If Wilson resolved the gang issue, whom would Nagini confront? Who would avenge Lady Samantha and Owen? This 1-week reprieve was Wilson's gift of time to Nagini. The subtext was clear, regardless of Nagini's actions. A week hence, those responsible for Lady Samantha's and Owen's deaths would face retribution. Furrowing his brow, a flicker of agitation crossed Nagini's eyes. Are you attempting to thwart me? Wilson shook his head. No, I merely wish to expedite the process. Furthermore, our objectives align. The only distinction lies in whether they perish at your hands or mine. A screech of tires pierced the air as Wilson halted before a secluded warehouse. He turned to Nagini, a slight smirk on his face. Choose, will you accept my assistance? Or shall I take matters into my own hands and resolve all troubles before you? I personally lean towards the second option, although it may be somewhat late. I can still assure you that I will return you to school before the conclusion of the second class. Nagini fell silent for a moment, then opened the car door and raised his middle finger towards Wilson, exclaiming, Wilson, I once thought you were merely a corpulent fool, but now I realize you are a cunning, rotund rogue. With that, he slammed the car door shut and strode away towards the warehouse without a backward glance. Do not inquire as to why he was heading to the warehouse. Nagini's hearing may be mediocre, yet his sense of smell was acute, and he had already caught a whiff of the gun oil and powder lingering in the air around the structure. Chapter 23, Astonishing Talent Los Angeles. In a warehouse located at the docks. This place was once a hub for producing laundry detergent, belonging to Barnett's private workshop. However, after Nagini eliminated Barnett, the disappearance of the latter led to his subordinates absconding with the detergent. Subsequently, Wilson discovered this location and transformed it into a shooting range. The equipment within the warehouse was well equipped. Besides the essential firearms, there were numerous other apparatuses, including a massive punching bag, evidently designed for Wilson's exclusive use. In one corner of the warehouse, several brand new, but already ruptured giant sandbags lay scattered about. Nagini could almost envision Wilson, under the moonlight, venting his frustrations on the punching bag after their parting the previous night. The entire warehouse was structured in a double-layered square format. The first level housed fitness equipment, a colossal wrestling ring, and an abundance of giant sandbags. The second level featured a shooting range, soundproofed with acoustic panels. An array of weaponry was present, ranging from slingshots to bows and arrows, and extending to firearms and artillery. Nagini even spotted several single-shot rocket launcher projectiles tucked away in a corner. To speak without exaggeration, the arsenal here was sufficient to equip an elite special forces unit. Wilson retrieved a silver alloy slingshot from a nearby shelf and tossed it to Nagini, who caught it, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. "Are you certain this is for shooting and not a mere toy?" he inquired. In response, Wilson shook his head, producing another slingshot from the shelf, one slightly larger than the one Nagini held. He opened a camouflage-patterned box and extracted a steel marble, then spread his arms wide. With a resounding thud, Nagini turned to see that the head of a human-shaped target, 10 meters away, had been obliterated. Wilson retrieved the slingshot, coolly remarking, "Do not underestimate any weapon here. Even a slingshot can shatter a skull. You may be unaware, but within 10 meters, the damage inflicted by a slingshot is comparable to that of a handgun. What about beyond that distance? At 30 to 50 meters, a handgun exhibits maximum power, while 50 to 80 meters, a bow and arrow is the optimal choice. From 80 to 300 meters, assault rifles provide the best cost-performance ratio, and beyond 300 meters, sniper rifles await your practice. As for distances exceeding 1,000 meters, that is not within your consideration, for Los Angeles does not permit such high-caliber weaponry. In fact, sniper rifles are seldom seen. What recommendations do you have for handguns and bows? I suggest you start with a slingshot. You are merely 6 years old, and the recoil from a handgun could adversely affect your skeletal development." Wilson furrowed his brow, earnestly cautioning Nagini, for these are firearms, and each weapon possesses the potential to take a life. He disapproved of Nagini's lofty aspirations and nonchalant demeanor. However, Nagini paid him no mind, having already selected his desired item from the shelf. It was a Desert Eagle, a firearm he had only encountered in video games. Its all-black exterior gave an initial impression of weight. The empty Desert Eagle weighed 2 kilograms. Yet, its cold texture and exaggerated, menacing form were undeniably captivating. Upon seeing Nagini's choice, Wilson's brow knitted further. "I advise against this firearm. The recoil is too powerful. It could be detrimental to your arm." Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as a nearby humanoid target was penetrated, creating a massive gash in its lower half. Nagini, momentarily stunned by the sound, rubbed his ears and looked quizzically at Wilson. "What did you just say?" "I couldn't hear you. The noise from the gun was too loud." Wilson's lips twitched in disbelief, struggling to contain his astonishment as he calmly shook his head. "It's nothing. I merely wish to inform you that this gun is quite loud." Nagini rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You fat fool. Are you trying to make me look foolish?" A flicker of exasperation crossed Wilson's face. "First of all, I'm not fat. I am strong, and my body fat percentage has never exceeded 10. Secondly, refrain from calling me a fat fool." Nagini shrugged, deciding against further debate. "Fine, I shan't argue this point with you. I believe this gun is excellent. When do we begin?" Wilson opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head, retrieving another Desert Eagle from a nearby shelf. He then commenced instructing Nagini on how to shoot, as well as when and under what circumstances shooting yields the best results. He also imparted some knowledge regarding ballistics, though Wilson himself was not particularly well versed in the subject. Nevertheless, he shared all he knew with Nagini. Yet, as the hours of instruction unfolded, Wilson found himself increasingly bewildered. Generally, beginners opt for small-caliber handguns, with the most notable examples being Browning and Sturm, renowned brands of civilian sporting pistols. These have minimal recoil, primarily featuring a caliber of 22 inches, making them lightweight and suitable for carry. In contrast, the Desert Eagle is a different matter altogether. Setting aside the question of whether its 2-kilogram weight is practical for carry, the caliber of the Desert Eagle is significant. This firearm is available in 3 calibers: 357 inches for small caliber, 44 inches for large caliber, and 50 inches for ultra-large caliber. The one Nagini held was a .50, used previously by Wilson. A larger caliber means larger bullets, resulting in considerably greater power. Among all handguns in the world, the Desert Eagle undoubtedly ranks high in terms of handling difficulty. It is not merely a challenge for novices. Even seasoned American soldiers with over 5 years of experience require a considerable amount of time to master the characteristics of this firearm. The challenges primarily stem from 3 aspects. Firstly, the weight of the Desert Eagle demands substantial arm strength, as even in an unloaded state, it weighs around 2 kilograms. Secondly, its astonishing recoil has led some test shooters to jest that only individuals weighing over 80 kilograms can effectively manage this weapon, highlighting the formidable kick of the Desert Eagle. Lastly, the complexity of its structure means that a skilled marksman is honed through extensive practice. One cannot claim to be beyond novice status without having fired at least 1,000 rounds. The power and construction of the Desert Eagle inherently limit its lifespan, which explains why, despite its initial allure, no nation was willing to place an order due to the exorbitant costs involved. However, for Wilson, the third concern was the least of his worries. The first 2 issues were equally trivial, as they were matters for Nagini to handle. Yet, as the 2 commenced their practice, Wilson found himself in a state of disbelief. He could not fathom how the 6-year-old Nagini could withstand the recoil of such a hand cannon. It is worth noting that even adults, without prior exposure to the Desert Eagle, would likely experience numbness in their arms after firing a single magazine. Moreover, Wilson was perplexed by Nagini's dismal performance on stationary targets. The Desert Eagle, with a .050 caliber and a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, had never seen Nagini score above 30 points. A performance that could only be described as subpar. Conversely, on moving targets, Nagini displayed an astonishing talent, averaging over 68 points. It was baffling. Should not a person perform better on stationary targets than on moving ones? Why was Nagini the exception? After an afternoon of practice, Wilson felt his understanding of the world profoundly challenged. Nagini exhibited numerous peculiarities that set him apart from the norm. However, Wilson refrained from probing deeper, adhering to his previous assertion that he would not inquire into Nagini's secrets, despite his curiosity. As for Nagini's peculiarities, they are the result of various factors. The superiority on moving targets can be attributed to the serpent's remarkable agility. While not on par with frogs, it remains superior to humans. The poor performance on stationary targets is also linked to this, as snakes possess limited vision. Although Nagini had begun to consciously protect his eyes, it did not alter his mediocre eyesight. The issue of recoil, however, was primarily mitigated by Nagini's physical attributes. Despite being a 6-year-old weighing less than 25 kilograms, it is essential to remember that he is not human, but rather an 8-meter-long venomous python. Name: Nagini. Race: serpent. Status: normal level, juvenile, adolescent, mature. Complete. Growth length: 999 current points. For the data reveals that despite Nagini's human form as a mere 6-year-old child, in her serpent state, she has reached the pinnacle of her juvenile phase, possessing 4 points. Each point signifies 1 unit of gray energy, which in turn represents the complete nourishment of an adult human. Thus, Nagini's accumulation of 4 points indicates that she has absorbed the total sustenance of 4 adult humans. Although she remains a child, her physical capabilities in human form are nearly indistinguishable from those of an adult. In her serpent form, her prowess surpasses that of any human. Even in the presence of Wilson, while Nagini doubts her ability to overpower him in a direct confrontation, she knows her venom could lethally incapacitate him within 3 seconds if unleashed with full force. Dinner was resolved at the shooting range. Upon returning, Wilson brought with him 20 pounds of smoked beef and information on 10 individuals. Nagini inquired when the training would conclude, expressing that she felt no significant improvement from the current practice. Wilson contemplated admonishing Nagini for her lofty aspirations, but was taken aback by the sheer volume of knowledge she had absorbed in just one afternoon, leaving him feeling rather unsettled. After a prolonged silence, he feigned composure. 3 days. Tomorrow, we will study the structure and assembly of handguns. The day after, I will teach you about sniper rifles and assault rifles, and on the last day, we shall review everything. However, do not grow complacent. Your skill level is merely on par with mine. I once had a coach named Nick Fury, who, under identical circumstances, could effortlessly overpower 10 individuals of my caliber. Nick Fury? Ah, yes, Nick Fury. A rather intriguing African-American, reputed to have served in the military for a time, though he is now confined to a civilian role. Chapter 24. The heist. Nightfall returned, with moonlight cascading over the earth. During such times, Nagini would vanish, her presence eluding even Wilson, who could not discern the moment of her disappearance. She seemed akin to a specter, her ethereal form dissolving into the shadows almost instantaneously. Due to their agreement and mutual respect, Wilson remained unaware of Nagini's true capabilities, nor did he understand the means by which she achieved her feats. Yet, he was cognizant of her intentions. During their meal, as they devoured 12 pounds of smoked beef, Nagini had perused the files she had procured on the 10 individuals. Strangely, Nagini's appetite had surged once more. Wilson recalled their last shared meal at the Irwin residence. At that time, Nagini's consumption paled in comparison to his own, her maximum record standing at 7 pounds of beef, while he himself had managed 9. On this night, perhaps anticipating an impending confrontation, Nagini consumed a staggering 12 pounds of smoked beef, accompanied by nearly 3 pounds of fruits and vegetables. This extravagant feast exceeded a quarter of Nagini's own weight, leaving him bewildered as to how such a quantity could vanish without a trace. Nevertheless, Nagini had indeed disappeared. Reflecting on the dossier of 10 individuals, Wilson ignited the engine of his car, a lingering sense of unease occupying his mind. It was crucial to note that the dossier he had presented to Nagini, containing information on 10 individuals, was not merely a collection of insignificant thugs like those slain by Nagini the day before. Rather, it detailed a cadre of notorious criminals, each responsible for an average of 27 lives. The number of those maimed or disabled due to their actions was incalculable. In essence, these were true villains. Following a route from near to far, Wilson arrived before an apartment building. He rolled down the window, retrieved a pair of binoculars, and gazed intently at the illuminated 5th floor, lighting a cigarette as he settled in for a patient wait. Unbeknownst to Wilson, 5 minutes prior to his arrival, an 8-meter-long gray-black venomous python had already made its entrance into the apartment, offering the occupant no time to react. The python's girthy form swiftly ensnared the man, its scales rough as sandpaper, carving deep gashes into his flesh. The tightly coiled muscles of the python unleashed an astonishing force, rendering the man's struggle futile. Grasping a fruit knife in a desperate bid for survival, he thrust it toward Nagini's body, yet despair enveloped him as he realized the futility of his efforts. The python's scales were as impenetrable as a steel-plated tire, resilient and impervious to harm, no matter how much strength he exerted. The python's sinewy muscles intensified their grip, exerting over 1,000 kilograms of pressure per square centimeter, silencing the man's cries for help and swiftly ending his life. Blood mixed with entrails erupted from his mouth in a frenzy. When Nagini finally released his grip, the unfortunate man lay before him, his chest so narrow it appeared almost feminine, pallid bones protruding like daggers through his skin. The grotesque expression on his face hinting at some unspeakable horror endured in his final moments. Nagini sensed a marked difference in himself, particularly after reaching the apex of his juvenile serpent form. His strength had surged significantly, not merely due to physical growth, but through a profound transformation emerging from within, enhancing his muscle density, scale hardness, and even the potency of his venom. Perhaps it was time to engage Wilson in a physical encounter? Observing the mangled remains of the man, a flicker of contemplation crossed Nagini's cold, dark golden serpentine eyes. 5 minutes later, Wilson arrived, while Nagini departed from the apartment. As he left, he caught sight of Wilson, adorably oblivious, peering through his binoculars toward the 5th floor. Indeed, due to the alteration in muscle density, Nagini's strength has augmented, and correspondingly, his speed has increased as well. Typically, a snake's velocity does not exceed 20 kilometers per hour. Thus, a movement speed of over 5 meters per second is already commendable for a serpent. However, after his evolution, Nagini has experienced a remarkable leap in speed. Traversing from Wilson's warehouse to an apartment in downtown Los Angeles, his pace is no less than 40 kilometers per hour, indicating that Nagini's speed has more than doubled alongside his increase in size. The ghostly figure melds once more with the shadows, the rustling of scales against the ground sending chills down one's spine. This night is destined to be one of madness, having ascended from youth to maturity. The surge in power has rendered Nagini less composed in wielding his strength, and the most effective means of mastering such power appears to be through combat. Downstairs at the Los Angeles apartment, Wilson has been waiting for quite some time, feeling perplexed by Nagini's absence. After all, he has waited extensively. Could it be that he failed to provide Nagini with taxi fare, compelling the little rascal to run instead? A peculiar expression crosses Wilson's face as he envisions Nagini sprinting along the desolate road, cursing him, which brings an involuntary smile to his lips. Just as Wilson is on the brink of laughter, he suddenly senses a cold, hard object behind his head. Years of experience instinctively inform him of its nature. A gun, a weapon potent enough to shatter his skull. Wilson remains composed, refraining from any extreme reactions. Although he is robust, He does not believe his head could withstand a bullet. Therefore, he raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. Buddy, what do you want? I can provide it, just don't pull the trigger. In the next moment, a familiar voice resonates behind him. Buddy, I need you to open the car door and take me home. It's that simple. Wilson blinks in surprise, rolling his eyes as he turns to face Nagini, who wears a mischievous grin. Honestly, after growing up, you're bound to become a real rascal. Nagini disregards the comment, patting Wilson's broad shoulder. If I had a camera, I would capture your expression. Trust me, it would be quite amusing. At Owen's residence, Mia anxiously awaits Nagini's return. However, there is no cause for concern, as Wilson has already informed Mia that Nagini will be home later this evening. As for the reason, Mrs. Samantha's condition may not be optimal, or so Nagini has conveyed to Mia. Regarding Mia's dinner, there is no need for Nagini to fret. Wilson, while fetching materials for 10 people, has already picked Mia up from school, and she was the first to savor the initial bite of the 20-pound smoked beef. When Nagini arrives home, the lights are aglow, yet Mia has already succumbed to slumber on the couch. As the lights in the house were extinguished one by one, Nagini fetched a blanket. He possessed the strength to carry Mia back to bed, yet he hesitated, fearing that she might awaken. Her recent slumber had been of poor quality. Do not presume that children remain eternally innocent. They comprehend far more than one might imagine. For 2 days, Owen had not made contact, and Mia had surmised the reason, though she was reluctant to admit it. As Nagini draped the blanket over Mia, she drowsily inquired, Nagini, do you think Owen will return? Nagini remained silent, stroking Mia's small head, his expression complex. Sleep now. When you awaken, all shall be well. After extinguishing the last light in the room, Nagini retreated to his own quarters. This night, he had taken the lives of 10 individuals, 2 of whom hailed from New York. The ratio was not particularly high, yet it was unavoidable, as New York lay on the East Coast while Los Angeles resided on the West. Nevertheless, Nagini had procured a growth potion. He casually tossed the red and blue vial into his mouth, and with a faint tingling sensation, a surge of energy coursed through his body. However, the essence of the potion was ultimately absorbed by the new energy that was developing within him. Name, Donagini race, serpent monster status, normal level, juvenile growth length, 999 current points, 6 main quest, destroy New York, unique, quest description, annihilate New York, you can do it. Quest progress, 0-1 quest reward, return to the original world. Side quest, the growth of serpent monster Nagini, 22, repeatable, quest description, eliminate 3 New Yorkers, indeed. The task is that simple. Quest progress, 333 quest reward, growth potion, capable of enhancing growth length, breakthrough quest, trial of the serpent monster Nagini, unique, quest description, with gain comes loss. Venture to the Amazon and consume 10 blood orchids to complete the trial of the serpent monster. Quest progress, 0 quest reward, unlock second race, first race remains intact. Meanwhile, at the Vienna Hotel in Palm Valley, Andy smiled as he watched Toledo being taken away by the police, then promptly closed the car window and commanded the burly black man at the wheel, target, Los Angeles. Chapter 25, Andy returns. Andy was a Caucasian with golden long hair, a prominent nose, an almost flawless physique, and a pair of ocean blue eyes. The depth of his blue pupils was captivating at first glance, but prolonged observation revealed an air of cold indifference. Those familiar with Andy understood that he was a tempestuous individual, as unpredictable as the sea, and devoid of warmth. Before Wilson's arrival, Andy had dominion over 1/5 of the laundry detergent business in Los Angeles, which was the zenith of his capabilities. After all, apart from the Japanese gangs, there were also local factions within Los Angeles. Although these individuals ostensibly refrained from meddling in the detergent trade, the predicament lay in the fact that the Hollywood stars and the unfortunate women controlled by the Japanese gangs. Where did their detergent originate? In a restaurant in Los Angeles, Andy savored his favorite smoked beef, a culinary haven specializing in meat, where the smoked beef was nothing short of criminal, more addictive than detergent. A mere bite would unleash a torrent of juices, captivating his taste buds instantaneously. Andy relished this place, with his only lament being the absence of takeout services. Otherwise, he could indulge in smoked beef thrice daily. As he savored a succulent piece of meat and sipped a glass of red wine, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He then turned to the imposing figure beside him, a muscular black man named Buzz. Buzz, how are the contacts coming along? Buzz shook his head. Boss Andy, the situation is somewhat intricate. I reached out to my former subordinates. They are willing to assist, but require a substantial sum. The deranged Wilson is not to be trifled with. He has recently taken many lives. Andy shook his head. responding without hesitation, "That's of no consequence. Now is not the time for frugality. Inform your men that as long as they eliminate Wilson, the cost is irrelevant." What news from Lord Falcone? Carmine Falcone, the true authority of the Los Angeles underworld, had previously established the rules for the contest between Wilson and Andy. In Los Angeles, one may not know Lord Falcone, yet adherence to his decrees is imperative. However, rumors suggested that Lord Falcone's health had significantly deteriorated, having ruled Los Angeles for several decades and now well into his 70s. A flicker of malevolence crossed Andy's eyes as he contemplated this. In response to Andy's earlier question, Buzz wore a slight smile. "Lord Falcone has accepted the dinner invitation, but it will be on the evening of the day after tomorrow." Buzz anticipated Andy's delight. However, Andy furrowed his brow, a shadow darkening his gaze, akin to a serene ocean suddenly roiling with tempest. He let out a cold chuckle. "That cunning old fox. Inform him that I shall await him at the restaurant the night after tomorrow. The Californian cuisine there is exquisite, and I recall that Lord Falcone's wife hails from California." It was entirely expected for Falcone to accept the invitation. What was peculiar was the timing. Everyone was aware of Wilson's madness, and it was believed he would learn of his return to Los Angeles by tonight at the latest. The underlying message from that old fox was clear. Only one of them would earn the privilege of inviting him to dinner. Nevertheless, all of this lay within Andy's foresight. Had he not possessed confidence, he would not have returned. His previous failure stemmed from underestimating Wilson. However, having experienced defeat, Andy no longer belittles anyone. He understands that a rootless Wilson is akin to a mere insect, easily crushed before him. The recent trials involving Owen and Lady Samantha serve as clear evidence of Wilson's tenuous foundation. Yet, Andy did not confide in Buzz that his return was not solely for the purpose of eliminating Wilson. He desired much more. Beside him, the imposing figure of Buzz hesitated. His brow furrowed as he regarded Andy. "Boss, the head chef at the restaurant is difficult to communicate with. I've heard that reservations extend 3 months ahead." Andy, however, shook his head, calmly asserting, "Do not worry. Once Wilson meets his end, the head chef will reserve a table for us. Would you like some beef, Buzz? I believe Old Barry's beef must be the finest in the world." Buzz gazed at the succulent, smoked beef, swallowing hard before ultimately shaking his head. "Never mind, boss. I still have many tasks to attend to." Andy paid no heed to Buzz's refusal. Instead, he turned to the restaurant owner, Old Barry, not far away. "To be honest, Barry, are you absolutely certain you want to allow me to take some beef? I can offer you a considerable sum." Old Barry, a man in his 50s, was busy preparing ingredients. Upon hearing Andy's request, he shook his head. "Andy, you know my smoked beef is reserved for my family. You may take some, but I cannot guarantee that I will provide you with more delicious beef in the future." With a sigh of resignation, Andy swallowed the last morsel of beef, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. What a pity. As he departed, Old Barry sighed and then dialed a number. "Wilson, is that you rascal?" A minute prior, Wilson was indulging in pizza with Nagini, having devoured 7 boxes of 12-inch pizzas, with 5 more awaiting their attention. When the phone rang, Wilson glanced at the caller ID and moved to a corner of the room, a smile gracing his face. "Old Barry, what prompts your call? Don't tell me you've prepared more smoked beef today. I took home 20 pounds yesterday, and I can still taste it." Old Barry chuckled, patting his round belly. "That's what you get for taking it all." Wilson shook his head in mock exasperation. What could I do? After all, it was Old Barry's smoked beef. I believe God will forgive me. Old Barry paused, an odd expression crossing his features. "Because God knows you ate Old Barry's smoked beef?" Wilson nodded, his voice brimming with delight. "Exactly." On the other end, Old Barry burst into laughter. "You silver-tongued scoundrel, I have news for you. Andy just visited my restaurant." Wilson froze, instinctively clenching his fist. His smile faded, his wide eyes flashing with a glimmer of deadly intent. "Thanks, Old Barry." Old Barry sighed, expressing a hint of melancholy. "It's nothing. This is the last thing I can do for Samantha. Those wretched people." As the brief conversation concluded, Wilson turned, his expression once again returning to its usual calm demeanor. Nagini, devouring slices of pizza, scrutinized Wilson. "What happened?" Wilson paused momentarily, then gazed up at Nagini. "Nothing. Andy is coming back." Nagini was taken aback, his eyes sharpening instantly, a brooding aura enveloping him. "When?" Wilson shook his head, his gaze flickering with a lethal intensity. "It could be tomorrow, perhaps the day after, at most. No later than 3 days." Observing Wilson, Nagini licked his lips, prompting a frown. What else? Under Nagini's penetrating gaze, Wilson felt an inexplicable sense of being seen through. He remained silent for a long while before ultimately shaking his head. He rummaged through a nearby cabinet, producing several documents. "That's all. This is tonight's target." Andy is returning, and I must prepare. I cannot take you home tonight. A fleeting thought crossed Wilson's mind. He contemplated. Although I cannot escort you home, you may take $100 from my safe. You know the code. It's Mrs. Samantha's birthday. Remember, you can only take 100. I am aware of how much is inside. He then patted Nagini on the shoulder. With a physique as solid as a wall, Nagini departed in his warped Ferrari. Watching Wilson's retreating figure, Nagini sighed, discarding the piece of pizza in his hand. His slender fingers grasped a nearby firearm component, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a Desert Eagle. Wilson was adept at deception. His lies bore almost no flaws, his demeanor and state of being appearing utterly genuine. Regrettably, Wilson failed to notice Nagini licking his lips. With his senses fully attuned, there was no one in the world who could lie before Nagini if he so desired. The sole reason for Wilson's self-deception was Andy's return. Otherwise, he would not have divulged the safe's code, evidently. Wilson had grand plans for the evening and lacked complete confidence. Or perhaps tonight, Wilson was resolute in his fatalistic obsession. However, the issue was that while Nagini harbored no fondness for Wilson, just as Wilson would compromise for Mrs. Samantha, Nagini could not bear to watch Wilson march towards his demise. Chapter 26. A midnight bloodbath in the afternoon. Around 3 o'clock, the sky over Los Angeles suddenly turned gloomy, as dark clouds swept in from the sea, pressing down like a weight upon the heads of those below. His Excellency Faucane gazed out at the somber sky, taking a sip of 1959 Lafite, his brow furrowing as a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He had a foreboding sense that tonight in Los Angeles would not be tranquil. He detests the occurrence of such events. Each instance of unrest signifies an impending upheaval of the rules he has meticulously crafted. Yet, he finds himself powerless. For the only constant in this world is change. Having governed this city for decades, he possesses a profound understanding of this truth. People evolve, rules adapt, and the sole certainty is the inevitability of transformation. Within the warehouse structured like a palace, Nagini is engaged in shooting, each bullet striking the moving target with precision. Wilson returned briefly, taking with him a portion of the tools. After a brief conversation, he felt a sense of relief that Nagini had not uncovered anything. However, an unsettling intuition lingered in his mind, suggesting that Nagini was aware of everything. Regardless, Wilson must confront Andy tonight. Even if he were to fail, he believed that the severely wounded Andy would ultimately fall victim to Nagini, thereby avenging Mrs. Samantha. He comprehends Nagini's capabilities. He knows just how formidable this 6-year-old child truly is. As Nagini watches Wilson depart, he exhales deeply. Initially, he harbored mere suspicions. But now he is convinced that the foolish, portly Wilson is poised to take a risk tonight, for he detects the scent of the angel orphanage on him. Frankly, Wilson's actions are quite reminiscent of an orphan's desperation. As night descends, the skies over Los Angeles grow increasingly gloomy, an oppressive atmosphere igniting restlessness in the hearts of many, all yearning for a torrential downpour to dispel the stifling heat. At the deep water port of Los Angeles, it is unclear whether the weather is to blame or if some instinct has spurred them, but the workers who earn their livelihood at the docks have departed early. However, not everyone has left. In the port stands a concrete building, once the cafeteria of the harbor. After the war, the owner prospered and abandoned this establishment, leaving the concrete structure to languish in neglect. Inside this derelict building, Andy is accompanied by 20 gang members, armed as per Buzz's introductions. This assembly represents the maximum manpower Buzz could rally in Los Angeles, given that not all are willing to oppose the lunatic Wilson for mere monetary gain. It has been reported that within a mere 2 days, this madman Wilson has claimed the lives of at least 30 individuals. In Los Angeles, Andy's name has become one to be avoided at all costs. No one wishes to be associated with him, for who knows if tonight Wilson, that devil, might come looking for you simply because of your connection to Andy? Yet, those gathered in the abandoned building remain unconcerned, for they are a band of reckless souls valuing wealth over life. The air is laden with humidity, and a palpable tension hangs among them, for they are in the presence of the ruthless Wilson, who has murdered over 30 people in just 2 days, truly a psychopath. Nevertheless, Andy maintains his composure. He understands the fragility of Wilson's foothold as an outsider in Los Angeles. Though Wilson has amassed a number of followers, how many can he genuinely trust? This is precisely why the gang values experience. It is not a matter of relying on age, but rather the fact that resources and connections require time to cultivate. What grounds does Wilson have to contest with him, a newcomer? Although he is aware that Wilson is formidable, capable of tearing him apart in a one-on-one confrontation, he remains but a single individual, while they number over 20, all armed with firearms. With a single barrage of bullets, Wilson would be sent to perdition. Therefore, Andy remained composed, devoid of any panic. Crack. In the dim light, a sound emerged from the shadows, followed by a round object lumbering forth from the darkness. As the others focused on the noise, their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it, it's a bomb. Everyone, take cover. Boom. A surge of flames erupted, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that left the onlookers dizzy. Andy felt a dampness on his forehead. Wiping it away revealed a hand stained crimson, igniting his fury. A flash of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the imposing silhouette not far away, instinctively drawing his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the muzzle, signaling the clarion call for battle. Amidst a hail of gunfire, the dark, muscular figure was riddled with bullets. However, what infuriated and unsettled Andy was that the bullets did not strike Wilson, but rather a sandbag disguised to resemble him. The splattered crimson was not blood, but the sand within the bag. Andy's pupils constricted, his countenance darkening as he shouted, "Damn it! Reload quickly!" His audacity to confront Wilson stemmed from his possession of a firearm. He understood that without the threat of guns, Wilson alone could easily decimate their group of over 20. With the previous ruse of the sandbag, their ammunition was dwindling. What if Wilson charged at this moment? The mere thought was terrifying. According to Murphy's Law, the very misfortune Andy dreaded was unfolding. From the shadows, a muscular figure emerged like a specter, its fists the size of saucepans, slicing through the air with a chilling wind, crashing down mercilessly. Crack! It was as if a watermelon had been smashed, with just his iron fists. Wilson brutally crushed a man's skull. Then, like a tiger among sheep, his formidable physique and terrifying strength allowed him to dispatch 3 or 4 in an instant, while 7 or 8 more lost their combat effectiveness under his relentless assault. This was a one-sided massacre. The powerful Wilson unleashed his strength and brutality to the fullest. Even the most vicious of men, those accustomed to bloodshed, felt a tremor of fear stir within them, a primal sense of dread. Yet, regrettably, despite Wilson's might, he remained a mere mortal. At the sound of the first gunshot, his ferocious form faltered momentarily, but soon after, his expression grew increasingly menacing. As predicted by Nagini, Wilson had no intention of leaving alive tonight. He had long since cast aside the notions of life and death. Severely injured, Wilson did not retreat. Instead, he became increasingly ferocious. For seconds, perhaps 5, with a fierce countenance yet remarkably calm eyes, Wilson calculated what he could accomplish in these final moments of life. The answer might involve taking down a dozen adversaries, or perhaps dragging Andy down to hell alongside him. Wilson was uncertain. After the initial chaos, the time remaining to him was scant. The group led by Andy was acutely aware that, despite Wilson's terrifying prowess, he was ultimately human, capable of injury and death in the face of bullets. Thus, they retreated while frantically reloading their ammunition, perhaps engaging in the fastest reload of their lives, racing against death itself. Wilson understood this as well, and even in his wounded state, he gritted his teeth and persevered. During this tumultuous interval, Wilson felt several more foes. Perhaps due to their injuries, they were merely incapacitated rather than dead. The group led by Andy had dwindled from 20 to fewer than 10, but it hardly mattered anymore. When Wilson spotted a menacing figure raising an assault rifle towards him, he realized his life was nearing its end. Yet, in the next instant, before Wilson could react, the sound of a gunshot echoed, and the man's head was violently obliterated, his body disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Wilson was taken aback. He had ventured here alone, never anticipating assistance, and he doubted he had any friends in Los Angeles who could come to his aid. Andy was equally stunned, his face contorting in horror at the unexplainable scene before him. "Damn it! Wilson has help. Kill him, or we'll all perish," he screamed frantically as he fired at Wilson. In the moment of confusion, Wilson discerned the identity of his unseen ally. A rather clumsy figure rolled into view, a 400-pound man surprisingly possessed of extraordinary agility, deftly evading the onslaught until he found refuge behind a load-bearing column. Gunfire erupted, and the column was pelted with bullets, sending shards of concrete flying. The flames of battle reignited as Andy barked orders for his men to shoot. This incident instilled a crucial realization in Andy. Wilson was too formidable to be allowed to live. He must eliminate this man, or one day he would undoubtedly fall victim to Wilson himself. Wilson attempted to counterattack several times, not so much for retaliation as to create an opportunity for Nagini to strike. However, the enemy's firepower was overwhelming. The moment he raised his head, countless bullets would rain upon him. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Nagini understood Wilson's intentions, transforming into an 8-meter-long venomous python. He held a Desert Eagle and spare magazines in his mouth. Silently, he approached Andy's rear, but just as he prepared to strike, Nagini halted, having sensed the presence of unfamiliar individuals. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived for Andy? Yet, this group of individuals bore neither the essence of Andy nor that of Wilson. Just as Nagini wore a perplexed expression, his countenance suddenly darkened, for he beheld a missile soaring towards him, trailing a fiery tail. With a thunderous roar, the earth seemed to tremble, and Nagini was propelled through the air, feeling as if his very insides were screaming. His dark golden serpent eyes now reflected a ferocity and rage seldom seen. Meanwhile, the recently arrived muscular figure, Buzz, gazed at the damaged entrance with satisfaction, extracting his phone. Lord Faucane, I have obliterated the entrance. Those inside are now akin to rats trapped in a cage. What shall we do next? After savoring a sip of the 1959 law fight, a glimmer of amusement graced Lord Faucane's face. Eliminate them all. From this day forth, you shall assume Wilson's position. As he declared, the world indeed required transformation. How had Faucane managed to dominate Los Angeles for decades? Because he was ever-evolving. Chapter 27. The death of Andy. The explosion startled everyone. Those engaged in a fierce gunfight within the abandoned building momentarily ceased their fire. Wilson and Andy's initial reaction to the attack was to suspect it was the work of the other. However, moments later, both dismissed that notion. Andy did not believe Wilson was responsible, reasoning that in such a scenario, a pincer attack would be the most strategic. And the explosion had conveniently sealed the building's exit. Wilson would not make such a foolish error. Wilson shared a similar thought process, yet differed in his belief that Andy would not allow an attack to occur right behind him. So, who was the perpetrator? Unbeknownst to them both, the answer coalesced in their minds. The true master of Los Angeles, Lord Carmine Faucane. Only he possessed such power. And only he could wield missiles as weapons in a place like the harbor. After a brief contemplation, Andy holstered his pistol and called into the shadows. Wilson, let us cease hostilities. If we continue, we shall only serve to benefit that old fox, Faucane. The expression of Wilson in the shadows fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Why should I trust you? You are the one who took the most important person in my life. Andy shook his head, calmly presenting a fact. You must trust me. There are two choices. Either we all perish here, or we fight our way out and contend with one another another day. Grant me a chance, and offer everyone a chance. Dying here is futile. Wilson remained silent for an extended moment before finally stepping out of the shadows. You are right. Dying here is indeed senseless. He did not fear death and was willing to drag Andy into hell with him. But the issue was that he was not alone here. He knew Nagini was still present. He could accept his own demise, yet he could not allow Nagini to share that fate in this place. There were numerous opportunities to eliminate Andy, yet doing so would cost both himself and Nagini their lives, a price Wilson deemed unworthy. As Andy observed Wilson emerge from the shadows, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The recent explosion had confirmed the presence of a third party beyond the two factions present. He understood the dire state of affairs and recognized that engaging Wilson at this juncture would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, noticing that Wilson had stepped into the light without his sharpshooter, Andy furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is your marksman?" With a disdainful sneer, Wilson retorted, "Do you think I would?" He preferred that Nagini remained concealed, not merely because the concealed Nagini wielded greater influence than the revealed one, but also because he wished to shield her from the potential dangers that could lead to injury or even death. Yet, before Wilson could finish his statement, a disheveled and bruised Nagini appeared behind Andy's group, seemingly out of nowhere, asking, "Were you looking for me?" Instinctively, Andy turned towards the source of the voice and was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. A child? With a resounding gunshot. The white man beside him had his head obliterated. Nagini, shaking her arm, brandished a Desert Eagle, .50 caliber, a weapon far beyond what one would expect for a child of her age. Both Andy and Wilson were momentarily stunned, as no one had anticipated that Nagini would be capable of firing a weapon. It was hard to fathom that this was merely a child, one no older than 5 or 6. The atmosphere shifted, becoming tense. Some aimed their firearms at Wilson while others directed their weapons at Nagini. Everyone on edge as if surrounded by barrels of gunpowder, ready to ignite at any moment. Andy, observing the gruesome scene of his fallen subordinate, felt a surge of fury and screamed, "Damn it, why did you kill him?" Nagini rolled her eyes and calmly replied, "Because you asked me to." Taken aback, Andy shouted in indignation, "I did not." Yet Nagini shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Is that so? You question my abilities, and to dispel your doubts, I had no choice but to shoot him, thus demonstrating my capability. It's quite a straightforward logic, wouldn't you agree? Therefore, It was indeed you who prompted me to take his life. Andy was left speechless, grappling with the absurdity of her reasoning. Had he ever encountered a child who would kill based on mere words? This child was a lunatic, a pure, unadulterated madwoman. As he gazed into Nagini's calm eyes, a chill crept into Andy's heart. Beyond these factors, another reason fueled his fury. Following his skirmish with Wilson, Andy had only 9 men left in his ranks, 3 of whom had perished in the explosion, leaving him with 6. Now, with Nagini's actions, he found himself reduced to a mere 5. With himself and 5 subordinates facing Wilson and the unsettling young lad, Andy felt a profound sense of uncertainty. He hesitated, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the boy. Meanwhile, Wilson discerned Andy's intentions and interjected, warning him, "Now, Andy, what do you intend to do? Are you really considering killing a child? Let us not forget the current circumstances. Falcone's men are just outside." Andy parted his lips, eager to take action. Yet Wilson's words rang true. This was not the opportune moment for such an act. In contrast, Nagini seemed unfazed by Andy's fluctuating demeanor. He strode through the crowd with an air of indifference that ignited a mixture of fury and helplessness within Andy. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, Nagini would not resort to murder over mere words. However, the target was one of Andy's own, and given the recent injury, the situation was charged. Yet, after dispatching the assailant with a single shot to the head, he found his anger significantly diminished. Ignoring the peculiar expression on Wilson's face, Nagini pointed towards the outside, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "What is happening out there? I remain in the dark regarding the situation." Wilson shrugged, gesturing toward Andy's pallid countenance. "I may have some understanding, but clearly, Andy knows far more than I do. Wouldn't you agree?" Andy pressed his lips together, his expression shifting from dark to stormy, ultimately revealing a glint of sinister rage. "A conspiracy, from beginning to end. This is nothing but a scheme orchestrated by Falcone." Through Andy's revelations, Nagini gradually grasped the intricacies at play. The Los Angeles gangs were far more complex than widely perceived. Beyond the public eye, there was a formidable figure secretly orchestrating events, Carmine Falcone. This powerful individual sought to enlist Andy for his own purposes. But as a core member of the Wild Man Club, Andy could never align himself with such a man. Thus, Falcone aimed to substitute Andy with a more compliant individual. Andy, astute as ever, recognized Falcone's intentions and consistently thwarted any attempts to undermine him. Their battle of wits had persisted for many years, until Wilson's unexpected emergence. As a grassroots player, Wilson lacked the standing to confront Andy directly. Yet, under Falcone's machinations, he gained that very privilege. Andy could have refused, but such a refusal would imply defiance against the rules set by the boss. And those who challenged these rules faced certain death. The traitorous racer who had once betrayed Andy was not truly swayed by Wilson, but rather by Lord Falcone himself. Had Andy allowed Hunter to live just one more minute during the execution, perhaps the hidden truth would have been revealed. Regrettably, the racer was silenced by Buzz before any secrets could be divulged. In hindsight, Buzz was likely another of Falcone's operatives embedded within Andy's circle. It seemed increasingly probable that the gunfire outside was also orchestrated by Buzz. Ultimately, this was not a battle between Wilson and Andy. It was a confrontation between Andy and Lord Falcone. However, Andy appeared rather feeble, akin to a foolish monkey being led by the nose by a powerful figure. Interestingly, both Wilson and Andy were embroiled in a fierce struggle, oblivious to the true mastermind orchestrating their moves, until the moment a knife was poised at their throats. It could be said that from beginning to end, these two Na'vi youths were deftly manipulated by the cunning Falcone. A bittersweet smile crept upon Andy's face as he felt an overwhelming fatigue, a feeling previously alien to him. Upon comprehending the entirety of the situation, he was suddenly seized by an urge to distance himself from Los Angeles. Observing Andy and the demeanor of his adversaries, Nagini stealthily slipped a handgun to Wilson. Initially taken aback, Wilson shook his head, using a glance to dissuade Nagini's reckless notion. He understood Nagini's intentions. It was indeed an opportune moment for vengeance. Yet the plan was utterly insane and could likely lead to their mutual demise. It was evident that Nagini was not under Wilson's command. Bang, 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 bang. Wilson fired twice, while Nagini unleashed 5 shots. In his final moments, confusion and astonishment flickered in Andy's eyes. He could not fathom why his opponent had opened fire. As if unaware of the imminent danger outside, Lord Falcone, having intervened, would surely not spare anyone. The odds were already grim, and now they were embroiled in a shootout. Did the life he had taken, that of an elderly woman, truly hold such significance? Even if it did, could it outweigh his own life? until the last breath. Andy's eyes remained filled with bewilderment. Witnessing the two New Yorkers reduced to dust, a smile graced Nagini's lips. Meanwhile, Wilson discarded the handgun, letting forth a frenzied roar. Are you mad? Andy was bound to perish. Why act now? You will die too. You were never meant to meet your end here. In response to Wilson's outburst, Nagini merely dug at his ear and dismissively shook his head. Die? Rest assured, I shall not perish, nor shall you. Chapter 28. The growing serpent monster thunder rumbled as long-accumulated clouds over Los Angeles finally unleashed their fury, streaks of lightning tearing through the darkness. Swiftly followed by a torrential downpour that enveloped the city. A subordinate approached Buzz. Boss, when shall we strike? A cruel smile flickered in Buzz's eyes. Patience. Do you hear the gunfire from within? They are at each other's throats once more. By the time they exhaust themselves, I shall present Andy with a surprise. At that moment, Buzz remained unaware of Andy's demise. After all, who would believe that one man could vanquish over 20 armed outlaws? He instinctively assumed that his identity had not yet been compromised. The gunfire he had heard indicated that the battle within the abandoned building was far from over. He refrained from sending his men inside, knowing well that a cornered beast is the most ferocious. Although this is the command of Lord Falcone, each of his subordinates is invaluable, and Buzz does not wish for them to perish in vain. Meanwhile, within the abandoned building, Wilson gazes at the confident Nagini, who is animatedly roaring. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? I am aware of your peculiar abilities, such as the power to turn others to ash. But do you realize how many people are outside? A single round of gunfire, just one round. We are both destined to die. My demise is of little consequence as I am already fated for it. But you? You are not like me. Do you grasp what I mean? For heaven's sake. Why would you do this? Wilson's anger swells. He had assumed Nagini was as astute as himself, believing that the other was not simply a fool consumed by vengeance. Yet it became evident that they were of the same ilk. No, Nagini was even more foolish. Wilson felt a profound error had been made. He should never have involved Nagini in this predicament. He would rather see Nagini suffer a minor injury than wait for death alongside him. How would he face Lady Samantha? If he were to encounter her, how could he possibly explain? Wilson felt an overwhelming fatigue, a weariness he had never experienced before. As for Nagini, he paid no heed to Wilson's outburst, instead inquiring about the number of people outside. While Nagini refrained from directly answering, he knew there were 68 individuals beyond the walls. Wilson believed that a single volley would spell their end. In truth, it would take only half a volley for Wilson to perish. However, Nagini would not meet the same fate, for he possessed numerous methods to remain undetected. Yet, this was not Nagini's desire. He did not wish for Wilson to die, just as Wilson did not wish for Nagini's demise. Thus, he must devise a way to eliminate the threat before the inevitable gunfire ensued. What should be done? The answer was simple. The crux lay with Andy. Why must he eliminate Andy? Partly because the latter had slain Lady Samantha, and partly because Andy was the key to Wilson's survival, for he was a New Yorker. At present, Nagini was in his juvenile phase. Yet he was on the cusp of advancing to the next stage of his transformation. Nagini lacked energy and required a catalyst to grow stronger and alter his circumstances. And Andy represented that potential for his ascension to maturity. As for Wilson's earlier suggestion, nonsense. If there were merely a dozen adversaries outside, that idea might have been sound. But there were a full 68, all armed with sufficient firepower. Aside from Nagini, no one could guarantee their survival. Perhaps Wilson could, considering he aspired to become the underground emperor of New York. But who could assure that misfortune would not strike again? Owen was a bloody testament to that. He could not allow the same mistake to befall him once more. Nagini required a growth potion, having slain a New Yorker yesterday, and prior to that, another in battle, the very first victim who had met his end at Nagini's hands. Now, he sought yet another New Yorker. Once Andy was dead, Nagini would secure a growth potion, enabling him to ascend from his juvenile state to that of maturity. The odds stood at 168. This was destined to be a frenzied confrontation. Initially, Nagini possessed a mere 70% chance of victory. Yet, fate, that fickle mistress, finally performed a benevolent act, unleashing a torrential downpour upon Los Angeles, elevating Nagini's odds to 90%. Moreover, fortune smiled upon him, for alongside the growth potion, he acquired another. Disregarding Wilson, who was ensnared in guilt and despair, Nagini melded his form with the shadows, transforming once more into an 8-meter-long venomous python, devouring both growth potions simultaneously. A wondrous evolution commenced. That familiar electric sensation surged back, this time with unparalleled intensity. His heart erupted like a volcanic inferno. setting off a chain reaction that caused every cell within Nagini to burst forth in explosive vigor. Gray energy ignited, stimulated by the red and blue potions, morphing into a searing crimson torrent of molten lava, rampaging through Nagini's being. Deep within his core, a vast reservoir of energy converged. Countless genes began to reorganize and rearrange, a monumental undertaking, the complexity of which could turn even the most astute scientists into gray-haired ancients overnight. Yet within Nagini, everything proceeded in meticulous order, until a certain moment, as the genetic progression reached its next phase, Nagini's body suddenly grew rigid and powerless, a peculiar sensation enveloping him. He began to lose awareness of his surroundings, akin to intoxication. His body became numb, his thoughts faltering, rendering him sluggish and clumsy. Simultaneously, an astonishing transformation unfolded on his exterior. The dust-laden scales began to secrete a viscous gray substance, reminiscent of moist cement, slowly drying in the sunlight, as if encased in a thick, formidable shell. Shedding? This was the first thought that flickered through Nagini's mind. For an 8-meter-long python, this was not an unfamiliar occurrence. Yet for Nagini, it marked the inaugural shedding of his life. In the ensuing 3 minutes, his vitality diminished at a visible rate. Were it not for the occasional tremor of his body, he would have appeared as nothing more than a rigid, lifeless serpent. The gray scales had been supplanted by a gray hard shell, as if cement had enveloped his entire being. 3 minutes later, with a crack, fissures emerged from Nagini's triangular, menacing head, swiftly spreading outward. The rigid cement shell crumbled into dust, and Nagini gradually extricated himself from his old corporeal confines. The newly emerged scales are remarkably tender, each glimmering black scale resembling a polished gem, akin to being encrusted with exquisite black jewels. The serpent's inherently aloof eyes have grown even colder in this moment. Yet, this is not the conclusion. Nagini's body begins to swell, the effects of the growth potion evidently still potent, particularly as he has consumed 2 of the dual-colored elixirs. From 8 meters to 10, and then to an astonishing 12 meters, feeling the explosive surge of power within, Nagini yearns to unleash a long, resounding howl. Name: Tang Nagini Race. Serpent Monster Status: Normal Level. Growth Phase. Growth Length: 15 current points. 10 Main Quest: Destroy New York. Unique Quest Introduction: Destroy New York. You can do it. Quest Progress: 0-1 Quest Reward: Return to the original world. Side Quest: The Growth of Serpent Monster Nagini. 22 Cyclical Quest: Can be accepted repeatedly. Quest Introduction: Kill 3 New Yorkers. Indeed, the task is that simple. Quest Progress: 0 Quest Reward: Growth Potion can enhance growth length. Breakthrough Quest: The Trial of Serpent Monster Nagini. Unique Quest Introduction: With gain comes loss. Venture to the Amazon and consume 10 blood orchids to complete the Serpent Monster's trial. Quest Progress: 0 Quest Reward: Unlock a second race. First race not revoked. The night provides the perfect camouflage for Nagini, who seems to possess a unique magical quality that allows him to seamlessly blend into the darkness, rendering him undetectable. On a rainy night, it becomes nearly impossible for anyone to spot him, as the rain washes away all traces and sounds. Following his metamorphosis, Nagini has undergone a profound transformation in strength, speed, and defense. He can assert without hesitation that even if Wilson were ensnared by him, escape would be futile. As for dealing with ordinary individuals, it requires but a fleeting moment. His body can unleash over 3,000 kilograms of force, sufficient to instantly eliminate anyone. Regarding firearms, he remains unfazed, even in his youth. He survived a cannon blast, and against firearms significantly weaker than that, the now formidable Nagini feels no apprehension. In the rain-soaked night, Buzz continues to await a firefight within the abandoned building, unaware that the specter of death draws ever closer. Chapter 29. The Kill in the Rain. The thunder rumbles. In the darkness of Los Angeles, accompanied by streaks of lightning, the giant in the sky unleashes its madness and fury. Alongside the roads of the Deepwater port, the yellow-green bus houses Pier, who gazes with annoyance at the overcast sky. He is a commendable member of the gang, possessing a sharp intellect and a broad perspective. However, his youthful impulsiveness has left him with many hidden injuries. Not only in this torrential downpour, but even on a cloudy, rainy day, the old wounds throb with a subtle pain. At this moment, Pier longs to swiftly conclude the task of cleaning and then indulge in a rejuvenating soak at a Japanese hot spring. Otherwise, he truly does not know how he shall endure the night. Observing Pier's distress, Bambi gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Is your old ailment resurfacing?" With a feeble smile, Pier raised his middle finger toward the distant abandoned building and exclaimed, "Damn it. You have no idea how I feel right now. If I could, I would willingly trade every penny I possess for a rain-free day." Bambi, unperturbed by Pier's nonsensical lamentations, replied, "You utter such sentiments every time it rains. Once we deal with Wilson and Andy, shall we revisit our old haunt?" The old haunt referred to a massage parlor they frequently visited, which, while inexpensive, offered commendable quality. However, Pier shook his head, a knowing smirk of a man's mischief appearing on his face. "Never mind. I know of a newly opened establishment that boasts excellent hot springs and massages, and they say they also serve Japanese cuisine." Bambi paused, recognizing the implication of Pier's words. He seldom frequented such places, not out of inability, but rather due to lack of interest. Yet, not wishing to dampen his friend's spirits, he casually asked, "You're treating?" Pier shot back with a raised middle finger, "Get lost, of course it's on you." Bambi playfully punched Pier, teasing, "Must you be so miserly? Once Andy and Wilson are dealt with, all business in Los Angeles will be ours to manage." But Pier, like a stubborn miser, clutched his coin purse tightly, retorting, "It's not the same. I'm still waiting to bribe the heavens to lessen the rain in Los Angeles." With an eye roll, Bambi punched Pier again and then patted his sturdy shoulder, saying, "Come with me for a moment." Pier's eyes flickered with curiosity. "What for?" Bambi rubbed his burgeoning belly. "My stomach is uneasy. While Japanese food is delightful, my digestive system cannot handle it." Pier raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping across his face. "You're a 200-pound man, and you still need me to accompany you? Call me daddy." But Bambi retaliated with a swift punch, laughingly retorting, "Get lost." Despite the playful jab, Pier's body remained obedient. This was not due to any romantic inclinations between them, but rather because of Buzz's rule. Any operation involving more than 5 individuals prohibits solo actions. Although Buzz claimed this was to prevent ambushes, everyone understood it primarily served to avert internal betrayal and subsequent leaks of information. Pier and Bambi had collaborated several times, their camaraderie stemming from shared interests, one relishing Japanese hot springs and massages, the other reveling in Japanese cuisine. Stretching and warming his joints, Pier cast a disgruntled glare at Bambi, observing the rain falling like tiny pellets outside. "Damn it, why can't you ever keep your mouth shut? Right now, I truly want to shoot your backside." Bambi paid no heed. In life, one must possess certain hobbies. Despite being of African descent and having tasted sashimi for the first time only after the age of 18, he found himself enamored, even obsessed, with its flavor. Of course, the cost was steep. While his tongue and palate relished the taste, his body and digestive system vehemently rejected it. Thus, the most common sight in Bambi's home was an array of antidiarrheal medications. Beneath the shroud of night, amidst the curtain of rain, 2 gang members armed with semi-automatic rifles burst into the downpour, oblivious to the fact that, at that very moment, a pair of cold, dark golden eyes had already fixed their gaze upon them. In a secluded corner of the dock, where cluttered containers lay haphazardly, accompanied by a whisper that stirred the imagination, Bambi exhaled deeply, wiping his brow, unsure whether it was rain or sweat. As he cursed the wretched rain, he suddenly froze, struck by the shocking realization that his friend Pier had vanished. In that instant, myriad thoughts raced through Bambi's mind. Where could Pier have gone? Was it possible that he had betrayed him? Panic set in as he feared whether Buzz, upon discovering this, would unleash his ire upon him. There were indeed more emotions and thoughts swirling within him, yet his contemplation was abruptly interrupted as a colossal shadow descended from atop the containers. Before he could react, his feet left the ground, and he was swept away by an irresistible force. A sharp crack echoed, and Bambi's lifeless body, along with Pier's, was unceremoniously discarded atop a container by Nagini. Simultaneously, in this forsaken corner littered with containers, lay 7 or 8 similarly contorted and mangled corpses, akin to rag dolls mercilessly ravaged by a mischievous child. Inside a camper, Buzz gazed through the window at the dilapidated building before him, his expression shifting as he noted the absence of gunfire. Did this signify that the battle had come to an end? A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he ultimately reached for the walkie-talkie beside him. "Prepare everyone. Assemble within 5 minutes, and launch an attack on the abandoned building. Leave no survivors. Shoot anyone on sight." Buzz had served in the military, but was court-martialed for the execution of prisoners of war. After serving his sentence, he arrived in Los Angeles, where he met the city's true kingpin. Lord Falcone held Buzz in high regard, for he was a sharp blade. His militaristic management maximized the effectiveness of his subordinates in chaotic situations. There was nothing more reassuring than wielding an army. Furthermore, due to his military background, Buzz possessed a loyalty far surpassing that of the average individual. The execution of Andy and Wilson was a reward bestowed upon Buzz by Lord Falcone. Logically, such a grand display was unnecessary, considering that Andy had been thoroughly ensnared by the Kingpin from the very beginning. However, Buzz's cautious nature compelled him to mobilize all his subordinates. He was the type who, when disturbed, would make an astonishing impact. Yet, what Buzz did not anticipate was that, as he prepared to reap the fruits of victory, an unforeseen incident occurred. Boss Buzz, Martin and Feech are missing. Chet, I'm short-staffed here too. Porter and Antoine have vanished. Huel, Bambi, Godfrey, Ella. Damn it, I'm down 4 people. With each conversation over the radio, Buzz's expression darkened further. He had brought 7 squads, each consisting of 9 to 10 men, with the least loss being 2 and the most being 6. He had arrived with 2 platoons, totaling 68 men. But now only 45 remained, meaning that during this time, 22 of his subordinates had been silently eliminated. A chill inexplicably coursed through him, quickly followed by fury. Buzz seized the radio. Everyone, converge on my location. Since the enemy resorted to assassination, it indicates they lack the strength to confront us directly. As long as we are united, they will have no means to prevail. Meanwhile, seamlessly blending into the rainy night, Nagini observed the figures rushing from the bus into the downpour. Aware that he had been compromised, Nagini remained unperturbed, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. The rain was his optimal disguise. No one could discern the source of the attack. Buzz believed he had devised a strategy against Nagini. Yet he was oblivious to the folly of his decision. It is crucial to understand that in such weather, not everyone possesses the ability to perceive the subtle movements in the darkness as he did. The thunderous gunfire of the Desert Eagle reverberated through the night, reaching far beyond. John and Duncan, captains of 2 separate squads, drew their weapons almost simultaneously at the sound of the shot. Their minds raced with a singular thought. Firing at this moment could only mean the enemy was present, and the glimmer of gunfire in the night signified the enemy's location. Yet, they were unaware that their positions were opposing, meaning their shots could strike Nagini, or even themselves. What was even more terrifying than this uncertainty was the ensuing chaos as gunfire erupted, sending all into a frenzy. In the rain-drenched darkness, visibility was perilously low. No one knew from where the enemy came, nor did they ascertain their own safety. Humans are inherently selfish, even knowing they might hit a comrade. They would not hesitate to fire in such moments, uncertain whether the next bullet would be from an enemy or a teammate. Like a row of dominoes, a single gunshot could trigger a chain reaction. Before the dilapidated, abandoned building, Buzz's 45 men were thrown into utter disarray, their voices filled with curses and cries of anguish. Buzz, in a state of panic, suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. The enemy was compelling them to emerge. Once his subordinates stepped out, there would be him yet. It is too late to utter such words. Although he has consistently endeavored to transform his subordinates into soldiers, they are, after all, members of a gang rather than a military force. Their lack of resilience typically goes unnoticed in mundane circumstances, yet in the face of an unexpected crisis, their deficiency becomes glaringly apparent. Moreover, amidst the curtain of rain lurks the burgeoning Nagini, resembling a dark elf under the stormy night, his massive form exuding an eerie presence that belies his size. Seizing the moment while Buzz's men are thrown into disarray, Nagini swiftly snaps the necks of one adversary after another. Inside the derelict building, Wilson hears the distant gunfire and instinctively glances out the window. However, upon witnessing the enemy's overwhelming firepower, despair washes over him. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. Why are they turning on each other? The visage of the youthful Nagini briefly flickers in his thoughts, but he shakes his head, a bitter smile forming. Nagini? Surely, he is merely a 6-year-old child. Chapter 30, Resolution. Before the dilapidated building, the battlefield is shrouded in smoke. Buzz had intended to halt the infighting among his men, but when a stray bullet shattered his car window, he fell into silent contemplation. Crouched within the specially designed vehicle, he cursed his foolish subordinates while trembling with fear. Eventually, the gunfire ceased. After what felt like an eternity, Buzz cautiously peered through the fractured window into the darkened rain. The sound of raindrops filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and an unsettling silence enveloped him. Had they all perished? Or had these imbeciles come to their senses? A flicker of doubt crossed Buzz's eyes as he retrieved his radio. Damn it, didn't I order you to cease fire? Tell me now. Before Buzz could finish his sentence, a gaping maw surged from the darkness, sinking its teeth into his neck. With a savage rip, a chunk of flesh was torn from Buzz, who slumped against the car window, his pupils dilating in shock. Desperately, he clutched his bleeding neck, but ultimately, He could only watch in despair as the last vestiges of life ebbed away. Yes, they were all dead. When Nagini returned, he found Wilson, already bandaged, meticulously organizing his weapons. He appeared to be brimming with determination. Observing the bloodstained bullets scattered on the floor, Nagini's expression turned quizzical as Nagini's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he opened his mouth to explain, "Wilson, I believe," but Wilson did not grant Nagini the chance to elaborate. He furiously waved his muscular arms, seemingly oblivious to the pain of his wounds. "Enough. Do not speak further. This is our final opportunity, our finest chance. If you survive, remember to arrange the most splendid funeral for Mrs. Samantha." Gazing at Wilson, who resembled an enraged lion, Nagini sighed, "Listen to me." Yet Wilson roared once more. His eyes filled with fervor and sincerity as he looked at Nagini. "There is nothing more to say. Remember, you must survive." With those words, Wilson moved his robust frame forward, akin to a knight in epic games, fully aware of his impending demise, yet charging valiantly into battle. With the conviction of certain death and honor, he transformed his life into the last flicker of a candle, illuminating Nagini's path. In that moment, his body and soul erupted with a fervent cry. "Ah, you wretched scoundrels, damn you all. Go to hell." The gunfire erupted, flames belching forth as Wilson exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, rivaling a governor armed with a cannon. Yet, Nagini's only response was laughter. What was this? A battle of wits with the air itself? Nagini, exasperated, watched the agile, rotund figure of Wilson, who was frantically shooting and darting around the cover. Unable to withstand it any longer, Nagini struck Wilson on the head with his empty Desert Eagle. Wilson froze, oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances outside, or rather, he had never contemplated that all the enemies would be vanquished. He merely understood that the ruffians outside had engaged in a fierce skirmish, presenting a splendid opportunity for Nagini to escape. He instinctively believed that his formidable firepower had subdued the foes, for, of course, the dead cannot lift their heads. Observing Nagini standing there, seemingly dazed, Wilson shouted in frustration and urgency, "What are you doing? Run. My ammunition won't hold them off for long." However, a hint of resignation crossed Nagini's face as he approached Wilson, his demeanor tinged with peculiarity. "Wilson, honestly, you ought to see a doctor. I feel that the explosion earlier has severely affected your brain." Wilson was momentarily taken aback. He was not the type of person to be exceptionally astute. But neither was he a fool. He quickly comprehended Nagini's implication, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Are you saying there is no one left?" Nagini shrugged. "What else could it mean? What do you think I just went to do?" Wilson stood stunned, halting his shooting, as the surroundings lay vacant. Aside from the sound of rain, all he could hear was the rhythm of his own breathing and heartbeat, and his complexion changed visibly, now pale, now flushed. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh of relief. This robust man, who seemed capable of tearing apart a polar bear, awkwardly plopped down amidst the ruins. He fixed his self-proclaimed ferocious gaze upon Nagini and demanded, "Why didn't you warn me just now? Was it intentional? Indeed, you wanted to see me humiliated." Nagini rubbed his nose, momentarily taken aback, before casting a resigned look at Wilson. "You should be grateful I didn't have a camera on me." Truth be told, Nagini genuinely entertained the idea of capturing Wilson's current predicament on film. 10, 20, or even 30 years from now, when Wilson had ascended to the pinnacle of a global crime syndicate, and the mere mention of the name Gene sent shivers down spines across New York and the world. He could produce a photograph of Wilson in this moment of folly. Surely, the expression on Wilson's face would be most entertaining then. However, the pungent aroma lingering in the air prompted Nagini to instinctively inquire, "Wilson, where's your car? Don't tell me you didn't drive here?" Wilson paused, then rolled his eyes, donning a self-satisfied expression. "I took a cab. It's a Ferrari. How could I bear to drive it here?" Indeed, Wilson had taken a taxi, believing his demise was imminent. He had deposited all his possessions in a safe, including his Ferrari, which would be transferred to Nagini upon his death. It seemed he had forfeited his chance to own a Ferrari and become a millionaire. Keep in mind, it was 1989. Ignoring Wilson's smug demeanor, Nagini sighed and patted his shoulder. At 6 years old, Nagini was petite, while Wilson, weighing 400 pounds, was a colossal figure even while seated on the ground. Their peculiar combination evoked a strange, yet harmonious sensation. Beauty and the Beast? A green dragon and a young boy? With a resigned sigh, Nagini shot Wilson a gleeful expression. "I've got some good news for you. You'll be walking home." Wilson blinked in confusion. "Why?" Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, causing Wilson's expression to darken. Moments before, bullets had pierced the rain, striking the buses parked outside. Nagini caught a whiff of gasoline leaking, coupled with an ominous premonition. As it turned out, the serpentine creature, having evolved from its juvenile stage to maturity, had not only enhanced its strength, but also its invisible sixth sense. Thus began a rather unsightly, yet impactful explosion. As he observed the vehicles erupting into massive fireballs and the bewildered look on Wilson's face, Nagini patted his shoulder. Now do you understand why? What should we do now? Of course, we should head to the hospital unless you wish to die from excessive blood loss. But it's raining, and the nearest hospital is over 10 kilometers away. So what? I didn't detonate the buses. Nagini, where are you going? Mia is still at home waiting for my return. Farewell. Damn it, you can't leave me all alone. Mrs. Samantha would be furious if she knew. I'm afraid that Mrs. Samantha is in heaven, and you are destined for hell, so she will never know of this affair. Blast it. That heartless scoundrel. The rain in Los Angeles has shown no sign of relenting, just as Nagini mentioned. He must return home to accompany the little lowly, so he can only apologize to Wilson. However, considering his physical condition, he should be all right, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, Lord Falconeri, sipping a 1959 Lafite, glanced at his phone with a hint of irritation in his eyes. He had just tried to call Buzz, only to find the line dead. Looking at the inky sky, an unsettling feeling settled in his heart. Chapter 31, number 427. Perhaps God is in a foul mood, or perhaps Los Angeles simply requires cleansing. The rain has poured all night without any sign of stopping. Wilson did not succumb. He is as tenacious as a cockroach. However, the gunshot wound and severe blood loss have left him with a heavy cold. Yet Wilson, a true tough guy, despite his high fever, still left the hospital. The reason is simple. Today marks the third day since Mrs. Samantha's passing, and according to custom, today is the day of her burial. The overcast sky casts a somber atmosphere over the church. Outside, the rain pitter-patters, and many have gathered within the church. The pastor recites Mrs. Samantha's eulogy, repeatedly emphasizing that she was a respected elderly woman, his voice breaking several times with emotion. Ultimately, everyone must confront the grim reality of Mrs. Samantha's death. Her body is laid to rest in the Los Angeles cemetery, where Wilson has bestowed a generous sum upon the gravedigger, hoping he will periodically clear the weeds and deliver a bouquet of flowers. The gravedigger agreed. In truth, even if Wilson did nothing, the gravedigger would still perform these tasks, for his adopted son once belonged to the Angel Orphanage. Nagini surveyed the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Daisy, but it was evident that her adoptive parents wished to shield her from the heavy burden of death at such a tender age. Nagini understood, as he too had not brought Mia. Wilson, bound in bandages, resembled a clumsy polar bear, endearing yet tinged with sorrow. Ultimately, Mrs. Samantha was laid to rest. With everyone offering a flower, some spoke a few words to her, while others stood in prolonged silence before her gravestone. Humanity inherently shies away from death, perhaps due to its overwhelming weight. Many came to pay their respects to Mrs. Samantha, their sincerity palpable. Nagini could feel their heartfelt sorrow, yet in the end, they all departed in haste. Beneath the overcast sky, the gentle patter of raindrops fell, leaving only Wilson, Nagini, and an oddly familiar black man before the somber black gravestone. The man approached, tall and resembling a comedian, his neat teeth suggesting a charming smile, yet his expression was grave. He placed a comforting hand on Wilson's shoulder and said, "My friend, Mrs. Samantha is watching over you from above. Do not be so sorrowful. You must assure her that you are living well." A grimace, more painful than tears, twisted Wilson's face. "Freddie, what brings you here? I thought you were in New York." Freddie shook his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. "Work obligations. You know how challenging it is to retain a job these days. Nevertheless, I am grateful that my boss sent me to Los Angeles. Mrs. Samantha was an extraordinary person. Care for a drink? The first one on me." After a moment's contemplation, Wilson nodded. He patted Nagini's shoulder, saying, "Come along. Though I cannot treat you to a drink, I can offer you a glass of milk." Freddie paused, glancing curiously at the 6-year-old beside Wilson. "Are you sure? You intend to take a child to a bar?" Wilson rolled his eyes, scoffing. "Who said anything about a bar? I know a fine restaurant with excellent beverages. Their smoked brisket is remarkable." It seemed there existed some tension between Wilson and Freddie, although their relationship appeared amicable based on Nagini's information. After all, during a recent shooting practice, admiration flickered in Wilson's eyes when he mentioned Freddie. Upon meeting, an unmistakable discord lingered in the air. Faced with Wilson's brusque demeanor, Freddie jested with a hint of resignation. "All right. Los Angeles is your territory. I suppose I must acquiesce." They found themselves at Barry's Meat Shop, an unassuming establishment, yet thriving with loyal patrons. On the day of Mrs. Samantha's funeral, Barry had chosen not to attend, unwilling to confront the reality of her passing. Taking a sip of whiskey, Wilson scrutinized the hardy black man before him. Freddie, speak plainly. What brings you to seek me? Don't say it's about Mrs. Samantha. My mood is quite foul today, and if you dare deceive me, I won't hesitate to strike you. Freddie dabbed his mouth with a napkin, a glimmer of helplessness in his eyes. Well, you know what my current job entails, don't you? Yet Wilson huffed, displeasure flickering in his gaze. I inquired last time, but you spun a web of lies. Freddie could only shake his head with a wry smile, acknowledging the truth of Wilson's words. Their acquaintance stemmed from Mrs. Samantha, and it was Freddie who had once taught Wilson the art of marksmanship. However, divergent allegiances, coupled with past events, had irrevocably shattered their friendship, leaving them estranged to the point of indifference. Faced with Wilson's rejection, Fury could only helplessly explain, this is due to certain matters that cannot be disclosed. There are confidentiality regulations in place. My purpose in coming to Los Angeles is primarily to investigate a particular incident, designated as Code 427. And this information is not to be shared by anyone. As he spoke, Fury retrieved a document from his attire. Upon receiving the file, Wilson glanced at it casually but instinctively furrowed his brow. What is this? All I see are black bars. Can you find a single line that isn't obscured? Fury shook his head, a glint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Wilson, I regret to inform you, but I assure you this is the utmost extent of what I can disclose. I am aware of your actions, although I do not endorse your methods. I must admit they are somewhat gratifying. I understand you well enough to know this matter does not involve you, yet a death has occurred, and the manner of demise is peculiar. This situation is far-reaching, and I am here to assist you. Wilson hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Disappearance? What do you mean? Fury was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Wilson, observing the sincerity in his expression. A frown creased his brow, and a hint of suspicion glimmered in his eyes. Could it be that he had misjudged the investigation? Did Wilson truly remain oblivious? Nevertheless, being professionally trained, Fury refrained from revealing his thoughts too readily and opted to probe further. Barnett, Snoopy, Andy, should I continue? They have not perished but have vanished. Their bodies cannot be found. As if they have evaporated into thin air. I understand this is not your doing, but Wilson, I hope you realize I genuinely wish to help you. Upon mentioning the first two names, Wilson's demeanor remained unchanged, yet the moment Andy was brought up, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. With eyes ablaze, he slammed his hand onto the table, declaring, What do you mean? When Mrs. Samantha died, you officers did nothing. Now, with the murderer deceased, you come seeking me? Fury, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I swear on Mrs. Samantha's grave, I will not let this go. Observing the furious beast that was Wilson, Fury exhibited no signs of fear. He met Wilson's gaze unflinchingly. Two cunning old foxes, each concealing their intentions, were scrutinizing the other's eyes for vulnerabilities. However, Fury remained oblivious to the fact that as he mentioned those names, a 6-year-old boy nearby, sipping milk, had subtly narrowed his pupils. Nagini set down his milk cup, wiped the remnants of milk from his upper lip, and innocently inquired, Uncle Fury, may I take a look? Due to Nagini's interruption, Fury was compelled to abandon the confrontation. He shook his head, donning a smile. Little rascal, your name is Nagini, right? These matters are still two. Before Fury could finish his sentence, Wilson had already handed the document labeled 427 to Nagini, casting Fury a challenging glance as if to retaliate. As Nagini began to sift through the documents, a flicker of resignation crossed Fury's eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, do as you please, but the next drink shall be on you. Although such an arrangement was not entirely lawful, who would be the wiser if Wilson chose to remain silent? After all, how much could a 6-year-old truly comprehend from the files? Perhaps in a day or two, this matter would be entirely forgotten. As Nagini perused the document numbered 427, his initial concerns dissipated upon encountering the phrases World War II and energy weapon. He realized his apprehensions were unwarranted. The other party evidently believed that the vanished individuals had fallen victim to an energy weapon developed by Dr. Arnim Zola, a member of Hydra during the war. As for the speculations contained within the document, were it not for his own involvement, Nagini might have genuinely believed there were remnants of Hydra lurking in Los Angeles. One intriguing detail caught his attention, the document's designation, 427. The number 42 referred to the city of Los Angeles, while the 7 indicated that this was the 7th special incident in the city. Did this imply that there had been 6 prior extraordinary occurrences? Flipping through the files haphazardly, to Fury's eyes, Nagini appeared to be aimlessly rummaging. Satisfied with his findings, Nagini carelessly tossed the document back to Wilson, not receiving any hint from Nagini. Wilson pondered for a moment before downing his glass of whiskey, a serious expression crossing his face. Fury, I don't know what you sought from me. Nor do I understand the purpose of showing me this seemingly useless document, but I must convey that I harbor no regrets about my actions. He patted Nagini on the shoulder, his expression tinged with irritation as he departed. As Fury watched the pair leave, a frown creased his brow. He sensed he had overlooked something significant, yet what could it be? Deep in thought, Fury's brow furrowed further. Meanwhile, within Wilson's Ferrari, concern flickered in Wilson's eyes as he drove. Are you all right? Rest assured, I glanced at the document, and it won't implicate me. That is good to hear. You didn't eat enough earlier, did you? Indeed, Fury is quite formidable. How about I treat you to dinner? Are you certain? That's a 5-star establishment. Someone is picking up the tab, and this individual is no ordinary person. His name is Falcone. Be cautious when the time comes. Do you need my assistance? No. But I have a sense that I may need to leave soon. Chapter 32. The Truth. Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. The absent Director Daisy Johnson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Along with various individuals, both familiar and unfamiliar to Nagini. The funeral of Mrs. Samantha solidified Nagini's conviction that the Angel Orphanage resembled Marvel's own Arkham Asylum. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that Nagini had never considered the acquaintance between Nick Fury and Madame Samantha, nor the apparent camaraderie between them. The reaction of Wilson, whom Nagini had believed to be a close ally, upon meeting Nick Fury was utterly astonishing to her. And what about the esteemed Lord Falcon? For some inexplicable reason, the mere mention of his name conjured images of a genuine overlord from Gotham City in her mind. However, recalling that this is the Marvel Universe rather than Gotham, Nagini could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is essential to remember that during the reign of that notorious figure in Gotham, Penguin was merely holding umbrellas for others, Riddler was an inconsequential eccentric, and Mr. Freeze was but a trivial henchman. As for Commissioner Gordon, the dismay at his foolishness and incompetence was truly maddening. And the Joker? He was merely a clown from the circus. Dinner was set to take place at a fine restaurant, renowned as one of the best Californian cuisine establishments in Los Angeles. The dining experience was characterized by a standard Western-style table setting, adorned with pristine white tablecloths, gleaming silver cutlery, and exquisite crystal decanters. The restaurant's decor, while opulent, exuded a sense of refined elegance that avoided any semblance of vulgarity. Upon their arrival, Wilson and Nagini found that Lord Falcon had yet to appear, but the restaurant staff graciously tended to them without any pretentious airs, as such upscale dining establishments never judge by appearances. However, Lord Falcon was punctual, a man who valued time immensely. He would never arrive even a minute late for their 3 o'clock appointment. The accompanying wine was a 1959 Ch. Lafite Rothschild. While many consider the 1982 vintage to be the quintessential classic, the current year being 1989, the 1959 vintage undoubtedly possessed a depth of flavor that the 1982 could not match. Moreover, both the 1959 and 1982 vintages were celebrated during the 4 great years of Ch. Lafite in the 20th century. Upon first encountering Lord Falcon, Nagini was struck by an overwhelmingly positive impression. He bore little resemblance to a typical mob boss, instead exuding the aura of an Italian nobleman. Tall and robust, with a full head of white hair and a slight baldness, Lord Falcon appeared somewhat portly, perhaps due to age or a lack of exercise over the years. His kindly visage was complemented by a sleek black overcoat and a round-brimmed hat, resembling an elderly gentleman who inspired unbounded goodwill. His presence commanded respect. Upon his arrival, one could instinctively sense that this venerable man was deserving of reverence. Nagini had only witnessed such an aura in one other individual, Madame Samantha. In contrast, neither Owen, nor the future Toledo, nor Wilson, nor even Nick Fury, who had recently dined with them, possessed such an air. Even Wilson, a fellow member of the underworld, did not strike Nagini as someone capable of emanating a similar presence. It was a distinctive quality of the older generation that the new generation could not replicate. He smiled as he patted Wilson's shoulder and retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, offering it to Nagini. Nagini sniffed, astonished to detect a hint of tension emanating from Wilson. Tension? How could he possibly sense such anxiety from Wilson? During the subsequent meal, the anticipated atmosphere of hostility failed to materialize. Lord Falcone amiably guided Wilson to the dining table, treating Nagini with kindness, even presenting him with bacon and cheese macarons as an appetizer simply because Nagini remarked on their deliciousness. The ambience at the table was astonishing, considering that neither party was friends. Had it not been for Nagini's timely intervention the previous night, Wilson might have met his demise at the hands of Lord Falcone. Yet, peculiarly, the atmosphere at the table was remarkably harmonious, almost surreal. Lord Falcone set down his knife, savoring a sip of red wine, and looked at Wilson with a friendly demeanor. I haven't felt this happy in quite some time. Do you understand red wine? I used to know little about it, but I came to realize that wine, like people, becomes richer with age. Opening a bottle of wine is akin to meeting someone until it breathes. You cannot grasp its essence, just as you cannot understand a person's true nature without interaction. Wilson furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uneasy in the current atmosphere. He would have preferred a battle for survival upon entering rather than dining with the man before him. The palpable aura surrounding his companion was overwhelming, and despite his efforts to break free from its grip, despair was all he ultimately found. He inhaled deeply, forcing a strained expression. Lord Falcone, if you have something to say, please say it directly. I am unfamiliar with wine. Lord Falcone gazed at Wilson, a smile upon his face. Yet the atmosphere in the dining room grew tense. He set down his wine glass and, smiling, pointed at Wilson. Interrupting another's conversation is quite impolite. But I appreciate your candor. His squinted eyes regarded Wilson intently. This benevolent-looking elder was deep in thought. Finally, he sighed, leave Los Angeles and never return. I can pretend nothing has occurred. Wilson was taken aback, his expression darkening. That seems rather unfair. The business in Los Angeles was built by my efforts. However, Lord Falcone shook his head, a serious glint in his eyes. The business in Los Angeles was secured through my influence. I understand your thoughts. I hold great respect for Samantha. She is one of the few individuals I dare not approach, for she makes me feel inadequate. I grieve for her passing. Yet, you must not place the blame for this on me. Everything you endure now is a consequence of your own actions. I offered you an opportunity, which you failed to seize. Her death is a result of your greed and arrogance. Wilson's complexion darkened further as he confronted Lord Falcone. And what of Buzz? Lord Falconer shook his head, gazing earnestly at Wilson. This is precisely why I am inclined to allow your departure rather than extinguish your life. With that, Lord Falconer turned his attention to Nagini, his eyes deep and his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. Ah, and you, Nagini Tang, a remarkable little spirit. Wilson was taken aback, his expression shifting abruptly. Lord Falconer, what do you mean? He suddenly felt that bringing Nagini here tonight was a grave mistake. Lord Falconer was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Observing Wilson's palpable tension, Lord Falconer shook his head, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Do not be anxious. I am well aware of how ferocious this young one can be. While I may not have many years left, I do not wish to meet my end just yet. I have heard that Owen has a son named Dominic Toledo, who recently found himself imprisoned for murder. Wilson turned his gaze toward Nagini, who, at that moment, had shed the innocence of his 6-year-old visage. Although he had not intended to express such feelings, the mention of Toledo struck a chord, for he was one of the few family members he had left. He looked up at Lord Falconer, his expression as cold as a serpent's. What is it that you desire? Nagini's eyes were devoid of warmth, prompting a slight furrow in Lord Falconer's brow, though his demeanor remained largely unchanged. A gravity settled over him. Your gaze is quite perilous. I have encountered many individuals, yet never have I witnessed such a dangerous look. If I were to say that Andy wishes to usurp my position and that I must act against him for my own preservation, the matters concerning Samantha and Owen are of no concern to me. In fact, had I known in advance, I would have dispatched someone to safeguard them. Do you believe me? Nagini licked his lips, remaining silent for an extended period. Gradually, the coldness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by the innocence befitting a 6-year-old. I believe you. At that moment, as Nagini expressed his trust, the tension on Lord Falconer's face began to ease. He exhaled a long breath, drained his glass of red wine, and then rose to hand Nagini a box of cookies from the attendant. Wilson, I have a friend in New York. The situation with Andy has been resolved, so you may return with peace of mind. As for Nagini, these are finger biscuits I prepared for you. While I know they cannot compare to Samantha's culinary skills, I hope you will enjoy them. Finally, he added, I apologize for my premature departure. It is rather impolite, but I wish to have a word with Samantha and offer my apologies. With that, he elegantly donned a black, rounded hat from the attendant, departing like a true gentleman. As Wilson watched Lord Falconer's retreating figure, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. What should we do? Nagini retrieved a biscuit from the box and casually tossed it into his mouth. What would you like me to say? The biscuits are quite delightful. Wilson rolled his eyes, his irritation evident. You know precisely what I mean. Yet Nagini shook his head, letting out a sigh. You are not mistaken. Lord Falconer is indeed a rather formidable individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Wilson's eyes. What does it mean? Nagini shook his head, refraining from elaborating. Wilson, find a time to leave. Falcone did not speak falsely. Nick Fury spun a web of lies before Nagini. and he could not fathom that his tongue would falter in Falcone's presence. Thus, the individual ultimately responsible for the deaths of Lady Samantha and Owen was not Falcone. There were numerous potential culprits: Andy, Wilson, even himself. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, this was the stark truth. A bitter smile graced his lips, for reasons unknown. He found the cookie somewhat acrid. Chapter 33. Surviving days slipped by. Wilson departed, ultimately acquiescing to the counsel of Lord Falcone. He intended to return to New York. Although Lord Falcone had resolved the issue with Andy, the matter of the Wild Man's Club remained unresolved. Wilson sought a purpose, and the Wild Man's Club presented itself as that very aim. Nagini felt a twinge of envy towards Wilson, for he himself struggled to find direction. Destroying New York? Alas, that was far too premature, especially with the formidable Ancient One still reigning in the city. As for seeking vengeance against Lord Falcone, let that notion go. Firstly, Owen and Lady Samantha's deaths bore no connection to him. Secondly, the very man had assisted him. Toledo had committed murder and, by all rights, should have faced many years in prison. Yet, with Lord Falcone's aid, he would only serve 3 years, and with good behavior, he might even receive a reprieve. Thus, what right had he to project his grievances onto another? Moreover, what of Mia? Life unfolds in such a manner. Troubles often outweigh joys. Just when one believes all has been resolved, it is merely the commencement of new challenges. Blame it on that wretched fate. The news of Owen's demise could no longer be concealed. Mia wept inconsolably, taking refuge in the hospital. Nagini tended to Mia for over a week, and once the little girl's health improved, she transferred from the hospital back home. However, due to the peculiar circumstances at home, both Mia and Nagini suspended their studies. Nevertheless, with Nagini's care, Mia's condition steadily improved, and she would likely return to school next semester. Barry's butcher shop gained a new worker, Nick Fury. It is said that this future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. faced a harsh reprimand from Barry for being unable to cover a 3-digit dining bill. A few days prior, Nagini encountered Nick Fury at Barry's shop. The fellow had gained at least 5 pounds. The two conversed amiably, at the very least. Nick Fury believed that Nagini had begun to trust him, even if the information exchanged was of little consequence. As for Fury's intentions, Nagini surmised that he remained undeterred, planning to continue his investigations in Los Angeles. After all, energy weapons were linked to the remnants of Hydra, until this matter was resolved. Nick Fury clearly could not depart in peace. Nagini found himself in a state of helplessness. He could not possibly divulge to others that Los Angeles was devoid of energy weapons, nor could he explain that the disappearance of those individuals was due to their New York origins, resulting in their ashes upon death. It seemed absurd. Even if one were to believe him, the rationale remained elusive. Why must it be New Yorkers? Could not Angelinos suffice? Both hailed from America. Yet why did New Yorkers hold such an exceptional status? This utterly illogical premise was something even Nagini struggled to elucidate. He pondered how to rid himself of Nick Fury without arousing suspicion towards his own involvement. This conundrum had occupied Nagini's thoughts recently. However, after extensive contemplation, he ultimately discerned a conflict between the two dilemmas. To send Fury away, the mysterious disappearances in Los Angeles must be resolved, a matter intrinsically linked to Nagini himself, making it impossible for him to entangle himself in it. The remnants of Hydra presented a convenient scapegoat. Yet the challenge lay in convincing Nick Fury of a non-existent truth and providing sufficient evidence to substantiate it. Nagini could fabricate facts, but could not furnish proof, for none existed. Thus, he could only subtly guide Nick Fury without being overt, aware that Fury was no ordinary man. Even though he was not yet the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he remained a formidable strategist. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a cunning individual was exhausting, demanding considerable mental fortitude. Compounding this was the situation involving Owen and Mrs. Samantha, which had caused significant turmoil in Nagini's mindset. Recently, the Falcon cabinet approached Nagini, expressing a willingness to become a guardian for both Nagini and Mia, a proposition that Nagini ultimately declined. He was not in need of financial support, as Owen had bequeathed him a substantial inheritance, which included luxury car parts, a restaurant, and a house. Moreover, Wilson had left him with over $500,000, 1/3 of his fortune, while the remaining 2/3 consisted of a Ferrari and a washing powder business. What truly troubled Nagini was his lack of direction. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself reminiscing about the simpler days of yore. He was not particularly wealthy, yet he lived comfortably. His child, though not exceptionally bright, achieved commendable grades. His wife, while not breathtakingly beautiful, still possessed a charm that could captivate. Life was unremarkable yet fulfilling, brimming with happiness. Previously, he had deemed such existence mundane, yet after merely a few months in the Marvel Universe, Nagini found himself yearning for that simplicity. He occasionally contemplated whether he should journey to New York to seek Wilson. In truth, it seemed trivial, akin to a fleeting dream or a whimsical game. He imagined himself treading through New York, leaving a path of destruction before returning home. Although the Ancient One wielded considerable power, he reasoned that should he bide his time and develop his abilities, the odds of success might still be favorable. As early autumn arrived, a gentle breeze swept through, and within just a day or two, the leaves of the lemon tree in his backyard began to wither and turn yellow. Nagini discovered a lawnmower in the warehouse and decided to tend to the overgrown grass in the backyard. The enormous machine was clearly not something a 6-year-old could operate. Yet Nagini was different. He expressionlessly pushed the device, resembling an emotionless automaton, though at times a disconcerting coldness flickered in his gaze. It was evident that his mindset had yet to adjust, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Upstairs, Mia peered through the window at Nagini, who was mowing the lawn, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but ultimately retreated into silence. Clutching her doll as she made her way to the kitchen, Nagini paused momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow. However, the scent of freshly cut tomatoes gradually eased his tension. Mia was preparing breakfast, although Nagini found this puzzling. After all, he usually took on that responsibility. He chose not to dwell on it. Breakfast consisted of a simple sandwich, 2 slices of bread, a fried egg, 2 pieces of lettuce, 4 strips of bacon, and a slice of tomato. To Nagini's palate, it was not unpalatable, as his culinary expectations were modest. Sustenance was all he required. The meal unfolded in silence. Initially, Nagini expressed concern for Mia, but as time passed, his thoughts began to darken. Consequently, the household was devoid of noise and laughter. He had never anticipated that the death of a single individual could so profoundly alter the atmosphere of their home. Just as Nagini was about to finish his breakfast and return to mowing the lawn, Mia suddenly declared, "Nagini, how about marrying me when I grow up?" Nagini was taken aback, failing to notice the tomato slip from his sandwich. "What did you say? Please repeat that." In her eyes, a flicker of seriousness shone as she gazed at him. "I said, how about marrying me when I grow up?" Furrowing his brow, the tranquility in Nagini's eyes, reminiscent of still waters, was disrupted by a ripple of confusion. He hesitated for a moment before rolling his eyes in a stiff manner. "I am your brother." Yet Mia shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, "But you are not my biological brother. I have investigated, and we share no blood relation. Therefore, theoretically, I can marry you." With a hint of uncertainty, Nagini scrutinized Mia's sincere gaze. Upon realizing she was not jesting, he furrowed his brow even deeper. Why? Initially, he believed she was merely joking, but as it became clear that she was serious, he found himself at a loss, eager to understand her thoughts. Observing Nagini's troubled expression, Mia lowered her head, and at an unknown moment, her voice trembled with emotion. "I fear you will leave, that you will no longer want me. Owen left, Toledo left, and I am afraid I will be the only one left in this house." As she spoke, Mia lifted her gaze to meet Nagini's. Her eyes, brimming with tears, conveyed a cacophony of emotions, fear, pleading, and a profound sense of vulnerability. The emotions engulfing Nagini weighed heavily upon him, akin to a stone plunging into the still waters of his heart. Stunned into silence for an extended moment, he finally retrieved a napkin and handed it over. "So, you intend to marry me?" Mia accepted the napkin, shyly wiping away her tears, her face adorned with a hint of bashfulness. "The television said that if I marry you, you will be with me for a lifetime." Nagini rolled his eyes. "Don't be foolish. Television often deceives." Mia was taken aback, vigorously shaking her head. "You're lying." "I don't believe you, Nagini. I refuse to believe you." Yet Nagini merely smirked. "If you don't believe me, ask your teacher." However, despite the lies of television, "I will not abandon you before you marry." The once stagnant heart of Nagini inexplicably stirred with newfound vitality. A faint smile that had long eluded him began to emerge. Regrettably, the 7-year-old Mia remained oblivious to Nagini's transformation. Firmly shaking her head, she gazed at him resolutely. "I don't want that. I want to marry you. I fear you will run away." With a hint of exasperation, Nagini finished his sandwich, wiping his mouth with the napkin. "Enough of this. I plan to visit Toledo today. Is there food at home? I intend to bring him something. As for the lawn maintenance, that could wait." He would discuss it with Mia another time, for it was indeed a significant matter. Every year, Owen designed the lawn in various shapes and functions according to the children's preferences. Chapter 34. The Overprotective Brother. Los Angeles. Situated in California, along with Washington and Oregon, collectively forms the American West Coast, and in a strict sense, it is part of the western United States. Many presume that Los Angeles boasts an exquisite environment, yet the reality is quite the contrary. Much like the eastern nation, the western regions are rather desolate. Though improvements have been made in recent years, the restoration of the land is evidently a protracted endeavor. Due to its coastal location, Los Angeles lacks the pervasive dust storms characteristic of the western wasteland. However, when compared to the hospitable eastern coast, particularly New York, there remains a significant disparity. The reason Los Angeles still holds its ground against New York is likely due to the proximity of Hollywood. Without it, few would recognize that there exists a place called Los Angeles. Riding the 101 bus, with a lovingly crafted sandwich from Mia in hand, Nagini gradually departed from Los Angeles. The landscape visibly deteriorated as he traveled. The wind swept across the barren desert, and even in early autumn, an air of desolation lingered. Nagini's destination was a prison located in California. Thanks to a nearby river, the surrounding environment was not excessively harsh, with a modest forest visible in the distance, teeming with pines and wildlife. Yet, due to the prison's presence, few dared to approach the area. Toledo is fortunate. At merely 14 years of age, he remains a minor, which means the repercussions of his actions are not as severe as they might otherwise be if he were an adult. Nevertheless, taking a life is a grave offense, and Toledo must confront the consequences of his impulsive behavior. The appearance of Nagini astonished many guards at the California prison. Although children in the West tend to mature early, it is still remarkable that a mere 6-year-old could travel alone by bus to visit the prison. Many guards remarked that their own 6-year-olds would only be playing in the mud. Amidst the astonished gazes of the guards, Nagini finally met Toledo. After more than 2 weeks apart, Toledo appeared significantly more mature, as if he had aged overnight. The death of Owen, coupled with his incarceration for murder, had profoundly impacted Toledo, leading him to reflect on his rash actions. While it was certainly satisfying to have retaliated, he pondered the futility of it all. Now imprisoned, what would become of his younger siblings? Even Mia, the eldest, was only 7. In the ruthless environment of Los Angeles, how would his siblings survive? During his time in prison, Toledo came to terms with the reality that Owen was gone, and as the eldest sibling, he had failed to protect his family, instead placing them in jeopardy. This weighed heavily on his conscience. Upon seeing Nagini, Toledo's emotions surged, and his first words were filled with concern. How have you been lately? Is everything all right at home? Is anyone bothering you? Is Mia doing well? His barrage of questions left Nagini feeling somewhat helpless. Instead of answering, he handed over a heart-shaped sandwich made by Mia. This is for you. Unlike Eastern prisons, Western facilities tend to be more humane, especially juvenile detention centers, where the unique status of the inmates, due to their youth, allows for a lack of glass barriers during visits. Typically, guards will arrange a private room where inmates can converse face-to-face with friends or family, sometimes even offering coffee. However, at that moment, Toledo had no desire for coffee. He tore open the package, revealing an unappetizing heart-shaped sandwich that would evoke tears, and took a large bite. Shaking his head in resignation while a smile crept onto his lips, the taste remains consistently dreadful, yet somehow, it's delightful. Mia truly lacked culinary talent, and Nagini often wondered if Owen had a peculiar palate. How else could he believe that Mia was fit to run a restaurant? Yet for Toledo, this sandwich transcended mere flavor. Its significance lay in the love it represented. Watching Toledo devour the sandwich, Nagini thoughtfully offered him a cup of coffee. Take your time. Don't choke. By the way, Mia confessed her feelings to me today. She said she wants to marry me. Uffed. Toledo's eyes widened in disbelief as coffee spewed from his mouth. Fortunately, Nagini had anticipated Toledo's reaction and was prepared to dodge the unexpected outburst. Gazing at Nagini, the robust Toledo felt as though his mind had gone blank. Nagini? Mia? Marriage? Damn it. What on earth transpired during my absence? The mere thought of Mia stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony with Nagini filled Toledo with a sorrow akin to that of a farmer witnessing his prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Anger flickered in his eyes as he glared at Nagini, teeth clenched. Damn it. You are her brother. Nagini shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. I can't help it. Perhaps it's my charismatic personality. But rest assured, I have already declined Mia's proposal. Declined? Nagini turned down Mia's marriage proposal? Toledo struggled to process this revelation. Did it mean they would not wed? Yet, why did he feel so discontent? This was ostensibly good news. So why did it feel as though his sister was being rejected? And by none other than his brother? Just as Toledo thought the matter had reached its conclusion, Nagini spoke again. You think this is the end? Don't kid yourself. Toledo's state is not much better than mine. He requires treatment, Strong treatment from Nagini. Observing the complex emotions on Toledo's face, Nagini cleared his throat. Although I have turned Mia down, you know how unpredictable young hearts can be. Who knows? I might awaken to find Mia in my bed. Shut up. That is impossible. Toledo seethed, his fury palpable, resembling an enraged bull. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster ride. Had he not possessed a robust heart, he might have succumbed to a cardiac episode. Seeing Toledo's distressed demeanor, Nagini nodded in satisfaction. Talking to you is futile. After all, we are not Mia. Unless what? Toledo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Unless you make your move soon. Toledo paused, not lacking in intellect. With a slight nudge, he understood Nagini's implication. He sighed, casting a complex glance at Nagini. Thank you. Nagini shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. No worries, I've got your back. Just make sure you perform well and return promptly. Toledo nodded, a serious glimmer in his eyes, embodying the promise and gratitude shared between men. I will. By the way, Nagini looked at Toledo, puzzled. What? Toledo took a deep breath, glaring at Nagini through gritted teeth. You better remember this. If I return and find you two together, I will break your legs. Nagini was taken aback momentarily before rolling his eyes. Get lost, you sister con. Meanwhile, 140 kilometers away from California's prison, within the confines of a secret American military base, the commander and chief scientist of the Pegasus Project was at work. On ordinary days, the amiable and composed Dr. Wendy Lawson, a scientist from the Kree Empire, often appeared calm and unflustered. Yet, at this moment, her brows were furrowed, and her eyes shimmered with tension and gravity, as if she were on the verge of encountering something truly dreadful. Finally, with a resolute bite of her lip, a spark of determination flickered in her gaze. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must leave at once. Chapter 35. The plan having departed from the California prison. Nagini felt a sense of elation. The physique of Toledo indicated that his life within the confines had been quite agreeable, and under Nagini's guidance, his psychological issues had been impeccably addressed. Perhaps, with regular visits, he could stimulate Toledo's progress. Nagini was confident that, under his care, Toledo would emerge, fiery and transformed, in no more than 2 years, if not sooner. After leaving the California prison, Nagini idly perched on the curb outside, bored and restless. The location was remote, and with the prison nearby, public transport was infrequent. If memory served him right, only 3 buses on the 101 route passed this way each day. This reiterated the inconvenient truth that, in America, lacking a vehicle posed significant challenges. Nagini owned a car, although Owen's Dodge Challenger had been charred. Most of its components remained functional, and with some modifications, it could become an excellent vehicle. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Nagini was merely 6 years old, and thus ineligible to apply for a driver's license. In the distance, the brilliant sun illuminated the somewhat desolate landscape, nourished by a nearby river that fostered a lush expanse of evergreens. A refreshing breeze wafted through the air. Nagini calculated the time. It was 1 p.m., and the earliest 101 bus would not arrive until 5 p.m., meaning he would be left sitting idly for 4 hours. Truth be told, Nagini found himself nostalgic for the era of smartphones 3 decades hence, where possessing a mobile device could effortlessly while away an entire day, even in inactivity. Bored and nestled in the shade, he gazed up at the azure sky, his bright eyes reflecting a hint of ennui. He longed to return to the prison to converse with Toledo, but visitation hours were limited. The guards had been accommodating, allowing Toledo and Nagini significantly longer visits than the stipulated time. He was not one to take advantage of such leniency, and in turn, he offered his respect. Unbeknownst to Nagini, however, a mere 140 kilometers away, in a desolate stretch of wilderness, an aircraft surpassing contemporary technology soared toward the cosmos. The pilot, Carol Danvers, was a strikingly beautiful woman with radiant golden hair. Aside from her less than pert posterior and somewhat prominent facial features, she possessed a robust physique that could rival that of a man, marking her as an impressive beauty nonetheless. Behind Carol stood the designer of the aircraft, whose precise name eludes clarity, yet she is commonly referred to as Dr. Lawson, a woman of considerable authority. The operations and services of the entire base revolve around Dr. Lawson. The situation unfolds from 2 minutes prior, when Dr. Lawson appeared exceedingly anxious. Carol, unaware of the source of her distress, observed that Dr. Lawson seemed to be in dire straits. The bond between Carol and Dr. Lawson ran deep, likely due to mutual trust and understanding. In her youth, Carol had ventured to Cape Canaveral, a renowned aviation coast, to witness the launch of aircraft. Naturally, the outcome for the mischievous child was predictable. Her father reprimanded her sternly. Nevertheless, Carol's yearning for flight remained unabated. As her father opposed her attending university, she sought fulfillment of her aspirations through enlisting in the Air Force. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, at that time, American aviators were predominantly male. As for women, they were often relegated to domestic duties, caring for children, doing laundry, cooking, and managing the household. In short, Carol's aviation career faced numerous obstacles until she encountered Dr. Lawson, who recognized and appreciated Carol's character and potential. Thus, Carol gradually transitioned from a logistics officer to one of the few female pilots in the United States. What constitutes a friend? A friend is someone who, in times of need, will set aside principles to assist you. Although Carol was oblivious to the events causing Dr. Lawson's panic, it was evident that whatever transpired was of significant gravity. Nevertheless, she resolutely stepped forward. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me? This is perilous," Dr. Lawson warned gravely, her expression laden with doubt. Yet Carol shook her head, her gaze unwavering. "Of course, Dr. Lawson. You must know my affinity for aircraft. It has become a part of me. I am safer at the controls than you." "Very well. The coordinates are 5,229-47, 8768-02. Carol was unaware of the destination these coordinates indicated. She inquired of Dr. Lawson, who explained they pointed to her laboratory, yet the coordinates evidently lay in outer space. Carol felt a pang of confusion, but regardless, she piloted the aircraft toward the specified location. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. An aircraft, clearly beyond the current technological advancements, soared past her. Carol felt a surge of panic, yet Dr. Lawson appeared even more agitated, as if she recognized the identity of the craft. "Run!" she shouted urgently to Carol. However, fleeing seemed futile. Although the opposing aircraft was significantly smaller, its speed and firepower surpassed her own, unmistakably representing a model that had undergone multiple tests and was ready for mass production, a stark contrast to the conceptual fighter she was piloting. Could it be a Soviet-designed fighter targeting America? This is utterly terrifying. Streams of energy rays erupted from the fighter jet, with blue and green luminescence emanating from its exhausts, resembling a green meteor in pursuit of a blue one. Unlike ordinary meteors, these two were remarkably agile. They would suddenly accelerate, executing intricate 360-degree spins in midair, akin to a reverse script, darting from front to rear to launch fierce attacks on the enemy's flank. At times, they soared like eagles, their nimble forms reminiscent of stormy sea swallows, deftly evading all incoming assaults with a series of fluid maneuvers. The battle was intense, with both sides engaged in a fierce exchange for several rounds. Despite the blue faction's valiant efforts, it was evident they were being systematically subdued by the green faction. Meanwhile, Nagini, who was crouched on the ground, appeared utterly bewildered. Initially, he did not grasp the nature of the spectacle before him, but soon recalled that it was 1989, the very year Captain Marvel acquired her powers. A sudden epiphany struck him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant treasure. The revelation of Captain Marvel's abilities ignited a thought in Nagini's mind. He had been contemplating ways to persuade Nick Fury to vacate Los Angeles. But the challenge lay in the fact that without sufficient evidence, this wily old fox would never leave. Thus, Nagini needed an alternative strategy, one that would compel Nick Fury to depart from Los Angeles. The aerial battle unfolding before him might just present such an opportunity. He required a handgun, one capable of firing energy rays. By presenting this weapon to Nick Fury, claiming he discovered it at the explosion site, the inherently suspicious Fury would undoubtedly embark on an investigation. With the keen intellect of this masterful agent, Nagini was confident that Fury would eventually connect the dots to the Pegasus project. Consequently, Fury would be compelled to leave Los Angeles under the pretext of probing into national security matters. SHIELD possesses immense privileges in any nation, and generally, police lack the authority to expel them. As such, every SHIELD agent enjoys considerable autonomy. Nagini found himself unable to oust Nick Fury unless the latter chose to leave on his own accord, or alternatively, if his superiors mandated his departure. It is worth noting that Nick Fury had not yet ascended to the position of director of SHIELD, and did not even qualify as a mid-level agent. The Pegasus project likely served as a clandestine site for the creation of unique weaponry during the Cold War. Although SHIELD is not directly affiliated with the United States, it wields significant influence within the global security apparatus. Thus, by urging Nick Fury to investigate this location, and by leading him to uncover the truth behind the Pegasus project, he would inevitably be forced to leave Los Angeles. Chapter 36. Actions speak louder than words. The site where Carol and Dr. Lawson fell was an alluvial island. This is an exquisite location, where clear waters gently flow and verdant pines and cypress line the banks. Most remarkable is the terrain here. A tributary, resembling a human form, diverges from the river's source. The river's current transports sediment, causing a portion to settle on the broad riverbed, ultimately forming a rounded alluvial island akin to a pupil. Intriguingly, influenced by the surrounding topography, the Y-shaped tributary that extends from the river's source converges again at the river's end, culminating in a stunningly beautiful, upright eye. Carol's fighter jet is making an emergency landing, her initial target being this alluvial island. Yet, whether due to the jet's robust materials or Carol's exceptional piloting skills, the aircraft does not crash into the island but instead breaks through a large expanse of pines, gliding along the river's surface for a distance before finally coming to rest on the shore. It is precisely this gliding that spares Carol from severe injury. A thunderous crash reverberates, akin to a series of muffled thunderclaps resonating through the earth. Carol feels the entire aircraft quaking, the tremendous noise threatening to shatter her body. She struggles to maintain control, yet at this moment, the plane resembles a furious beast, unyielding to her commands. Ultimately, amidst the piercing alarms and violent jolting, Carol's aircraft pierces the water's surface like an arrow, colliding with the soft sediments on the opposite bank. At the moment the fighter jet comes to a complete stop, a voice filled with urgency emanates from the helmet's built-in radio, relaying commands from the control room. "Carol, can you hear me? What happened? Carol?" One should not assume that soaring into the sky grants the same freedom as a bird. In truth, every aircraft that glides through the azure heavens is under the meticulous control of a ground command center. The control room, having identified the aircraft's distress, promptly issues an inquiry. Carol, shaken and battered by the turbulence and impact, feels as though her very bones might splinter apart. Fortunately, her chosen landing spot proves fortuitous, sparing her from grave injuries. Amidst the anxious voices from the command center, she instinctively responds, "Yes, I received it. The plane has struck the ground." Upon receiving Carol's reply, a sigh of relief emanates from the control room. It is essential to note that while aircraft accidents are rare, their fatality rates are alarmingly high. Particularly in the year 1989, when technology was not as advanced, an aircraft mishap almost invariably signified death. At this moment, however, Carol exhibits no inclination to boast about her experience to the command center. Her sole concern is for Dr. Lawson, who occupies the rear seat. She removes her helmet and awkwardly climbs out of the cockpit. Gazing at Dr. Lawson, now unconscious in the back seat, Carol hastily unfastens her helmet, her voice laced with urgency and concern. "Doctor, are you all right?" Logically, Dr. Lawson, seated in the rear, should have been considerably safer than Carol. However, due to Dr. Lawson's advanced age, her condition was far more grave than that of Carol. Upon awakening from her coma, Dr. Lawson noticed a peculiar glimmer in Carol's eyes, which momentarily took her aback. She then offered a gentle smile, inquiring, "Is it blue? How do you like my hairstyle?" Carol fell into a contemplative silence. For to her knowledge, no species on Earth possessed blue blood. Thus, she was left bewildered by the situation. Dr. Lawson, unfazed by Carol's change in demeanor, patted her shoulder, displaying a hearty smile despite her injuries. "Carol, could you assist me in escaping from here?" After a brief moment of reflection, Carol dismissed her lingering thoughts about Dr. Lawson's blue blood and resolved to prioritize her rescue. In approximately 7 or 8 seconds, Carol extricated Dr. Lawson from the wreckage of the downed aircraft. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, the unmistakable odor of a burning fighter jet. Fortunately, the flames posed no threat to the aircraft's energy source. Seated on the sandy ground, Dr. Lawson observed Carol's expression of confusion and carefully formulated her explanation. It turned out that Dr. Lawson was not of Earth. She hailed from a cosmic civilization known as the Kree Empire, where she served as a scientist. As a brilliant inventor, she had created numerous devices, including formidable weapons. Initially, she believed her inventions were intended for peace. However, upon realizing the Kree Empire's true nature of aggression and destruction, she became despondent and vowed to resist its tyranny. Dr. Lawson understood that opposing such a colossal entity as the Kree Empire with her own limited strength was a daunting endeavor. Thus, she planned to construct a refuge for the Skrulls, who had suffered at the hands of the Kree, providing them with a sanctuary in the cosmos. The aircraft that had pursued them was not Soviet but rather Kree in origin, with the intent to eliminate Dr. Lawson and seize her weaponry. As for the nature of this weapon, Dr. Lawson remained reticent, yet her eyes gleamed with fervor as she gazed at the distant fighter jet. No matter what, I must destroy it. Carol surmised that the weapon was likely aboard the aircraft. However, just as Dr. Lawson prepared to obliterate it, a gunshot rang out nearby. With a resounding crack, a green energy beam pierced through Dr. Lawson's heart. Contrary to the anticipated gruesome imagery, the energy weapon exhibited tremendous penetrative capability, swiftly breaching her heart. In the face of such weaponry, protective gear was as fragile as paper, and within a mere 2 seconds, Dr. Lawson's body ceased to exhibit any signs of life. Dr. Lawson is dead? Carol was left in a state of utter shock. Today's revelations have profoundly shaken her worldview. The esteemed Dr. Lawson, whom she had always held in high regard, is, astonishingly, an extraterrestrial being. Furthermore, he is not actually named Lawson. His true identity is Maul. Beyond Dr. Lawson, the cosmos teems with myriad other civilizations. What is most unsettling for Carol is the imminent confrontation with an alien, one who has just slain Dr. Lawson. And during their conversation, she has come to realize that this being appears to embody the characteristics of a ruthless villain. This has left Carol in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. The air is thick with the acrid smoke of battle as Carol, gripped by anxiety, retrieves Dr. Lawson's handgun. Through the haze, she can discern a shadowy figure approaching her. Her heart begins to race. In her nervousness, she instinctively bites her lip. Beads of sweat forming in her palms as tension mounts within her. Unbeknownst to her, a layer of perspiration has formed on her forehead. As the enemy draws nearer, Carol finally catches a clear glimpse of the figure. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, clad in black battle armor with silver metallic plates adorning various parts. The material is indiscernible to Carol, yet the entire ensemble radiates an aura of advanced technology. The visage bears resemblance to that of many Earthlings, albeit with a slight hint of a foreign aristocratic quality, diminished by an air of cold, military authority. This being is Vrog, the commander of an interstellar battalion and a colonel of the Kree Empire. Faced with the gun pointed at him, he remains unfazed, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any panic, his expression reflecting the disdain and arrogance of a superior species toward an inferior one. You need not act this way. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. In response, a tense Carol offers a sardonic laugh. Not harm you? Then what does it signify that you opened fire upon our very first encounter? Vrog furrows his brow slightly. His gunfire was a reaction to her being Maul, a defector from the Kree Empire, and this inferior life form before him? It is akin to a police officer dispatching a criminal, yet sparing the life of the criminal's pet. As for Carol, he feels no desire to take her life. Thus, Vrog shakes his head, opting not to engage further with this lesser being, and instead poses a direct inquiry. Where's the energy core? Carol, clearly unaware of Vrog's intentions, is fraught with tension. His calm demeanor unnerves her, prompting her to feign confidence. An ambulance is on its way. It will arrive in just 2 minutes. A gunshot echoes. As she collapses to the ground, life slipping away rapidly, Vrog's expression remains impassive, as though he has simply dispatched a nuisance, devoid of any pity or sorrow. It seems we no longer need to continue this discussion. With that, Vrog turns his gaze toward the aircraft in the distance. Previously, Dr. Maul had attempted to sabotage this very plane, and the inferior life form had repeatedly glanced in its direction during their conversation. This indicates that the energy core he seeks is likely contained within the aircraft. However, just as Vrog was about to inspect the wreckage of the aircraft, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. Years of combat experience had bestowed upon him an extraordinary sixth sense, one that surpassed the ordinary. He felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, a palpable threat that, while he could not ascertain whether it was directed at him, was undeniably present in the surroundings. Instinctively, he turned around and fired several shots in rapid succession. Who goes there? Chapter 37. Confrontation. Gazing at the ground, where thick smoke billowed and the area had crystallized, the core region bubbling with dark red magma, Nagini felt a flicker of helplessness. By all that is sacred, he had merely come here to scavenge for forsaken items to throw at Nick Fury, the old schemer, intending to pull a fast one on him. Yet, he never anticipated arriving only to witness a Kree colonel dispatching Carol with a single shot. Goodness gracious! Captain Marvel has fallen. Nagini stood in stunned disbelief. Was it true that Captain Marvel was dead? Did this not imply that Iron Man, adrift in space, would be left without rescue? Without Iron Man, the creation of a time machine would be impossible, leaving the superheroes helplessly confronting this grim reality. As for the director of population control, that purple sweet potato patriarch, he would no longer need to restart the universe. He could comfortably enjoy the fruits of his labor on his Titan planet. regardless of Carol's fate. It appeared that Iron Man was doomed as well. Indeed, dear Nini, your demise is most tragic. While Nagini was lost in these thoughts, standing amidst the wreckage, Colonel Rog cast a grave look in Nagini's direction. Come out, whoever you are. I have already detected your presence. Was he genuinely aware of Nagini's existence? Or was he merely bluffing? Nagini was uncertain, but, after a moment of contemplation, he decisively stepped out from the foliage. The reasoning was straightforward. Rog had come to Earth in search of an energy source, the Tesseract. Nagini, on the other hand, sought only to pick up refuse. Although this refuse was a priceless treasure to Earthlings, to the technologically advanced Kree Empire, it was nothing more than trash, even inferior to that. Thus, there was no conflict of interest between them, and as long as neither party posed a threat to the other, the likelihood of conflict was negligible. After all, even a cold-blooded Kree colonel would surely refrain from targeting a mere child. Emerging from the thicket under the afternoon sun, Nagini presented himself with a shock of short black hair and fair skin that invited a gentle pinch. His delicate features resembled those of a doll, particularly his large, bright eyes. Coupled with his slight physique, typical of Asian development, Nagini's striking appearance often evoked a wave of maternal affection from countless women. At the tender age of 6, Nagini possessed a striking beauty and an exquisite delicacy, a result of her mixed heritage and the transformative influence of the serpent's genes coursing through her. With a hint of innocent laughter gracing her features, anyone who encountered Nagini could not help but feel an affectionate warmth towards this enchanting child. Yet, if one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be the unsettling aura that emerged after prolonged interaction. At times, a chilling detachment would flicker in her eyes, evoking discomfort and even dread. As Nagini transitioned from childhood to adolescence, this unsettling transformation became increasingly pronounced, suggesting that the serpent's genetic legacy was exerting a more profound influence upon her. Observing Nagini emerge from the underbrush, Rog's gravity of expression deepened, his apprehension intensifying. Unlike the lowly creature he had so easily vanquished before, this 6-year-old child commanded a level of respect that Rog could not afford to dismiss. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, far surpassing that of Carol, perhaps tenfold or more. It was akin to the infamous Devourer of Worlds. Who would ever suspect that a seemingly innocuous orange cat could consume an entire planet? Though Nagini was not a devourer, the threat she posed was far beyond that of any mere mortal. Drawing a deep breath, Rog fixed his grave gaze upon Nagini, inquiring, "Who are you? Why have you appeared here? What is your purpose?" In response to Rog's palpable tension, Nagini playfully stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence, her large, adorable eyes and long lashes fluttering as she replied, "Uncle, I'm just passing through." Rog furrowed his brow, contemplating her words, and ultimately shook his head, a warning note surfacing on his face. "In that case, you should leave quickly. I have no desire to harm you." Nagini nodded, a sweet smile adorning her face. However, at that very moment, as she prepared to turn away, her speed surged suddenly, darting aside like a bolt of lightning. A sharp crack. A green energy beam struck the beach behind her, instantly melting the sand and stone into a flowing dark red magma, bubbling ominously while radiating an unbearable heat. Had Nagini not been swift enough, that shot would have posed a fatal threat. Glancing at the nearby colonel from the creel, a hint of exasperation crossed Nagini's features as she pointed at the molten rock, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Is this what you call not wanting to harm me?" Rog refrained from addressing her query, holstering his pistol while producing a pair of gauntlets crackling with green lightning from seemingly nowhere. Though his marksmanship was commendable, he excelled in the art of melee combat. As for Nagini's question, he had no intention of replying. During his earlier shot, he had discerned that Nagini had anticipated his actions, indicating she had foreseen his intent to fire. The crux of the matter lies not in anticipation, but rather in understanding why the other party believes they must resort to violence. Both individuals find themselves in a precarious standoff, each harboring distrust towards the other. The only distinction between them is the preemptive strike taken by one, yet regrettably, this initiative did not yield the anticipated outcome. Rog possesses a profound skepticism towards Nagini. Despite his scans revealing a genetic similarity of 99 to Earthlings, he remains unconvinced that such an advanced being could originate from a planet as primitive as Earth. The unease he feels from the other party exceeds the threat posed by the accuser, Ronan. This implies that the other possesses technology capable of concealing their genetic identity, technology that Earthlings would be incapable of developing for a century or more. Thus, the question arises, why has this entity chosen to appear on Earth? Why masquerade as a lower life form? To Rog, the answer is self-evident. like himself. The other is drawn to the energy core, and their guise as an earthling serves to disarm him. However, the other remains oblivious to the fact that Rog has honed an extraordinary sixth sense through countless battles. Even when the genetic scanner identifies the other as an earthling, he does not lower his guard. What perplexes him is that even the shape-shifting Skrulls cannot disguise themselves from such scanners. This leads him to ponder the true origins of the other. Could they be from Asgard? It is rumored that a prince from there possesses unparalleled skills in disguise, capable of assuming any identity. As Rog's mood fluctuates, Nagini, sensing the thoughts brewing in his mind, feels compelled to intervene. No, to explain. Yet, upon witnessing Rog's resolute and menacing gaze, Nagini abandons this notion. How could he articulate it? His former teacher, a middle-aged man with a penchant for recounting tales of Captain America, once encountered a similar predicament when his wife visited the school and caught him in an embrace with another female teacher. The scent emanating from the teacher's wife bore a striking resemblance to that of Colonel Rog, exuding a palpable aura of impending doom. Men and women, when obstinate, are often indistinguishable, especially those entrenched in their convictions. Nagini understands that, in this charged atmosphere, any words he utters will be met with disbelief. As for fleeing, it is indeed a viable option, yet the sight of a sleek aircraft nearby prompts Nagini to abandon this thought. His pupils constrict, and an unsettling chill envelopes him, intensifying in intensity. His surface temperature visibly plummets while his heartbeat accelerates wildly. A refreshing breeze sweeps through, and both parties lock eyes, the air thickening with tension. The instincts of animals surpass those of humans. They seem to sense the impending calamity, huddling together in trembling anticipation. Ants crept into the cave, birds ceased their melodious songs, and the fish swimming in the river lay motionless at the bottom, feigning lifelessness. A terrified northern cardinal discerned that fleeing was the wisest course of action. Thus it resolved to make a desperate bid for escape, when suddenly, boom, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Chapter 38. The explosion. The physique of the Kree is remarkably robust. Although they bear a resemblance to humans, their prolonged genetic enhancements render them at least 3 to 5 times stronger. Thus, even without their advanced weaponry, a single Kree possesses the combat prowess of dozens of Earthlings. When armed with high-tech weaponry, the Kree's might is amplified even further. Take, for instance, the gauntlet wielded by Colonel Rog. Its function bears resemblance to Magneto's abilities, allowing for the manipulation of metal, though its power pales in comparison to Magneto's. Its advantage lies in mass production and the capacity to create gloves of varying strengths based on its principles. In Rog's hands, this gauntlet can lift several tons of metal at once. However, if mounted on a spacecraft or a planetary-class warship, its destructive capability could obliterate one or even multiple planets. Nagini transformed into a 12-meter-long black-scaled venomous python. Though a serpent, Nagini was evidently unlike ordinary snakes, possessing agility and strength unparalleled among terrestrial serpents. Against the backdrop of the yellow-white sand, the black-scaled python appeared strikingly beautiful. Its scales shimmered like freshly polished black gemstones, reflecting brilliant light under the sun. With a 12-meter-long form, Nagini exuded an aura of sleek power rather than bulkiness. Beneath its thick, resilient scales, one could discern tightly packed muscles brimming with explosive strength. As before, Rog seized the initiative. He activated the magnetic gauntlet, encasing the surrounding wreckage of aircraft in a greenish lightning. Debris weighing dozens, even hundreds of pounds, hurtled toward Nagini with a deafening rush. However, Nagini's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In fact, his reaction speed had always been rapid. Every emotion carries a scent, and Nagini could invariably predict his adversary's next move through these olfactory cues. Doubt not his ability to detect the scent emanating from his opponent before they make a move. Every action of a living being is a reflection of the brain's command to the body, which in turn relays back to the brain, elucidating why Nagini consistently prevails in counterattacks. Thus, before the aircraft debris could reach him, Nagini morphed into a black-scaled monstrosity. The 12-meter-long serpent exuded an overwhelming presence, towering at nearly 3 meters in height, with a waist as thick as a barrel, coupled with a head adorned with minute scales and those cold, indifferent, dark golden eyes. One might feel their heart skip a beat. Even more terrifying was the serpent's speed, which belied its massive size. A black lightning bolt streaked across the ruins, as the formidable power of Nagini sent surrounding sand swirling into the air. He deftly maneuvered through the debris hurled towards him, his movements both graceful and eerie. It was hard to fathom that such swiftness could emanate from a creature weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Yet, as Nagini approached, Rog displayed no sign of panic. His extensive combat experience had prepared him well. In the vast expanse of the universe, one encounters a myriad of bizarre adversaries, and a 12-meter-long Nagini hardly posed a significant challenge to him. With a flick of his wrist, several large pieces of aircraft wreckage coalesced before Rog, forming an impenetrable barrier. Simultaneously, he drew a short blade from his waist. This was a uniquely crafted dagger, its silver-gray body adorned with red and green patterns, reminiscent of the two daggers wielded by the destroyer Drax, albeit considerably smaller. The hardness and sharpness of this blade were of exceptional quality, capable of piercing the skin of even the most formidable celestial beasts. However, in the next moment, Rog's expression shifted dramatically. He had no time to unsheath his dagger. Instead, he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, the hissing Nagini lashed out with his tail, a black-scaled appendage resembling a steel whip, unleashing an unstoppable force that shattered the metallic wall before him. Just how powerful was Nagini now? It was a figure hard to quantify. In his human form, Nagini weighed less than 25 kilograms, but in his serpent form, his mass had long surpassed 1,000 kilograms, possibly exceeding 1,400 kilograms at this point. What kind of strength was required to maneuver a body exceeding 1,400 kilograms? Although Nagini's average speed in serpent form was merely 70 kilometers per hour, this was far from his peak. If he chose, he could rival the cheetah's staggering speed of 125 kilometers per hour. In the face of such immense weight and power, not even a metal wall forcibly held together by magnetism could withstand him. He could shatter even a solid copper wall. Rog had not initially intended to flee. He held confidence in his own capabilities. However, witnessing the wall torn apart by Nagini's strike, he decisively chose to follow his instincts. As Nagini prepared for a second tail strike, Rog relinquished control over the wall, and with a resounding crash, the wreckage of the aircraft shattered into countless fragments. Yet, these fragments were not wasted. With a wave of his hand, Rog summoned the scattered debris, gathering them together. He spread his arms wide and, with all his might, hurled them like a valiant slingshot towards Nagini. Whoosh! One by one, the metal shards, propelled by immense force, soared through the air like fragmented explosives, whistling ominously as they descended upon Nagini. Clang! 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 The metallic components clashed with the thick scales, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of iron striking iron. Though there were a few scratches on the scales, considering Nagini's robust keratinous layer, these blemishes were trivial and might even instill a sense of despair in the adversary. His dark golden eyes fixed intently on his opponent, Nagini boldly absorbed the onslaught, his speed remarkable, despite his massive form. He exhibited the agility and cunning characteristic of a serpent during combat. His body slithered across the sandy terrain, unleashing a tempest of sand that stung against the face. However, Colonel Rog, a seasoned warrior, proved his mettle. While his speed and strength paled in comparison to Nagini's, his agility allowed him to deftly evade the serpent's strikes, particularly by leveraging the surrounding landscape, where his gloves could transform into myriad weapons. Amidst a series of dull thuds, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for several minutes. Both bore wounds. Nagini sported a few deep gashes, approximately 20 centimeters long and 3 centimeters deep, while Rog wielded a notably sharp dagger, a weapon of exquisite craftsmanship. As Nagini entered his growth phase, conventional firearms were ineffective against his scales, yet this dagger penetrated with alarming ease. When Nagini drew near, Rog would employ this weapon, inflicting considerable distress upon the serpent. Rog, too, was not in optimal condition. Being in close quarters with Nagini was perilous. Even a figure as formidable as Captain America would struggle under the over 3,000 kilograms of pressure per square centimeter exerted by Nagini. From the wounds, it was evident that Nagini held the upper hand, but considering his own stamina, a flicker of irritation crossed Nagini's gaze. It is essential to note that, although the serpent creature differs from ordinary snakes, it remains fundamentally a cold-blooded being, and cold-blooded creatures are notoriously ill-suited for prolonged engagements. Thus, in strict terms, Nagini's advantage was marginal at best. To put it bluntly, if the battle were to drag on, Rog's chances of victory would likely increase. Rog swung the components once more. While these pieces struck Nagini's scales without effect, the serpent's injuries made even minor impacts feel excruciating. The searing pain provoked a desire for rage within Nagini. He opened his mouth and unleashed a furious hiss, yet his frantic demeanor did not intimidate Rog. Instead, it reinforced his belief in an inevitable triumph. Rog acknowledged Nagini's strength, his power, speed, and reflexes were undoubtedly among the best he had faced. Yet, he understood that success in battle requires more than sheer might. It demands intellect. Rog had encountered foes even stronger than Nagini, but what was their fate? They all shared the same end, ultimately becoming a testament to his prowess. Observing the enraged Nagini, Rog felt an urge to impart a simple truth. Combat necessitates cunning as well. What Rog had not anticipated was that Nagini, consumed by a fit of impotent rage, did not seize the opportunity to launch an attack while retrieving his components. Instead, he transformed into a human form. This piqued Rog's curiosity, especially as he observed Nagini expel a handgun from his mouth. Rog's expression became increasingly peculiar as he questioned, "What are you attempting to do? Do not tell me you intend to defeat me with this obsolete firearm that has not been in use for over a decade. It cannot even penetrate the armor I wear." However, Nagini simply shook his head. He raised the energy pistol and regarded Rog with pity, saying, "I am well acquainted with the look in your eyes. Do you perceive me as foolish while considering yourself clever? Take a moment to observe your surroundings, you imbecile." Rog was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck him, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. He shouted in panic, "No, you cannot do this." Yet, regrettably, Nagini afforded him no opportunity. With the crack of a gunshot, a beam of energy successfully struck the energy chamber of the fighter jet beside Rog. This was followed by a tremendous explosion. As he beheld Rog being engulfed by the blue energy, Nagini shook his head and contemptuously raised his middle finger, declaring, "Fool,